buildings done except that old barn.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Good morning, Dale, Donna. I just want to make sure folks hear us and see us.
And he's building a new
Good
house.
morning, Dale, Donna.
Yes, we can see you and hear you.
He started out in Montana down in Big Timber.
Yes, we can see you.
I got coffee. I'm good. I got coffee. I'm good. I didn't know coffee pop would break the breaker.
Hey Jay, your audio's on.
I don't think it made any difference.
Nobody's gonna
It
be
ain't
looking
gonna
at
change
you.
much.
Yeah. But the video's on, we're off mute, and we are recording.
Okay, I'm gonna call this meeting to order. And the first order of business is introductions. Lily, would you like to start us out, please?
I guess. Lily Anderson, dairy and poultry representative from South of Livingston. We've had a good but also horrible week. We had to dump 16 milkings out of our tank because the cooler quit. So we
I
couldn't
thought
pull
you
them out.
fixed that.
We thought we did too. So that was a bummer. We had a bear come down and he was drinking the milk out of the drain field, having a great day. So, and then, but we got calves shipped, preg checked, heifer sold. So that was good, at least make up for all the milk we dumped down the drain. So.
William Fine Saucer, swine representative, Augusta, Montana. Things are going very good in the pig world. The hog prices are still very good for this time of the year. Futures are looking exceptionally well. Winter wheat is looking nice. You can see the rows came on nice with pretty good moisture to get it to come up, and hopefully the amount's good snow pack to finish it off for irrigation and everything. You got quite a bit of snow here the day before. I see they're pretty white on top there.
Mhm.
Yeah, well, we had our open house for the Treasure State Sires yesterday. We had an exceptional turnout. And nice facility, so we'll be getting our first boars in the third week of November. We'll get first 80 animals.
80?
80.
Holy cow.
And 2 weeks later, we'll be getting another 80. And the third week of January, we'll be shipping out our first seeds.
Wow.
So that's 160 is kind of what is that your capacity or?
No, 410 is the capacity.
Oh, geez.
Wow.
So
It's a multi genetic. We'll have 6 different genetics in the barn, and you have to bring them in separately and quarantine. If you brought them all in at once, the insurance won't cover it if something would happen.
sure.
To get sick or die.
Yeah.
So you have to bring them in one genetic at a time. So, yeah, it's enough to breed 110,000 sows once it'll be full.
Alan Redfield, cattle rep, Livingston. We've had some real good moisture. We've already got about 3 inches of rain in the last couple of weeks, and got all the calves shipped. They weighed good. I didn't get all.
Not as good as somebody's.
No, of course. Calves a month earlier. Still, mid-March calves at 734 pounds is not bad, but we got that. I don't have all my cows bred yet because they're not all home yet, but everything is done is and just getting rid of cold. Everything's moving along.
Well, Gene Curry, cattle rep from Blair, and a lot of shipping going on in that country. I won't say all the calves are shipped, and ours aren't weaned yet. They're still on the cows. Feedlot's not ready, and we haven't found a feed truck yet for sure. So when burned up last winter, we still haven't. Turns out that they're worth about twice what they were when we bought that for something not anywhere near as good.
Yeah, that was 40 years ago.
No, it wasn't. It was only about 5 years ago.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. And just like William, our winter wheats looking good. Some of it needed another shot of rain, and we got another half, 3/4 of an inch of rain. It was enough to connect the moisture, and I think the winter wheat's all up and looking good. We got it sprayed here the other day, so maybe we can control the sheepgrass and some of the other weeds. I delivered some cows for a neighbor the other day that the steers average 803. 200 of them.
Wow.
And his brother's steers averaged about 790.
Wow.
About 200 of them. So, and that's heifers, after they took the replacements off, the heifers were 720 thereabouts.
Wow.
So they were nice heifers. That's what Lynn Perry was receiving them, and he said to me, these would make, and I think they went for replacements, most of them somewhere. They went to Billings, so I don't know for sure who ends up with them, but I wouldn't be surprised to see that brand on some of Joe's.
Yeah, it would be
These
a
red
surprise.
heifers, but anyway, they were nice cows. The calves are coming in heavy in our country, and actually we shipped yearlings. Jeremy's yearlings have been coming in a little lighter than he had expected, so he dropped his weight when he sold them this year. He ended up giving away 24 pounds, I think. They hit the weight stop.
Oh, yeah.
And so, yeah, he sold them at 810. They weighed 875 or 870.
Oh, wow.
Probably had a 850 weight stop.
Yeah. So,
That's life on the farm.
yeah, that's right. And I'm hearing a fair number, that moisture came. I thought it was too late, but the crops turned out better than I expected, and the calves are coming in. So that rain that we had the end of July and first August apparently green stuff up, and the calves really did good. It's pretty amazing. And there's some light cows that people that push the pasture too much, but if they had feed, the feed that was there was pretty powerful. So, and Jay asked me if we were caught up, and I said in our operation, I think if we just skipped a year, we might be able to say that we were where we needed to be. It says the old adage, I'm so far behind that thing's on my head. So with that, I'm going to ask for approval of the minutes.
Just say something for you.
Oh, yes, you can.
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure for the record, so since
Oh,
we're
we
recorded
have
and
a
all
quorum.
that we do have a quorum for today's meeting. Mr. Moore is receiving calves at the feedlot today and not able to join us, not able to get away from Miles City. He does have the Zoom link. It's possible he'll jump on during parts of the meeting today. Mr. Fettis is, I believe, doing a shipping for a customer over in North Dakota today. He has a Zoom link. He may be on or off during parts of the day as he can. And Mr. Witchman is also covered up at home in Hilder, and he has a Zoom link and said he'd be on when he could. So those three members are not with us yet this morning. We have a quorum, but I reminded the chair earlier, and I'll remind all the board that the policies and procedures for the Board of Livestock is not a majority of the quorum, but still a majority of the board. So anything we vote on today, a pass vote would mean all four of you. So, so if we don't achieve that, we may just put that on the agenda for the next meeting. We don't have very much to vote on today, but I just want to remind the board of that if we have a 3-1 vote and I say, well, we got to put that off to next time, that's why, because that 3-1 would not be a majority of the board, even though it's a majority of the quorum. So just some housekeeping items before you take your first vote of the day on the minutes. I figured I better point that out.
So anyone that's thinking they want to assert a little authority that's in this room, there's your opportunity.
No vote works today.
Yeah, but it will be noted. No hiding this one.
Mr. Chairman, I move we approve the minutes from the September 17th meeting.
All right.
Second.
All right. I have a motion by Alan, a second by Lily. Discussion. Hearing none, all in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carried. Thank you. And I'm gonna turn it over to Mike. I
Yes.
guess, we don't have anybody. Lindsay's gonna be on later, so if you can introduce yourself and then that's it for the
Well,
audience.
you know, the adage is be, give the whole load when they only got half the herd. So
Yeah.
we gotta suggest that to her.
I don't know if you heard that, but I think he's saying you don't have to feed the whole load to have to herd. So yeah. I think that's the gist of what's going on there. Well, Mr. Chair, I'll move very quickly into, there's a little bit different structure I'll point out on the agenda as I was looking at it, as Donna sent it to me for my look before we sent it out to the board. And it was a little disjointed with talking about the OGSM first. So I just sort of folded that into my executive officer updates and make things a little cleaner. So I'll go through the items that I have here for you before moving on to Mr. Spatz and Miss Simonson, or Miss Simon, not Simonson, on the executive, all the things from the executive office for this week. The first thing is Yellowstone National Park, Bison, the EIS, IBMP, all those things. We did have our fall IBMP meeting yesterday morning. It was a virtual meeting as decided on by the partners, largely because several partners, us included, are engaged in litigation with each other, some other things. So that really restricts the agenda and what types of things any of us might want to talk about outside of actual just operations of the season and IBMP. The other factor is that we were missing one of our partners, USDA APHIS was not able to participate because of the federal shutdown. So they were not able to be on the call. So without one of the partners there, there was really no point in taking any actions at IBMP because you didn't have a partner there. So it was a pretty straightforward meeting yesterday about operations. We received a update from Yellowstone National Park on population. Still estimating that population to be sitting in the mid 5,000s area. Based on their counts. They talked about dispersal of the Yellowstone Park herd. There's the central herd in the Hayden Valley. There's obviously a much larger the northern herd that is up in Lamar, and the one that we deal with on the northern side. And then straggler groups that kind of go from there, if you know the geography, down to the shore of Yellowstone Lake. But all pretty much in the central to northeast side of Yellowstone National Park is where that count took place. So in accordance with the current EIS, which is environmental impact survey, the decisions that were made there, which is what governs what's going on with the park, they talked through their prioritization. I think one of the things to be very clear about is that we will this season, should the opportunity arise, manage for a decreasing population to try and take enough bison to do that. As you know, we can take up to 25% of the herd in a year. That's sort of the upper limit before you start doing any sort of damage to the herd itself. So, that puts us in the ability to do removals of around 1,500 in that neighborhood, 1,200 to 1,500 if we get a migration. From the park standpoint, obviously their priority is getting any openings they have in their bison quarantine, their conservation transfer program, to get that filled. So they talked about how they would do passive capture. You guys just went down there, some of you, and saw, and I don't know that you got you went to Stevens Creek, and they talked about the geography there. So that's why it's always good to know about what their sort of passive capture area is, that when buffalo come into there, they can kind of funnel them into that Stevens Creek facility. So bison to enter that, first priority is filling that cohort on the conservation transfer program. Obviously, bison will go around another way on the other side of the hill and bypass where that passive capture area is. Obviously, the next step is tribal treaty hunting. Once bison move out of the park, they have proven in the past that they can take 1,200 to 1,500 just through hunting if we get enough bison out. We didn't really talk about specifics or details beyond that, other than they'll also want to the park will try to achieve those numbers, needs to achieve those numbers. So even once their conservation transfer program is full, there will also be bison that will be captured for the food transfer program. I think one of the things we got yesterday that was good news was on CSKT, they're looking at opening up a processing facility. I'd mentioned that one of the bottlenecks we have with the food transfer program sometimes is finding outlets to get those bison to get them slaughtered and get the meat to the tribes. We have lots of facilities around the state that are working with us on that. Big Sky Processing and more has done that in the past. We've used a facility here in Helena in the past. We've talked a little bit to Producer Partnership. They're a lot closer about, would they have the ability to maybe help with that if we needed that. So they're right there, out of Livingston. But CSKT maybe opening up their own facility might be very helpful on that front of having somewhere to get bison to and find places, because it's the same problem that any of you have when you're trying to find somewhere to get cattle to. We have the same problem when we're trying to find somewhere for these bison to go.
Or is CSKT looking at state or federal?
I would imagine it's federal, and I really don't know what the rules are when something's on the reservation. As long as they're on the reservation and only processing for the reservation, as far as I know, they may not have to have anything. But
I believe you're correct, and these are wildlife.
correct. These are different than our typical domestic bison, which fall under state law and have to be inspected. Classified as wildlife gives you a lot freer hand to do them without inspection. That's
Yes.
true.
Yes,
Be like deer and elk.
Yeah,
That is a key distinction, that this group is considered wildlife. So thank you.
but
Dr.
they're not putting that facility in just for.
No,
bison.
no, not just for bison. They're probably doing other things, but like I said, I had to look into that one time before with some things that were happening on one of our reservations, and it's my understanding that if you open up a meat processing facility on a reservation and it only serves the reservation, the meat doesn't leave the reservation, it gives them a lot, they can operate with a freer hand. But if they want to start marketing that off the reservation, then it has to go into USDA or state inspection, and most likely be USDA inspection because of the relationship the tribal governments have with the federal government. That's probably the route they would take. But that's good news to have another outlet for that. So we're, talking seasonally, that's kind of where we are. We have, 5,500 or so bison, we suspect, give or take a few hundred on either end there. We've got a season that we hope for conditions to allow for a migration so that we can remove probably up to 1,500 to start setting that on a course to a reduction off the number that we're at, managing for a declining population. And all the tools are on the table, but at least for the park, their priority is the conservation transfer program. And then next is tribal treaty hunting. And then next beyond that is the food transfer program. As for us, we didn't really have to talk about that yesterday, but I'll say that for the board. Now, many of you have been down there and seen the landscape, know where things are. Our primary objective is monitoring that boundary between zone 2 and zone 3, where there is tolerance and there is not tolerance. A few years ago, when we had an out-migration, our crew down there will monitor bison. And if we have groups that are getting close to the zone 3 boundary, we'll do preemptive hazing to try and stop it before. In other words, we're not just going to let them cross the boundary and then deal with it. We try to preemptively move them back down and on the northern side, because that's where we're doing most of our work, but move them further down the basin away from that boundary if we can. I think the other commitment, we didn't talk about it yesterday, but we also want to help with prioritizing some tools. So I think if we had that happen again, as we did a couple years ago, there was success with that of maybe giving a heads up to the tribal treaty hunting partners that, the next day we need to conduct a hazing operation, say at 9:00. But if you get there, if they're where you can hunt them and you can get there and put some hunting pressure on them, we'll give you that opportunity before we haze them. and that worked very well. And I will say the tribal treaty hunting groups were very appreciative of that. We did that a couple years ago, making sure they had a heads up, and if there was an opportunity for their hunters that were down in the area to take bison before they were hazed. And I think it works to our advantage too, because that hunting pressure makes the hazing operation easier because it serves as sort of a step. But
Mr. Chair, I have a question for you, Mike. So why would you want to haze them before they get into zone 3? I mean, we have a problem. We have too many of them. We need to eliminate them. So why would you want to haze them? Aren't we working together on this? Or?
well, we don't, because once we don't want them to be commingling with cattle. So once they go into zone 3, there's that opportunity for commingling with cattle. So we want to control that boundary. And the only thing we can really do with bison once they get into zone 3, it's very hard to haze them back to zone 2. So then lethal removal is about the only option we have. And it is, and I'll put that out there to the board. I mean, our desire is if there is another outlet for these bison other than Department of Livestock having to take them, that's our preference. So by doing it that way, we give the tribal treaty hunting party a chance, right? And the other tools a chance by keeping them there. Plus, usually it's very difficult. You now probably been down, you've seen the landscape. A lot of times if bison get away from us in that territory, when they show up way outside of tolerance. They're not close to tolerance at all. And that, for folks in the southern end of the Paradise Valley, that's a challenge. And so like I said, when that happens, the only option we usually have is us having to administratively take that animal, because trying to haze it back to zone 2 is just from that far away is not feasible.
And there's some landowners who don't want you to even do it.
Yes.
So you have that battle.
That's also become another, we do with an area like that, we have challenges with changing landscape, changing ownership, and what their tolerance is for us doing our work. And so sometimes if it's on private land, then you really, although the law supports us having access, but and I'll say this just clear with the board, in my executive decision making, I'm always very careful, even though we have the legal authority, how much do we want to be entering and doing work on people's private property without their consent? Yeah, I mean, that's a tool we may have to use, but it's a tool you want to use sparingly. And so sometimes what happens is you'll have bison and then they get even further away because you can't do anything until they get to someone's property who wants to work with us. Then it's just challenging. So, and also we don't want to see, if we have a bigger migration and we obviously, I don't think are very well equipped, and Dr. Szymanski can correct me if I'm wrong, but if we're talking about seeing 100 or 200 bison breaching that zone 3 boundary, we're not very well equipped to handle that. So it's just a preemptive thing of, while we have the problem in front of us and it's in a landscape where we can control it, it's better to take that action. Besides the other pieces too, which is I do think we really do support that. If there's an opportunity for tribal hunters to take these bison, that would be our preference over us having to take that action.
So William,
So I was just gonna add, Mike mentioned it, and maybe just to put a sharper point on it, is when we haze them, when they're approaching the boundary of zone 3, we don't haze them completely back to the park boundary. Like, we're just pushing them away from the boundary, to just give us some space to work in. So they are still very much huntable animals after we haze them. And that big out-migration in 21, 22, we did a tremendous amount of hazing when you look at the number of hazes that were done, but it was all done by a single person, where he could go in either by horse or even on foot and just kind of push those animals back away from that boundary. Whereas if we got into a scenario where those animals breached, it would take a lot more manpower and resources to contain them.
Plus, you maybe weren't was engaged, but there was a time that this department had a huge black eye in the public because of our lethal removal. That was before the tribal hunting started. So this department took care of removal of most of the bison. And, you know, we had the Buffalo Fields people out there. I mean, it was headline news, over and over. And, so far, it seems like we're kind of a little bit shielded from the front page anyway.
Yeah.
We still get it maybe in the page 2 or 3, but not the front page as much.
So, just to put a bow on that, we did approve an operations plan, which is very similar to previous operations plans. No major changes in that. Everybody knows what they need to do for the upcoming season. Everybody seems committed to their role and what they need to do. So we're set up for the season. There will be meetings that will be taking place probably in the next few weeks. With they'll start to fire up what we call the tribal hunt calls, just to coordinate between the different tribes that are coming in from different areas to hunt. And so those calls are much about where are the bison at, what's going on, is there something there for hunters to actually get to, who's going to be there, and then that coordination, because that hunt can be a challenge because you have lots of different agencies and entities operating in the same space. So that hunt can only take
fairly confined space.
Yes. Yes. The Beatty Gulch area, which I think you saw is the primary place where that takes place. And part of it is that the tribal treaty hunting can only happen on federal unclaimed land. So really in that landscape, that's Forest Service. So the Forest Service is heavily involved. We're involved where we can help out. FWP is involved, I think, really from a safety standpoint, making sure that things are happening safely. But then you're also having to coordinate the different tribes who all have their own different game and fish people. And when they're there, they operate under the laws of their tribe. And so you have to have a lot of talk and coordination. And I think some of you talked about that, like when you went down to visit, a month or more ago, that you have to coordinate, like, okay, let's make sure that while people are retrieving their buffalo, we don't have people shooting down range at buffalo while they're out there. And surprisingly, those types of things have occurred. And so that's why there has to be that communication. I mean, and those tribal hunt calls, simple things like everybody needs to be on the same channel on the radio so that when one person, like, everybody's hearing what everybody's talking about. So there's a lot of coordination that goes into that. So are they weekly, Dr. Szymanski? Once we really get into the heat of the season, they'll do weekly calls to just make sure everybody's on the same page, who's going to be there, what's going on. So that process will be starting up. I don't think there's anything really to talk about. I mean, obviously we have our state litigation with regard to the recently unveiled decision on their new EIS that's been in place for about a year now. But unless Miss Simon has something to say, I think we're still status quo there. Nothing really to report to the board. No real movement. It just is what it is. As unfortunately a lot of litigation is, it just sits around for a long, long time. So when there is something to update you on, yeah.
I guess
Technically, but not billable hours.
So just going back to the tribes. So how do they decide which tribe gets to hunt which day? And I mean, there has to be some coordination, because otherwise you could have more hunters than bison by
they all establish sort of different seasons when they're going to be there, and in what areas they're going to be, because you have some that will not hunt on the west side because they want bison to explore the tolerance that they have there, but you have others that will hunt on the west side in that area if bison are coming out. Basically what governs their rights to be there is their treaties with the federal government, right? And so the federal partners, so the Park Service, for example, has to honor those treaties that were made with the federal government. So, and of course, and that's a question I often get about who's there. you'll hear about tribes from very far away that are coming in, the Umatilla in Oregon. But these are all tribes who had treaties with the federal government because these were historical hunting grounds that allowed them to be there. So that's kind of what determines who gets to be there, is who has federal treaty rights with the federal government for that area. And, you know, there's really not much I think anybody can do. And I'm looking back to Dr. Schmansky. We're just listening to those. Usually we're just listeners to those types of conversations because it really doesn't affect us. But I think what I've learned is there's not really a way. That's why this coordination is so important, because if they all wanted to be there at the same time, they could. I don't think there's anything that prevents it, but there has to be some conversation among the tribal partners to make sure that what's happening is manageable. And so you'll have where, you know, CSKT has this season, they're here these dates to this date. Same for the Nez Perce, and they'll be staggered, and some will start earlier, some will go later into the season. But as far as there is a period where they all sort of overlap, and that's where there has to be like, okay, who's going to be here? How many is going to be here? We all have to be in communication and talking to each other.
And when they're on the landscape hunting, most of the hunt tribes will send one of their wildlife officers there.
Mhm.
So they'll have like a tribal game warden there to oversee their members while they're hunting. And I believe that every morning they have an on the ground safety
Mhm.
meeting at Baby Gulch, just to kind of make sure that everybody's aware of who's out there, kind of movements on the landscape to prevent any incidents.
It doesn't always go smooth.
It does not.
No, it is. It's about as organized as chaos can be organized. But I think it has improved a lot in the last couple of years from where it was. I mean, some of you remember that there was actually someone who was wounded by a stray shot, a tribal member a couple years ago, and so that, I think that kind of woke people up on the safety front of having like, hey, let's make sure we know what we're doing and we have things in place. So, you know, just things where if someone's out there cutting out a buffalo they've shot out in the range, that someone knows they're out there, right? And that's their flag system and other things that they put up so that, okay, I've got a marker. I can see somebody's out there doing something right now. So I should not be shooting into that group of bison that are out there.
It was an eye opener, wasn't it, William? The size of the area and what I envisioned before I went there and what I saw were quite different.
Well, I'll move on. Legislative interim update. So the next thing on the legislative interim agenda is going to be on November 12th. So November 12th, Economic Affairs Interim Committee is meeting. They haven't scheduled us for our typical oversight meeting yet. That's not happened. But they will be tackling some of their study bills that they had assigned to them. One of them is the study bill with regards to a Montana Cattle Committee. So they'll be spending about an hour of their meeting on the 12th on that topic. It looks, from what I've received from the staff of the AIC, they have requested me to be there. I tried to clarify in what function do they want me to be there. And I was like, I can talk about numbers. I can talk about inspection numbers over time, inventory numbers over time, how we deal with the current federal checkoff and the relationship we have with the Montana Beef Council. I did confirm those are the things they want to hear because I kind of want to put some boundaries around what our role with that conversation are. The Beef Council will also be represented there to present, and they will have, so far in their agenda, a representative from the Montana Pulse Crop Committee there. I'm assuming the role of that is just to talk about how a state commodity committee that is in existence, how it works and it was one of the most recently established because it was established in the 2017 session. Or at least as the referendum was established, which later passed, which led to the Pulse Crop Committee. And there was a lot of overlap between that legislative language and the original bill talking about a cattle committee. So I'm assuming that's what their role is, to talk about how they got that set up and how that works and how that's structured. Of course, that's attached in Department of Agriculture, not in Department of Livestock. So those are the three entities that I've seen that have been asked to be a part of that conversation. As far as I know, looking at their work plan, I don't know if legislation or anything will come out of it, but I think that's pretty much what they have planned to do in regards to dealing with that study bill that was assigned to them. So that'll be on November 12th. I don't know exactly what time of the day, but I will have to be there in attendance for that. We'll have, I don't know if we'll have a meeting before. We'll probably have one more interim budget committee here before the end of the year, as just to make sure everybody's aware. That's our Section C subcommittee. Not exactly the subcommittee we'll be in front of in 2027, because we're at this time where we're going to have several people off that committee term out. So we will have different people that we'll be presenting to in 27. And we'll have a different chair because Chair Schillinger will not be there in 27, but he's chairing the. Obviously, he's still in office and chairing the interim budget committee until November of next year when we have elections again. But in those meetings, typically they get a report from their fiscal analysts, and we come in and talk to them about how we're doing. And those meetings have gone very well. I don't suspect that they will not continue to go well. We'll probably have one more of those before the end of the year, maybe before we have our next meeting, depending on what you guys want to do with scheduling or talking about scheduling later today. One of the things on interim, that's not legislative interim, but I just would give this board a heads up. Surprisingly, we are not far away from legislative planning. I know it does not seem like we should be, but it's coming fast. Typically we'll be bringing budgetary items beyond, our new decision packages, those things that we think we need in the spring of this year. So we're only about 4 or 5 months away from us bringing to you the budget for the next biennium, even though we're not even really halfway through this biennium yet. And also legislative ideas probably in the spring if we have any suggestions. So if you yourself have ideas on things we need to do legislatively, or out in your service away from this board and being a part of other organizations, I know policy meetings are coming up here in the next few weeks. I always like, and when I'm at those meetings, as I will be over the next few weeks, I always like to make sure I remind our stakeholders that, if you come to the Department of Livestock the week before Christmas in 2026 with a bill that's going to require $500,000 in new spending, I'm going to tell you no. And I'm going to say, I can't do anything about that. That's not in the governor's budget, right? But if you bring it to us now, if you get that together, and I know they're just having their policy meetings, but if you're talking to us about that in January, February, or March of this upcoming year, and it's something this board wants to do, then we possibly could feed it into our process, and then it's in the governor's budget, and it's much more likely to not meet a whole lot of resistance. Same with policy bills, right? If you want it to be an agency bill, if that's what you want, our stakeholders need to be bringing those concepts to this board in January, February, March. If they bring it to us in December of 2026, we're like, well, we can decide that we want to support it, but it's not going to be an agency bill because that process is already passed. I always because I know folks, in our world, we start thinking about 2027 session now. And I know in their world, they're thinking about it in November or December of next year, but that's already too late. It's already too late. So just make sure we help spread that message that if you want more than just the board to decide, yeah, we'll try to support that, and we'll go support that legislature. If you want it to actually be coming from the agency or in the governor's budget, that our timelines are coming up. And on the budget timeline, I'll just say I did hear in a recent cabinet meeting from our budget director, Ryan Osmondson, that they're probably even going to move their deadlines up because there's some things they want to get done in this 2027 session, and they need to figure out where the money is and where money that can be saved is. So I think they're going to, for us executive agencies, they're going to be moving our deadlines up of when we have to be getting stuff to them, so they can figure out how that plays into other priorities that the administration might have on spending and taxes and other things that they might try to achieve in the 27 session. So, so our timelines might even on budget get moved up faster, just as a heads up. So if we're here in February talking to you about the next biennium budget, it'll be because OBVP has said they want stuff earlier than they have in the past.
So do you think we should, spend some time going through our statutes again, the board, just to make sure that there's, the language fits today's world?
I think we should. I think we still have lots of things identified. You'll hear a report today from Jay talking about this feral horse issue. And as we have read through those statutes, there's lots of things even in that you read and make you scratch your head like, that may have worked 40 years ago, but that doesn't make a whole lot of sense today as a way to handle those types of issues. I think we still have lots of that. Again, I will just, I think I would be unfair if I didn't say there's probably some of those things we've decided purposefully not to address because, my example I give is agency legislation. And I've got a legislator sitting here with me, or a former legislator who will probably support me on this, is that once we give it over to the legislature, it's like getting out there on the interstate, getting up to 80 and then throwing the steering wheel out the window. We don't know. We don't know where it's going to be. And there are some things that we're like, we really need to change that. But we do have concerns that if we open that up, we don't know where it'll end. And we may not like where it ends once we open it up. So there's some things I know, for instance, one of the things that's always talked about is open range and herd districts. And those statutes are very antiquated. However, the question is, do you really want to open up to the legislature to decide what the future of open range is? Like, the outcome may not be what we want. And so we have to be, so we have to be careful and cautious about that, I guess, at what issues we want. But I do think there are many statutes still within Title 81 specifically, and Ms. Simon would probably agree with me as she's tried to read and interpret many of them, that there's lots of them that could use some work to come into today's standards. And I'm going to call her out for a second. One of the things that Ms. Simon made me aware of recently is that there are some powers, and I've got both of them sitting back there, but there's some powers that are vested in the state veterinarian in that office that we believe those powers are no longer probably constitutional. They probably were in 1940, but other court cases and other things have happened about people's right to due process and those things that, maybe we don't have that power and authority really without giving the individual due process. Because there are some things where it's like we can seize property, we can do some things
down buildings
without due process. And yes, that was probably written for a different time. And many court cases have said citizens have more rights than
we
that.
have never burnt a building.
So yes.
Well, there's also, I believe there's a few of the penalty things that we need to bring into the 21st century.
Yes.
Because they're, $50 doesn't do anything anymore.
Right. There's a lot of that, to your point. Yes. For legislation, there's a lot of those things we should address. So big things there for the board is help us spread the word to those who want to work with us on legislation or the different organizations as they're passing their policies and things they want to pursue, that engage with us early if you really want it to go through our process. And I think the biggest thing is on the budget side, because what will happen is maybe they don't want it to be an agency bill, but they're not expecting me when we get to session to say, it's not that I disagree with what you're trying to do, but there's a $200,000 fiscal note on it. It's not in the governor's budget, so I can't support it. I can go and answer questions, but I can't take a position. And that does rub, we have people who get upset about that. And you're like, well, if you'd asked us, we might, we could have probably worked with you and figured that out if we'd have got it slated in early enough in the process. But anyway, that's what's going on interim wise with legislation.
Well, I'm gonna ask this group, at one time the lieutenant governor mentioned that she would like to come and give us a little background on her districts and open range and stuff. Is that something that you would like to happen?
I don't see the point.
Okay, that's fine,
Really,
because she hasn't, at one time she indicated that she was going to do it, and now I haven't heard from her in quite some time, and
You can explain it to us and we may get it, but you go to the legislature, it ain't gonna ever get figured out.
no, I'm
They
not,
can't
I'm
understand.
not,
Just say.
I don't think you're right, because in today's legislature, the Cowboys not gonna come out of there with what they envision as
Might be
a
too
solution to what they envision as a good solution. So, yeah, I'm not that, I just think about, in some counties, it's pretty convoluted, but I guess it's up to each county, so.
Yeah.
No, it's just, if you were interested, I would ask her to come, but if you're not, if she decides she wants to come, we'll listen to her, but I guess otherwise we'll. All right.
Yep.
Thank you.
So on the federal shutdown, I put if needed, and guess what? It's needed. The federal government's still shut down. I didn't know if it'd still be shut down when we met today, but it is. I would say that largely we have yet to see major direct impacts. No, don't worry, I'm not done yet. Dr. Kamansky, what I'm saying is like on our finances and our ability to carry out our duties. And of course, the direction from across the street in the governor's office is still to, where you can use state special revenue or other resources with hopes we'll get reimbursed. But some of the rhetoric is that this time around they won't reimburse. I've been through, this is my third federal shutdown, I think, in this job now. I haven't been here for 10 years. And usually they do catch up. It does get reimbursed, but some of the rhetoric this time is that that's not going to happen. But the good news is that's why, and Brian's not here to defend that, but he and I have talked about it a lot. It's like, that's why it's good that we have put ourselves as a agency in the cash position we have, because we have the ability to sort of offset and make sure our constituents are not unduly affected by that and keep some things moving. Although we haven't in all cases been able to keep things moving. But as far as our major partnerships with wildlife services, like for example, I don't know if Dalen will join us today. I don't know what meetings he can participate and he can't participate in. We did have their help on our feral swine situation in Phillips County. They can do their cooperative agreement work, so they can fly. They can do coyote work because that's being paid for by cooperators, both at state and county level. But what I would say, their general fund work is where they have to be more limited in what they can do. With USDA APHIS, you've read my reports, and Dr. Szymanski can probably give more color to that we've lost our VMOs that we would normally count on. Some of them may still be working, but it's only because they've been deployed for specific activities, and they can only work on those activities, not the whole slate. For example, they might be turned on to respond to high-path avian influenza, but if they typically worked on brucellosis, they may not be able to help with brucellosis testing because they're only deployed for that specific purpose. We have tried to mitigate that. We did have, and you'll see Dr. Szymanski has an action item for you later today, sort of in response to that, of how we pay back other states. But we have had some people come in from Idaho to help with some of our systemic brucellosis testing that we have to do in the fall time in Southwest Montana. Good for them. They want to get experience, particularly with bison. We have lots of opportunities for them to get experience with that they may not have. And so it's good for them to get some experience, but that's helping augment some of these staffing shortages we'd have, where we would typically have federal VMOs who'd be helping us with some of that. You saw in my report that Dr. Szymanski and Dr. Kalzak, and I actually think this is a good thing where we've stepped in and done some things that typically would be done by the federal government so that commerce continues to flow. I kind of joke about it, but I was like, maybe we demonstrate that they should just give the money to us, and when we would hire all their people, we might do it better than them. But they've been doing that, which is good for our producers, trying to make sure you don't have someone sit there with something they need to export and they can't because they're not getting the testing that they need. I know Dr. Szymanski can probably give more color. We had a little snafu at the Canadian border yesterday that she was working through. That's a product of the federal shutdown. And so, there are some impacts, but we've been doing as much as we possibly can to mitigate those impacts. And financially for the department, we don't currently have any concerns that the federal shutdown is causing this department angst about us being able to continue to pay people and do our job, because we have plenty of cash resources to do it, even if the federal dollars are not flowing in the door. I don't know, Dr. Szymanski or Jay, I don't know, with Packers and stockyards, you and I really haven't talked about. Well, I think you have. Yes, Jay had an impact with bonding because Packers and stockyards is not working. So how do people get their bonds renewed? You got to have your bonds renewed to be licensed as a livestock dealer in Montana. So those are the types of impacts and things that we've been working through. And I don't know what the resolution on that issue was. I think we're just saying we'll just trust you until the federal government starts back up. You can continue to be a livestock dealer, even though your bond's not been renewed yet. But
yeah, the only one, we will do that. The only, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Jay Botner, Brands Division Administrator, the only one that we are kind of in a holding pattern is one individual that wants to be a new dealer. He has to get authorized through Packers and Stockyards with the bond. So until that, we can't license him. So we are not licensing this individual. So he is in a holding pattern. We have communicated that information to them. So other than that, there's just one. For the most part, we're pretty unaffected for the most part.
Timing probably was good for that, because most of them, their bonds probably don't come due at the end of the year.
Right. It doesn't look like, we haven't heard anything, Mr. Chairman, from any of the other dealers. So I think you're right. It is probably a timing issue, and hopefully we get through this and things resume, and it doesn't affect a large portion of our dealers. That would be my hope, because we're pretty busy right now.
That would be about operating.
Yeah. So I don't know, Dr. Szymanski. Oh, William had a question. I think, Mr. Chair.
Yeah.
So on these feral pigs in Phillips County, did you get that all? Did that case get cleaned up or how?
Yeah, we're gonna do a full update on that later during Tawny's time. So we'll save that for there. I think, yeah,
We're close.
yeah. But I think the big thing is that there was some concerns as a result of the federal shutdown. Could Wildlife Services work on that? I'm giving preemptive, but kudos, and hopefully Dalen can be here today. Hopefully he's able to jump on so we can tell him that in person. But I do think Dalen and crew jumped over some hoops and cut through some red tape to be able to do what they need to do to help us. And again, just the strength of partnerships and how we work with other folks and get along with other folks. It pays off in tough times when you need each other. So that's a good example of that. But we thought for a minute there was a day, a meeting where it was questionable about, wow, can we get any federal help with that situation? But luckily we did. Yeah, I think that's the gist. If anybody has any other questions or points to make.
Maybe two additional things regarding the shutdown, Mr. Chair, members of the board. One is veterinarians that are federally accredited to do like program work, so brucellosis work, tuberculosis work, interstate health certificates. If their accreditation is expiring during the shutdown, there's no mechanism to renew that. So technically they should not be able to continue with any of that program work. The collective agreement between kind of all of the state veterinarians at this point in time is we'll collect their documentation and then we'll just let them continue doing the work that they did. Right now is not the time to kind of put a pinch on our veterinary workforce. So that's one. And then maybe the most substantial one that we were able to gracefully move through was the diagnostic lab down in Bozeman in the serology section. Historically, during government shutdowns, Doug Nope has continued to be able to come to work and perform his role at the in serology. During this shutdown, he was not able to, and we were really feeling that pinch in the serology section. Antonio, who has been, both Antonio and Doug are our 2 longest employees at the diagnostic lab, and they're tremendous in the fall during the run of brucellosis testing. We're really feeling that pinch, and with a little bit of pressure to USDA, Dr. Butelschitz was actually able to get Doug called back up. So Doug resumed work in the diagnostic lab on Monday this week, which is a huge kind of stressor off as far as moving through brucellosis testing in a timely manner.
Oh, I didn't realize that we had federal
Yeah, he's
employees in the lab.
yeah, he's a federal employee in the brucellosis program, actually, and so I'll go ahead and set up, as we were talking about budgeting, don't be surprised if, because of the conversations I've had with Dr. Szymanski is that if we have come to rely on that USDA employee as if they were one of our staff, then we may need to be adding some staffing, because we don't want to be in a position where there's a federal shutdown, and of course at the worst possible time when brucellosis testing is occurring, and be a person short. We should view that federal person who's been assigned to be at the lab as part of their brucellosis program as an augment, as something extra, not as something we count on as if they were our own employee. So don't be shocked if I'm greenlighting Dr. Judah to come in here and ask for an additional person to work in serology at some at some point as part of our budget conversations for the next
He's not asking
biennium.
for a lot of money. It's not normal.
because
I think
yeah.
he's listening.
Yeah. Because we shouldn't be in a position where, that's an augment, it's an extra, but I think the workload there in that section lab, especially during the acute time of the year, has gotten to where them being there is and then when they're not there, there's a big impact. So we're thankful to have USDA personnel, but as I said, it's my 3rd federal shutdown, and so I'm sure there will be more. I don't think that's going to be a tactic that's going to go away, and so we have to probably think about the future there on that. But my big thing I'd say before I leave federal shutdown is, as you heard, Jay, Tawny, Brian, who's not in the room with us, and I'll say to our other partners, Dalen and Wildlife Services, just I'm just very pleased with the work that is being done to try and keep our industry moving, keep commerce moving, minimize the impacts on our Montana people as much as we possibly can. Because we certainly could take a different tactic with that if we wanted to. And I'm just appreciative of the creativity and the extra work that has been done. And because it is for our constituents in Montana, regardless of what's going on with the federal government, tough times are your time to shine. And I'm just going to give those kudos and very appreciative to everybody who's doing that. People remember who was there when no one else was, and I hope that plays out. Just moving forward, upcoming stakeholder conferences. I know all of you know. I was just going to give you a heads up on my schedule of where I'll be. So this Saturday, November 1st, and I don't know if Jay's going to join me. He probably is going to join me. We're going to make an appearance at Montana Farmers Union Conference in Lewistown. They put out an invitation, so we're going to go up on Saturday, spend a few hours there, probably have a chance to give a brief update to their group during one of their general sessions. We're planning to be, I know some of you will be there for the whole thing, but I know Jay and I for sure. I don't know if Dr. Szymanski or others will join us. We'll have a little contingent that we'll probably make a day trip to Montana Farm Bureau on the 18th of November in Missoula. Plan to be there that day. We don't really have any official function there, but we'll just be there to talk to people and answer questions. It's close enough we can go over and come back in the same day. Yes.
Just for all of you are invited to Farmers Union, and they will.
Oh yes, yeah,
yeah.
If any of you want to go to Lewistown on Saturday,
and they will not charge you to come. They will. Yeah. You'll be a guest. So anyone that would like to go over to Lewistown
yeah.
What's it? Friday and Saturday?
Yes, Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. Yes, and so Saturday is the day that
they indicated any time you look. Probably should have
Yeah.
got that out, but
So the 18th of November is when we'll go over to Farm Bureau. I talked to Montana Cattlemen's here in the last week. They're not going to do their typical Cattlemen's Day this year. They are sort of restructuring. There's, some folks that have been long time people that have been instrumental. So Jan McDonald's one. If you know, Jan's from Fort Shaw. She's been there long time, sort of secretary treasurer, the person who's kept that alive. I think she has reached a point where she's taken a step back, so they're having to refigure how they do things. And so they're not going to do their typical Cattleman's Day. They're just going to have a business meeting. And so we won't have that. Normally we go if they invite us, but we will not be attending a Cattleman's meeting. We do know right in that same time period, Wool Growers, Greg's not here today, Wool Growers will be going on. So usually I just let Greg give him the information. He provides an update so that it saves some travel and expense for me going to give a brief update. If Greg's already there, it's good for him to do that. And then I know Stock Growers Convention I don't know if we'll meet before that or after that, but they're in the first week of December. We'll be there. I know we'll do our typical beef marketing and promotion committee. They also are doing a panel that will include myself, Director Street from Ag, and Director Beatty from Revenue with their Ag Tax and Policy Committee. So we'll be there for that. They've put out an invitation or want to put together a group to do a panel discussion in front of that committee. And so that'll be our engagement with Montana stock growers. But it'll just be the busy time, and I'm sure I'll see many of you there at those meetings. And if any of you are asked to provide any updates to any groups, just let me know. I'll get you any information that you need to give a full update if they ask you to do that. But we will be engaged in those things. We're also at Stock Growers. Again, this year we're doing a Stock Growers College. So, it's like an hour and a half sort of dedicated session. Sometimes you get 15, 20 people. Sometimes you get 2. It just depends on what else is going on in the schedule. But we're going to be we did get one of those time slots. And Jay's going to talk about the new brands lookup. I think we're going to have Alicia come down and talk a little bit about what's going on in meat processing and again, helping our producers who want to market their beef and lamb and pork locally to understand what are the rules of the road, what types of processors based on what you're trying to do, should you be working with, those types of things, because not that we can catch everything. We still know there's lots of things across the state that are probably out of bounds in that area that we just don't have time to catch. But I think part of the thing is educating producers about, for example, probably the most common one I come across, you want to sell burger to the local restaurant in town and you've got a custom exempt processor that is doing that for you. Maybe your county sanitarian's never going to give you a hard time. You're not in Park County. So you can get away with it. I'm picking on Park County, but but one day somebody might walk in and say, what is all this meat in your restaurant cooler that has no mark of inspection on it? Where did it come from? And why is it
Not for resale.
and why is it and not for sale packages? So I know I have found, and I usually, when I approach that, I know Alicia will be there. I know Marty and I several years ago did one of those. We did one at Farm Bureau and we did one at Stock Growers. And the first thing I said when I do that is, okay, today is full immunity. You say whatever you want to say. You can ask whatever question you want to ask and we'll forget it as soon as we walk out of the room. And there were a number of people who were like, well, wait a minute, I can't use a cut. No. Or I know one that was with Stock Growers who goes, well, okay, I'm using a licensed facility, but I'm selling all of this burger to the local restaurant, but I'm just bringing it back to the ranch. And he's like, so you're telling me there's a license I'm supposed to? Yeah, you're supposed to have a meat depot license.
Yeah.
I was like, give us a call.
Separate freezer.
Give us a call. give us a call next week and we'll start getting you on the right, start getting you on the right path. So I think that type of education with actual producers actually goes a long way, because I mean, you may have processors that are going to say like, well, I'm not supposed to do that. They're probably just going to be like, okay, you want me to do that? I'll do that. So I don't know.
It's your neck, not mine.
Yeah. So that's what's going on with the upcoming stakeholder meetings. And then last, I'll be real quick on the governor's OGSM. Not much to really share there because not much has changed on that document. We did have an October, Brian and I had an October meeting. It's real early in the year on these dashboards, but I'll just say I think some things, and I don't worry about the budget one this time of year because, as you know, the vast majority of our revenue is going to roll in here in February and March when it's per capita time of year. So we're always a little out of balance at the head of the year. But I think one of the things that's interesting is noting that in the first 3 months of the year, we are right on the same, we market consignments like at the commission companies is right at almost the exact same number it was through September last year. So there's another indication of things aren't rebuilding. There's stuff still moving
Actually,
and
for the
being
last,
sold. Yeah, it's right on
23.
Yeah,
it's almost.
yeah. So we're not seeing any slowdown there. Now that's probably because prices are high enough that people don't have to be very creative with marketing. I can just take them to the market and get a really good price. But we're seeing that, and our slaughter numbers are in our state inspected facilities, which still, as a percentage of the total, is not a big number. But the slaughter facilities are as busy as they have been in any of the previous years, and so those are just indications that things aren't slowing down out there in terms of people moving cattle. Doesn't really. These are just little signatures that I look at, and Jay made just that I'm like, well, I'm not seeing signs of people holding on to a whole lot, wanting to rebuild a whole lot right now. People, I think, are still taking advantage of the markets with the way they are. I know I got a report a night ago. I haven't even talked to Jay about it, but I guess Lewistown was lined up down the road. So a big sale day coming in there at Lewistown. I was like, so the fall run is just as big as it has been, even though we've got 30% less cattle out there. So, I mean, that's kind of what we're seeing early in the fall run. But that's what was interesting about that dashboard. And then I just wanted to say, like, highs and lows that I wanted to highlight for the governor. I did highlight the federal shutdown as both a high and a low. It's given us a chance to do some things and provide service to people that show we're here for the industry, but there are negative impacts as well. The handling of the feral swine issue, I just wanted to point out, was as a high of how that work and collaboration going. The fact that we were able to change our movement permits to no cost if they're procured online, that I've actually gotten lots of positive feedback on that from people. That we were working through our brucellosis quarantine herd down in Beaverhead County, working through the horse EIA quarantines, getting one of the things that I highlighted because the governor likes software stuff, but I think not as much maybe for this table, big deal, but doing some things with our lab information management system to maybe improve service or how we work with that, like moving it to a cloud-based system. I thought that was something he'd be interested in. The agreement we've reached with the Crow on potential wildlife and livestock surveillance for brucellosis there in that landscape. And then William, the other thing I talked to him about was the new boar stud facility that was opening up. And I know it'd have been nice to have him there, but he was in Japan and South Korea. And so he just got back from being overseas for about 2 weeks here a day or so ago. But I did talk to him about that and what that meant for Montana. So the only thing I talked to him on the low was the FDA check rating, because that is a low, that we were going to have to work on that. We maybe can turn it into a high, but it's just disappointing to get those results of our work and our program. And then just the fact that we're still dealing with high path avian influenza again. Every time birds fly, we're dealing with high path avian influenza for like the last 4 years. So just never ending. But that's a low. and everything else was trending well. That's all I would say on that I was sharing with him for the OGSM meeting, the operations review meeting that we do with him. But if you have any questions on that, let me know. That's what we were sharing with him in our 30 minutes we had with him this past month.
So the crow, I guess I missed that if you came out in one of your updates or something.
Yeah, we've been entering. We entered into an MOU with the Crow, and the intent there is joint. It's really FWP, but with us doing some monitoring of elk on the reservation in specific areas, and potentially well, they might call them wildlife, but we might call them livestock. But some additional species testing that they may be open to for brucellosis. And the real reason for that is there are issues on the Wyoming side of the border. And if you go across the Wyoming, that's in what, not their designated surveillance area, but that county is in their brucellosis area of concern, correct? That's what they call it. And so there has been some in Wyoming, there has been some positive elk detections, and from our standpoint, it's important to do some monitoring in that landscape just to make sure, things aren't moving. We have had scenarios, and I'll be blunt and honest about that. We had a scenario at one point in time where brucellosis showed up in that area of Wyoming, and some of the fingers were pointed back north across the border. It's because of what's going on over there. So from my standpoint, I think one of the things is being able to, if we have an issue there, we need to know it and we need to start working on it. If we don't have an issue there, we need to be able to support that we don't have an issue and that's not a concern. What might happen within the boundaries of the Crow Reservation is not of concern. But that's a big step to get them to work with us and FWP on
So
that.
Is it a done deal then?
Yes, we have signed it. We have signed the agreement. I don't know if we'll get them slated for this next collaring, but
Mr. Chair, members of the board, the plan is that next spring, or excuse me, this winter, February, March, depending on weather and scheduling, that capture will happen. So we're very excited to get here.
That's a priority area. I mean, we've kind of done the rest of the boundaries of the DSA. Is that correct? So, I mean, that's kind of the open side of the.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, there's that is definitely the highest priority area. When we sat down with Fish, Wildlife and Parks earlier this year, we came up with maybe 5 potential areas that we wanted to revisit depending on how the conversation with the Crow tribe went. And so we didn't get the numbers that we wanted in the Southern Crazy Mountains, revisiting the Crazies, the Boulder drainage area in, I always get the county wrong, Sweetgrass.
Sweetgrass, yeah.
In Sweetgrass County, going back down on the on the southwest corner of the DSA, where our DSA touches Idaho. There's been an interest expressed from Idaho wildlife officials to collaborate maybe on like a cross-border capture. So there was a few areas that we have discussed as far as potential priorities, but the Crow was definitely the highest one, and we'll work kind of those other ones in over the next 5 years of the capture program.
So does Idaho? Do they have a similar program? I know Wyoming does, but does Idaho? Do they trap and test?
Mr. Chair, Montana relies on live animal capture more than any of the other GYA states. Wyoming probably relies the most heavily on hunter harvest samples, and then Wyoming's kind of a mix of the two of what they do.
So I think you said Wyoming twice, but so I think assume you Idaho.
Idaho, sorry.
Yeah. Okay.
Idaho is the mixture. So yeah, so we're and as we get into some areas, the Boulder River drainage area is one in particular where we don't believe that live elk capture is going to be effective. It's really small parcel size. And so it's not going to be conducive to using a helicopter over the top of elk. So we're looking at also employing some hunter harvest strategies to try and get some samples in some of these areas.
And I know some board members got some calls about the work we were doing in the Southern Crazies and people asking about whether they should or should not
Mhm.
be participating. And I appreciate the board members who have those conversations and sharing. The big thing is as we go into these new areas where we may not get all the cooperation from landowners we want, it's just reminding them that, yes, there's always a potential of finding something that means we have to do more surveillance or more work in that area. And yes, that is onerous. I mean, some of you are dealing with that. You know what it is. You've been dealing with it for years. But would you rather us find potential brucellosis in an elk capture and begin to put a little more attention on that area and mitigate what's going to happen in the livestock arena? Or would you rather find it out because all of a sudden one day you have 5 or 6 positives in your herd and you didn't even know they were there? Like, which way would you rather find it out? And so I know it's tough, but the reality is if it is there and it's on the landscape, you want to know and you want to start dealing with it before it has the potential to be a bigger problem for the area. And so that I do, but I want to lift it up. I'm saying that as a positive because I do appreciate board members I know who got those calls and encourage landowners that no, you should want to know and you should want to help with this and you should want the elk in your area surveilled because the consequences of finding out some other way will be a little bit more shocking than finding out through an elk collar surveillance, right? That there's maybe brucellosis in your landscape. So
Not just shocking to the producer where we find it, shocking to the industry.
yeah,
I regularly get calls from other state animal health officials kind of inquiring about are we certain about where our boundaries are and that our surveillance system is working? And if we have a failure in that system, the consequences could be really severe as far as additional movement restrictions for all of Montana cattle.
So the issue with not being able to trap as many elk in crazies as you had hoped, is that access? So maybe at some of these producer meetings this fall, we could kind of lay that scenario out so that everybody's a little more clear, because that was the questions I had, and it is, I mean, it's tugging from both sides of you as a producer. Do you really want to know whether it's there? We just all want to put our basically head in the sand and hope that we never have to deal with it. But
I've explained to people that call me, I said, look at 99% of them are negative when when you get out further away. Paradise Valley is one thing, but if you get out around the crazies, the breeders, and you have zeros, and so that's a good thing to know.
Yeah.
Because you don't have to do all the stuff that I have to do.
Mm-hmm.
But
I could say you get one and you got to do all of Park County, those guys in the north are going to probably like cut panthers compared to what we have.
Yeah.
Because all of them have to herd test and then all have to put the tags in their calves.
But having your herd quarantined and all your neighbors have to, because of a positive that shows up, a slaughter positive, that's not.
We've been there.
Yeah. But
we're quarantined, didn't even know we were quarantined.
Yeah.
It was a good time because we didn't know it. We weren't going anywhere with anything. Except I did take some of the sale.
I would say, Mr. Chair, and there's an opportunity there, I think, to talk about how far we've progressed with management of brucellosis infected herds, as far as the duration of quarantine and how we're able to move these herds through. And surveillance is our best friend in getting there. Early surveillance, a history of surveillance allows us to make decisions when we do pick up a positive that can really streamline that. Our shortest quarantine in the brucellosis program is 4 months that we had a herd under quarantine. And we've got several that are in that 7 to 8 month range. And it's over the winter months when you are home, kind of not traditionally doing large amounts of movement. So we have very rarely, or actually we've never impacted somebody going to grass. And so that's the strength of that program and the way it's structured and the herd testing in particular.
And I'll say I am always surprised as much work has been done by folks like Dr. Szymanski over the years. That even in Montana, but I'll say it's almost 100% when I talk to somebody from another state who, we have these cattlemen groups that come through the state, and occasionally I'll get to go talk to them. And that's the one thing they want to talk about is, oh, we read you got brucellosis here. And so obviously they have a very decades ago mentality about brucellosis and how it's managed. But I've even run into people in Montana that's where education is always helpful. They're like, well, I guess, what happens if I get a positive, you depopulate my whole herd. And you're like, no. No. It's like, well, we've moved way far away from that. And it's like, so that also could maybe give some relief, because if people are still thinking that is the way we manage it, I can also understand why you'd be hesitant, because you're like, well, if you find one positive animal, you're going to come in and depopulate my entire herd. And right? No, that's not what's going to happen.
2007 was the last time we did that.
And it wasn't required.
Nope. But that was the last time.
Yeah.
It was that one herd.
The Wyoming has depopulated one herd in their 15 years of having a DSA, and Idaho similarly has. And both of those herds have been herds where the bulls are in with the cows year round. There's no defined calving season. They can't tell you what their breed up is. Like, they can't tell you when animals should be calving. So like a kind of a backyard menagerie of a herd are the scenarios where depopulation may still be on the table.
And how many of those are in the DSA anymore? I mean, that's getting to be
Minimal.
All right. Anything else, Mike, on your?
No, we're ready for Mr. Spat. I hear him over there talking. There he comes.
I'll tell you what, he's on the.
Not for the record, I had some brand employees bugging me in my office.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Oh,
They didn't want any attention, so.
Look out, that bus is coming down the hallway, so.
For the record, they were no problem.
Oh, okay.
Very professional. Good morning, Mike Spatz, HR officer for the department. Morning to Mr. Chair, members of the board, people online. Something I don't get to say often in my world, but hold on to your hats, because we have a jam-packed and exciting agenda today. Not just numbers, we get to talk about people, so it's good. So jumping right in there, if everybody's ready, we can talk about some recruitment real quick. So I didn't see the board last month, but heard Mr. Bodner and Dr. Szymanski did a good job of introducing some new hires, our new assistant state vet or rehire, and some market supervisor positions. But into this month, we're staying busy with recruiting. Currently, we're still sitting at 8 positions that we're recruiting for. I can say that a lot of those positions on that list, we do have a couple offers out and interviews happening, so we'll clean those up. A lot of part-time stuff going on around the brands world. That's what we're looking at, but they're cruising through those. Meats getting some key positions filled. We do have a offer that'll probably go out to a meat inspector supervisor this afternoon, so we'll get that filled up. And then in the lab, we still continue to recruit for that microbiologist section head position that's out there. So we had 2 new hires since the last month, since the last board meeting. We had 2 positions that opened up just due to internal movement, some internal promotions that we had on the brands and animal health side there. And the list has been updated. So since yesterday, in fact, we do have 1 separation and 1 future resignation that will happen coming up. So that's CSD and the brand side there where those positions will open. Some of the highlights there, the department has welcomed Dr. Kelsey Martin as a program veterinarian here in Helena. She's started with us on October 20th, so we're glad to have that. Again, the highlight in the brands area is that veterinary microbiologist section head position out there. This will be our 3rd time recruiting for that round. We're going to get that posted. We're changing some language, seeing if we can get someone to fill that, but that's kind of the 3rd time posting. That kind of tells us that we need to, if this doesn't work out, we've got to start looking at some change of duties or something different with that position. So
is it the duties you think, or is it Is it salary and cost of living and that?
Probably
all.
could be, yeah, it could be a combination. So that will include that if we need to look at something. Pay will be maybe a consideration with that for duties. So just a heads up for the board, that's something we'll probably need to look at if we can't fill that for that team there.
Yeah.
So
One of the things I would point out is the process now that changed year and a half, 2 years ago, Mike, that as far as the executive, so has exerted a little bit more control over salary, trying to control cost and expenses and budget. And so in requesting changes in salaries for positions, there's a little bit of latitude on new hires, but you still have your range you have to work within. And if you want additions to that, we actually have to make that request to the Office of Budget of Program Planning, OBPP, and get their approval on that. So it's a little more convoluted. So one of the things that when we do that is before we would be making that type of change, we want to demonstrate that we've done everything we could. So that's where, you know, you want to have some documentation of, hey, we've got 3 failed recruitments. We've tried everything we can try. And at this, and everyone who's turned us down, if they have, everyone said it's money. So here's what we need to do. Right. And so you want to have some documentation, because I'll say in our new process, you just don't roll to the budget office and say, we think we need a salary increase. They're going to say, how do you justify that? What's happened? What's changed? And so we do need to do a little proofing out. And so I know it's unusual to hear like, well, why have you gone through 3 failed or potentially going to go through 3 failed recruitments? We're building a case.
yes, it helps with our request.
Yeah.
Request something outside of the ordinary. So that's kind of the purpose of that. And you never know, we might find that gem that's out there. But
Yeah.
it's looking to be a hard job to fill there. Brand side, Blaine Buchanan hired on October 14th for the District 14 area. Great guy that started with us. And Kate Finkbeiner, I apologize if Kate's on there and I'm saying that wrong. I always mess that one up. But internal transfer and promotion into the market supervisor there in Bluestown. She's worked for us for a while and has been promoted when that opened up. And then we're, as I said, we're still hiring for some part-time positions out there to help those markets during the busy season and keep them rolling. And then
so just for me and maybe someone else, but the districts, I'm not familiar enough with where's District 14?
That one is I'm going to try this and then Mr. Botter can correct me, but it's part of Lewis and Clark, Teton, and Cascade County.
No,
yeah. All right. Yeah. Okay.
We had a map. I had to give us a map one time because I didn't know Molly. I got a briefcase somewhere.
Yeah.
It's a very important area, District 14. So they all are. And then Central Services Division, Leslie Dooley, internal again, but transfer into that open livestock loss board position that we've sat on for a while, but now we finally have that filled with a very capable person in that. And Leslie started there on October 18th. So we have some movement there. So good stuff there. Governor's Words for Excellence. One more slide in there, but this is better stuff topic anyways. So of course, we've been seeing that in the updates, but the Governor's Award for Excellence in Performance, all agencies were to have submissions from other employees that were sent in. We had 7 total nominations that went out. These had to be per the governor's office. Their standards are, exceptional innovation, significant results with improvements and efficiencies in their work, and then, customer service, exceptional customer service. So these aren't just for people that have been here for 20 years. These are people that are working their butts off. They all do, but it's tough. But if we switch the slide, we can jump in there and announce that the recipient of the Governor Award for Department of Livestock is Rebecca, aka Becky Rounds. So we got the Becky.
Stand up, Becky.
Yeah. I can't. So I will say that the write-up for Becky, all employees are supposed to be about 100 words, and it was about this long, and so I fit that onto there. So, but Becky's done a fantastic job, and to help recognize Becky, I'll ask her supervisor, Britta Sikora, to come up and talk about that.
I thought maybe Becky was gonna.
Yeah.
I should need her right to speak. No. Good morning, board. I'm Britta Sikora, Import Office Manager for Animal Health Bureau. So Becky is a compliance technician with the Animal Health Bureau, and she's the recipient this year. So the Animal Health Bureau receives over 5,000 inquiries annually by phone and email, and Becky handles a very large portion of those. She's always professional. She finds empathy in challenging situations or the conversations that she has. Recently, she turned a customer complaint into a positive outcome by gathering a lot of key details for me and notifying me quickly so we could resolve the issue. She's known for her follow through. She personally tracks and resolves inquiries to ensure that nothing is overlooked. I'm very thankful for that. And where Becky really shines is her leadership in our seasonal grazer program. She proactively reaches out to other states' animal health teams. She's very good at independent problem solving, and she has very sound judgment when it comes to the ins and outs of the seasonal grazer program, which really reduces the burdens on our veterinarians and supervisors. So last year, an employee of the Wyoming Livestock Board formally commended Becky to me on the seasonal grazer program, citing major improvements in their coordination with Montana since Becky started working on the program and making some changes. So Becky's really a model of public service for us. She's very dedicated and has genuine care for producers and veterinarians, and I believe that she's setting a new standard for customer service in state government. So I'm really proud of her, and I'm lucky to work with her. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Like Britta's last line is Montana is fortunate to have someone with Becky Round's caliber serving its citizens. It's very powerful. So getting into continuation of that, we have nominations for the governor's awards, and I heard recently from someone smarter than me that there's an eloquence to telling someone that they were nominated for something, that they weren't the recipient of the official award, but it doesn't take away how important it is. So we do have a few people to recognize out there. First one is Mike Himmelsbach, works in the bison program. He's a bison program manager. He's out there doing a good job and a lot of good things, but I'll ask Dr. Szymanski to say a few words about Mike.
Yeah, I'll just, I can stand here. Good afternoon, board. Tony Szymanski, state veterinarian. As Mike indicated, Mike Himmelsbach is our bison program manager. And he does a tremendous job down there. He's built really strong relationships with all of the partners down on the landscape, and just has performed really tremendously. We often borrow Mike for other duties as assigned in that job description because of some of the lag time in bison season, like in the fall. So he has been on 2 different depopulations. He's helped out with the feral swine efforts in Phillips County, just countless examples of times where he showed up for things that aren't related to bison. He brings a really tremendous skill set and work ethic to the job, and has just always been an asset to us. So it always feels like we're torturing him a little bit, but I can't emphasize enough like how valuable he is to the animal health team and what he contributes. So much appreciation to Mike.
Do you know if Mike's out there online here?
No, I don't
No,
think so.
did see him on there.
Check.
He's guiding an elephant.
He can. If it wants to record it, you can laugh it out.
You'll see him at the story and tell him congratulations.
Yeah.
Next on the list is Jack Sema, another animal health compliance area.
Yeah.
Britta wants to come up and
Yes.
talk about that again.
Just again, for the record, Britta Sikora, Animal Health Bureau. So Jack Chima is the brucellosis compliance specialist in our office. And I nominated Jack because she's really transformed a program that was a couple years behind in compliance when she had come in. And within just a couple years, about 3 years, she's brought market and brand inspection compliance from 18 months to 2 years overdue as current as possible. And that's been a huge, huge feat for her. She developed her own tracking tools and her own auditing spreadsheets, which have saved a lot of time and resources in that position. She works really closely with brands and producers to really streamline that exchange of data that's needed for brucellosis compliance. And she consistently demonstrates dedication that directly improves our disease surveillance, which really helps our reputation with other states to have confidence in our brucellosis program. So thankful for her as well.
Congrats to Jack. And then I don't know what's going on in the brands world, but we got some brands folks coming up down the list. First, we got Kim Dallas nominated for just basically being an exceptional supervisor. I believe that Kim's nominator is online, but they also nominated others on the list. So maybe we'll come back to them if they want to say something. But Mr. Bodner, do you want to come up and help us recognize a few folks here?
Yeah, good morning once again, board, members of the board. My name is Jay Bodner, I'm Brands Division Administrator. So I'll just start with Kim Dallas. Kim manages our compliance team downstairs, has done a tremendous job for us. A few of the highlights certainly we're looking at as we tackled ServiceNow. One of the challenges that we face is we're have a great program that's working very well for us, but occasionally there's a glitch that comes up. We want to address that very quickly. Kim is the one that actually tracks down exactly what the problem is or what the situation is so that we can actually turn that around, contact our programmer so that we can get those fixed very quickly. And then as with any system, you build a great system and you're always looking for enhancements. And I'm always talking to her about, I'd like the system to do this, and this. And I've got 5 or 6 things that I put on her plate. She's the one that tracks that. We prioritize that. And then once again, she's become pretty much a project manager of that program. So been very helpful as we work through some of the backlogs that we're working on and improving the system. So I appreciate all her efforts.
Perfect. And just since you're standing, Mr. Bodder, I'll just keep you up here and we'll save the best for last. Yeah, Wes Seward, Wes messaged me he couldn't be online. He had to run and go do something important out there. But Wes Seward was another was nominated. Basically, just being super helpful. He's really rolling into that area supervisor role and doing a good job there. But
yeah. So once again, Wes, he is our central area supervisor. So he covers a very wide swath of Montana. Montana's a big state. He is relocated. He is settled into his new position. So he's not only supervising, which all our area supervisors do, district investigators along with the market supervisors. So he covers a wide swath all the way up to Glasgow. He does have a very good demeanor about how he works with customers and producers. And he's a problem solver, helps people work through things. If they're at fault, and sometimes people do deserve citations, is willing to deal with those occasionally too. But always education versus enforcement. Does a great job for us. Very well versed in ServiceNow and the mobile app. And with his help, I think we will integrate that to more markets along the way. So appreciate his efforts also.
That's great. Thanks, Jay. And then we got a list of, it was a team nomination. It was our market supervisors. I think they've been on here before, but it's because they do a good job. But we got Tom Plant, Chris Undum, Newt Larson, Jess Sibumaki, Kevin Ramsey, Don Behrman, Steve Kiewat has since retired, but part of that list, John Camps. And then because of the timing of this, we've also have people, Kate Finkbeiner and Jordan Pruitt are also supervisors that are out there. Although not on this list, they are doing those things that are on that list of exceptional customer service and knowledge and working those. So I think they should be on there as well. But Jay, if you want to say anything about your.
Yeah, so we work very closely with our market supervisors. And if you looked at the numbers, you can see that the number of cattle have not necessarily decreased any and been pretty steady. So we have high volumes of cattle. And we occasionally, this volume of cattle, it does put a lot of stressors on our system, and that requires good supervisors to be able to manage those cattle as they come in, big sales as they come in, to make sure that we're inspecting every one of those those individual cattle to make sure that people get paid correctly. We catch a lot of strays. It's amazing when you look at some of the holes that we do that our folks catch. And I'm very impressed with the volume of cattle that go through there. When they're inspecting, our team does a tremendous job of catching things that I think most people would miss. And so we want to make sure the correct people get paid for the correct animals and they take their job very seriously. And even when you have, Mr. Honeycutt mentioned Lewistown the other day, I think they had nearly 4,000 head of animals there. Our crew ran almost 24 hours. So, it's unfortunate we get put in those positions, but certainly we want to make sure that we get the job done and we do it very professionally. And I think our team does a very good job.
But I'm just thinking about the improvements we've made in the last, say, 3 or 4 years. If it took 24 hours today or last week, what would it have taken 2 years ago? And how many people, I mean, the number of people to get the job done 2 years ago or 3 years ago, it would probably been either more people or more time. I mean, there definitely more man hours required in the past than what our system. So
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I would 100% agree with you. Our folks have been very accustomed to the system, so we're using less time than we did initially. Probably we've cut that number significantly of hours. So, you know, we're reducing certainly cost to the department from overtime hours because we become more efficient. And so I think that certainly helps the department also. So yeah, our team is, you know, they're quick learners, become more familiar with the system and how to operate it, know the shortcuts now. And so all of those things combined, and as those supervisors teach their inspectors, the market inspectors, you know, the whole team works, you know, more efficiently too. So I think we're at a good point. We have a great team, and we have a great team throughout the brands, and these are just some individuals that were nominated. So thank you.
Thanks, Jay. Perfect. And Kelly, yeah, Kelly, go ahead. So Montana has a lot of brands and a lot of people that want to keep those brands and are passionate about them. So Kim Dallas, your supervisor, would like to recognize Kelly.
Good morning. I'm Kim Dallas. I'm the administrative supervisor for the Hellenbach office. Callie was nominated. I'm very pleased to introduce Callie. She's been our brand recorder for about 18 years. She's been with the agency for nearly 23. She was nominated because of her dedication to fulfilling her duties as a brand recorder, her knowledge and the enthusiasm to do her job beyond what is expected, to provide the Montana brand owners top-tier customer service, and that she sets her own bar when it comes to getting her job done. Callie's very deserving of this nomination, and I'm very happy to have her as part of my team. I think we as an agency should be very lucky. And just like Becky, I mean, she does top-tier customer service, and I think that we have to be happy about that. Thank you.
That's great. Thank you, Kim.
well, I would like to say that, you know, in the past there has been some complaints from producers that have come to this board and to me personally, but this team that's here in this building and throughout the state, it apparently is doing an exceptional job, because I just don't hear. And I hope that no one, it doesn't come up before the board. So, you know, sometimes no news is good news. And thank you all for, and I hope anybody else that's out there listening, but, you know, kudos to all of the people that are working for this department, because bad news travels quite fast and always kind of snowballs. So if you can just keep the bad news down, it's great for this department. So thank you all.
I would just say that one of the things I find, and specific to Callie, but I think we have lots of employees that fit that, is I've learned, you talk about those customer situations you learn about. And in particular, Callie's one that I've learned that when I get the call, before I call anyone back, I go down and I talk to Callie, and usually I can mention a name or a brand, and she goes, "Oh yeah, here's what happened with that, and here's the email I sent on this date, and I will say from my perspective, I'm always appreciative when I go to staff, and Callie's an example of that, but many of our staff, and they've documented what they've done so well, and you're able to go back and answer that customer with, well, here's what you need to do, here's what you have failed to do, and get that, and to find out that on the back end that, that our staff was working with that person. They were documenting what was happening. They were communicating to them why they weren't getting what they wanted to get. So it's changed for me where where I typically now, if a complaint gets to my office, I'm in someone else's office going, okay, what's going on? And they always seem like, oh, I know exactly what you're talking about. I know who you're talking about. And they have all their ducks in a row. And it just puts you in a much better position when folks are doing a good job documenting and communicating with people. And we're always going to have customers that don't like the result because they didn't get what they wanted. But if we can just, if we've done everything for them we could, and our folks have followed the laws and rules, then that is what it is. So, and I do appreciate that. Our staff does a great job of that.
That's great. Yeah, just thank you to everyone that's out there doing the hard work, the stuff that I can't do, and thanks to the nominations and Becky for being good examples, and thank you to the board for helping us recognize these folks. That's great.
Very good.
Now, less fun stuff, but actually, employee engagement survey. We had good results this year, so otherwise it wouldn't be in this information. No. 2025 employee engagement survey covered 6 different topics of employees. They talked about the agency, their supervisor, team, the work they do, how they get recognition, and then their customers that they work with overall. Those are just explanations of those. But overall, the trending insight onto that is that livestock had pretty good numbers. Our overall participation rate was consistent, probably with other state agencies. It's not the highest number on out there, but overall the numbers are trending up in just about every aspect of those categories. If Mr. Honeycutt, if you want to flip a slide for me, if you're still reading that, or words into that, but we can move that around. So it kind of shows that there's the overall scores. This is out of 5 points. But you can kind of see that the positive trend scores are rising steadily up from 2022, from basically 3.65 to 4.01, reflecting growth in a lot of those different factors. And they basically say that on just about every other piece of that. And they give us some info on some things that we could work on. One of them, was our recognition piece. That's hard across a lot of agencies. And when people are out there doing that work, it's hard to recognize everybody, and I hope they know that we appreciate them. But that's basically what it tells us. Their strengths are our culture. People love the work they're doing, so much so that they're very passionate about their work. As I can say that the people that are doing that and the customers, supervisors are out there doing a great job. They're actually engaging in those performance talks with them. It might not be all the time, or something that the HR book people tell you they should be all the time, but any discussion about it is better than none, and it shows that we're seeing improvement in that. They're doing that, so we appreciate that. And then our again, the areas of improvement are just the agency having advancement opportunities, but we're a small agency. It's tough when those open up. We do have a lot of internal movement as we can, but we try, and we would do more if we could, if we had that. But that's what people want, and then that recognition piece is something that we could do better at. We always do better.
So other than recognize them here at the board meeting, what else do we do? Do we give them something to have on above their desk, or what do we do?
A lot of it's informal, with us, but a lot of managers are good to. There's nothing that beats a compliment of something that employees did immediately on the spot, and examples of how they're doing good work. And when we do that, we try to get out some, when we hear about it. And that's the other thing, is that people, if that's an excuse or not, that they're so busy that these things are happening. But we try to, get Mike Honeycutt or Brian or, upper management to reach out. If we hear about these good things that people are doing, they're reaching out personally and thanking them for what they've done and those types of things, which I think Mr. Honeycutt does a good job anyways, if he hears about it. So nothing beats that, but there's some stuff we could work on for some more formal or something like that. That's something that we need to work on.
Yeah. And I think it has to be fluid. And what I mean by that is because different individuals like to be recognized in different ways. So some people just a phone call from somebody or email saying you did a good job with that is enough. That's all they ever need. Some people want a plaque. Some people want, it's all over the board, but I think that's one of the things we could do a better job at is understanding what motivates individuals and what they like and trying to figure out how to recognize those individuals in a way that's meaningful to them. Some would never want to come here to a board meeting. That's just embarrassing to them. They don't like that. But, and so that doesn't always, they view that as maybe a burden when they'd like to be recognized a different way. But it's, I think recognition is more individual and doing a better job of figuring out how people individually like to be recognized.
Correct. And what I like about our department is when people give that recognition, it is sincere, right? That's what they're doing. We don't hear about a lot, but the stuff that comes out is that people are truly proud of someone else and the work that they've done.
Yeah. I think before we leave employment engagement, it was just the biggest score on there that matters to me that I think I should highlight for the board and I'd highlight for anybody who's in the industry is that probably the thing I'm most proud of is that score around our customers, right? And I think that is a strength, a real strength of the department is that because it was 0 disagrees. So that the folks who work here really believe in what we're doing and who we're doing it for. Many of them are actually somewhat engaged in the industry themselves. That's maybe different than a lot of government agencies would be. And so when people feel that way, the care they take with the work they do, believing what they're doing is good for the industry, I do think that yields higher work. And that's why we also, yes, we've had some turnover, and I know to some folks it seems like a lot, but we have lots of folks who have been here 15, 20, 25, 30 years. We have people who have left and are now coming back when opportunities opened up. So those are indications I look at that something's going right. People wouldn't be sticking around if something wasn't going right. They'd be leaving in droves. So
it's all good news. We're going in the right direction. So, and then the last segment, just on the year-end performance evaluations, that's of course, the board just to be aware that that's coming up and that process is happening. But then I just hijack this time to say it when people are watching online to be ready that it's coming. So on November 1st, those year-end performance evaluations are out there. Our mid-year participation rate, I was proud to say that we're 98% participation in that. Mike, we were
number one agency. We'd like it to be 100%, but we had the highest completion rate on the mid-years evaluations of any other agency, and which is surprising because it is something that probably should be 100%. So I don't know that I can be proud of 98%, but I guess I'm proud of it when it's 10% higher than the next competitor. So
correct. And then
so what kind of bribes did we use?
What's that?
What kind of bribes did we use?
Nothing other than
they were threats.
Not bribes.
I think the thing is just making it a priority that it get done and following up. So one of the things I know I do, and as a part of the management team that meets on a weekly basis, I'd be asking Mike for our stats, and I'd be like, okay. And we've got some anomalies that are like, so in the markets, for example, so with our market inspectors, it's not like these people are sitting in an office and have their own computer. They have to use the one computer that's there. So it does take a little extra effort on some people to make sure you make time for those people to do it. But I think the big difference between is just stressing that it's important and we want it done. And even in the year, the purpose of those evaluations is, one, to make sure we're recognizing good work that's being done. If there are any disagreements about how well someone's doing, we want to make sure that those are addressed and we're working to improve those. We want people to improve. We don't want things to get worse. And I think all of you have had enough experience in work and life, or owning a business, or employing people, that that when supervisors and employees aren't talking about those issues, they don't get better. And it's not wine. It does not get better with age. And so, so if there are issues or disagreements, they need to be addressed so that the employee knows what they need to do so they can move forward and get that corrected. And if they have problems with their supervisor, there needs to be a forum for them to say, here's some things you should be doing better as well. And so that's why those conversations are important. And we just put a lot of stress on this needs to happen, and it's important to us. It's important up at the management level, and we're tracking it. And if you don't get to 100%, we're going to want to know why you didn't. And then Mike did say the 2%, there were valid reasons or justified, but there better be a reason, because this needs to happen. And I'll say, when I got here many moons ago now, but I don't think we had done performance evaluations of employees, and I don't know when. It'd been a decade or more, if ever, with some employees, that they'd ever had a formal evaluation of any type. So, or conversation with their supervisor. And so those mechanisms are important.
And the engagement survey results show that employees like being talked to. So the supervisors are actually talking to them and telling them how they're doing. So kudos to the supervisors, though. That was a big deal to get that completion rate. But so I'm positive we'll do the same thing here, or maybe even better on the year end. Just some things that we've always done, but DVA is kind of brought up as an important piece of, so the board is aware. But the employees' performance evaluation has certain competencies that they look at. And then the leadership teams use a totally different set of competencies, more related to their role and specifics for that. So, and that's how that'll roll out this year. So November 1st, that kicks off. And I think I'm done bugging the board. Is there any questions or anything I can answer for the board? Well, thank you for your time.
Yes, thank you, Mike.
All right.
Thanks. Good. So, I guess, we'll take a break
Mm-hmm.
and, so that's 10 after.
Yeah, that'd be good. I think I gave Miss Simon an hour and 15 minutes to get through her stuff. I don't know if she needs that much time, so we'll be fine.
Hold
We'll be fine.
on.
All right, we're going on mute. All right, we're coming off mute, video's on, and let me get the recording going and you're recording.
But I guess,
Oh, yeah,
do
where's
we
William?
have to wait for a quorum?
We've already started the meeting, we don't have to.
All right,
Yeah.
okay,
Well, I guess because the first item actually has some action
Yeah.
associated with it, so.
well, then we better wait. He's,
It's not.
I think he's in the
crucial, but
restroom.
He's here. Let's wait for him.
He
Okay,
was on the phone.
Or was he on the phone?
let me put us back on mute for just a second. Sure, I'm gonna
Get some this week from Jim.
bring us off mute, back on video. And I'll
You don't tell
get
me
the
these things.
recording
All right,
unpaused and you're ready to go.
Oh.
okay, I'm gonna call this meeting back to order. And, our next item on the agenda is Ms. Lindsay, if you would like. You'd like to introduce yourself and.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the board, Lindsay Simon, Agency Legal Counsel. The first, I don't really have a legal update for you. I don't think there's any changes to update you on since the last board meeting regarding pending legal issues with the department. So I think we can move into the first agenda item, which is to review a proposed animal health administrator order that we've numbered 25-01 that is attached. So just to give you some context.
Is it in this packet somewhere?
Mm-hmm. It's in on tab 1 in the back
Oh, it says-
behind Mike's stuff.
I pointed out for you last night that Donna
Yeah.
didn't put your tab numbers on there to help you out this
I knew
time.
that, but I
On
just, thought we were in, you'd be in the tab too, or not.
It's a little quiz. Quiz in the middle of the meeting.
No.
So just a little background information and context of why this is coming to you. So as you are probably aware, we have a statute, it's 81-115, that designates certain information as confidential information that the department is restricted from disclosing. And the easiest way to explain it is animal diagnostic tests that identify the owner are supposed to be kept confidential. And so this came, I was working with Dr. Judah at the lab and he forwarded me a confidentiality agreement for one of their vendors to review. And that kind of like tipped me off by asking questions. I was like, well, hey, does this vendor have access to confidential animal diagnostic test information that identifies the owner? And they explained to me, yes, they do. So in an abundance of caution, I thought, well, we should probably go through the procedures of that statute because I think that access could be considered a disclosure that triggers the requirements of the statute. So what we ultimately decided to do is to do it through an animal health administrator order. One, because that kind of gave Dr. Szymanski and I a chance to kind of, dip our toe into the water of those orders and the procedure of them. So we're like, this will be good. We'll address this issue and we'll figure out the order process. Because I don't think we have issued an order since she became the state veterinarian and the animal health administrator. So the purpose of it essentially is we have two software vendors at the department. One that provides the lab's case management, management information system. And then the Animal Health Bureau here in Helena that does, disease tracing, import, export. They have their own database case management system as well. So one is the labs is ATC. It's Advanced Technology Corp is the vendor. Animal Health is Trace First. So for when those software case management programs have any kind of issue, like we have a service contract with them. So they help us resolve those issues. And oftentimes that requires them being able to get into the system and help with whatever bug or issue we have going on. So that's the access that is happening. And so Dr. Szymanski, as the animal health administrator, made the determination that that disclosure is necessary because we need these case management systems in order to effectively run our lab and our animal health bureau tracing programs. And we just don't have the capacity to do that internally, to set up a system, run the system, and service the system. We contract out for that. So she's made the determination that that access, that disclosure, if it is a disclosure that falls under the statute, is necessary for the administration of the animal health program here at the department. So we set it forth in an order, just making that public. And what we plan to do is, if approved, we will put this order on the website to provide the notice to people that when you submit a sample to our lab for testing, there's going to be a disclosure. There's going to be a disclosure, limited disclosure potentially to this vendor for the purposes of maintaining the case management system. And because that is a requirement of the statute, is to notify the person whose information is disclosed. So we thought the easiest way to do it is through an official order. We'll put it on the website. I think hopefully we'll link it to on the lab's, submission page too. So anyone that's going there to look at it is put on notice that your information may be shared with our vendor. But we do have confidentiality agreements in place with both of those vendors. So they are contractually restricted from disclosing that information any further. But we have made the determination that it's necessary to run our animal health programs. So we are coming to you as the board because there is also a statute that says any of the orders issued by the animal health administrator are subject to review, modification, or revocation by the board. So Dr. Szymanski didn't sign this yet. It's not in effect because we thought there's really no pressing need for it. Like there may be a situation where she issues an emergency order that's effective immediately and then we come to you at the next meeting for review. This one's not effective yet. We just figured there's no reason to put it into effect before we bring it to you. So I will say that if you vote to approve it, I'll probably change the language a little bit and include something in there approved by the board. And I'll probably take that last paragraph out that says this official order is subject to initial review by the Board of Livestock. I'll revise that a little bit to say it could be subject to, revocation in the future by the board. But we are asking for a vote to approve this order, and then we will get it dated, signed, put out onto the website so the public is put on notice that this is a potential disclosure of animal health diagnostic tests that identify the owner.
I don't want to repeat Lily, but does it expire in a year? Do we have to do an expiration date on it?
I did not. My reading of the statute was this was not one that was subject to that that time period restriction.
Mr. Chair, I just skimming this. Should we put something in there that like these companies do have a confidentiality agreement with us, just so they
could,
be more like, don't worry, they also have a confidentiality agreement. And then if we change companies, do we have to put out another order because the companies are named in here?
I think it would be prudent. And the reason the companies are named is because of the requirements for disclosure.
Right.
I think it does say you need to notify who it's being disclosed to.
Okay.
Yeah. The name of the person to whom the information was released is in the statute as having to be part of the notice that's provided.
Okay.
Well,
So, Mr. Chair, so basically the way I understand it, what this means is if, let's say, a farm breaks with bird flu or something else, you publish that somebody broke with bird flu in this county, but you don't publish the name itself. Is that correct?
Correct. Yes. And if it's, depending on, generally speaking, our policy, Mr. Chair, members of the board, generally speaking, our policy in regards to 81.2, 115 is that we only publish to the county level. However, for some instances, the county level is identifying enough And so we'll do like a geographic region. So there are occasions where we'll do kind of like north central Montana or eastern Montana, something along those lines.
But this is just more to just cover CYA.
Yes, and the difference between those disclosures is we're not identifying the owner, so it's not triggering the requirements of the statute. And my understanding is these vendors are not going into our programs and looking at owner information. It's just when they have, like, the potential for it is there. They could, because they have to have the access to fulfill the requirements of their service contract. So it is, like you said, a bit of a CYA. Let's just make sure that, because we cite this statute with public information requests. Right. And like, I don't want a situation where someone's going to say, well, you wouldn't give me this information on my public information request because you cited this, but you're disclosing it to these vendors. Mm-hmm. So we just want to tighten up that potential loophole that could be there if someone took issue with the way we were applying this statute. We want to make sure we're applying it consistently throughout the department. And as far as I'm aware, these are the only instances where we have owner identified diagnostic tests being potentially accessible by a third party.
And now, so is this up to public comment, or do we, once we do this, is that?
No, in this case, it's an order and it's effective once it goes into effect.
I don't know if I would agree with that. I think maybe potentially, the public comment thing is, there is a separate statute for public participation where it says we're supposed to provide an opportunity for public participation on anything that's of significant interest to the public. I think you could arguably say this is of significant interest to the public. So maybe just to cover our bases there, we have noticed it in the agenda. It has gone out and been published. So we could open it up to anyone who's out there listening if they wanted to provide public comment on it, just to be safe. I think this could be considered an issue of significant interest to the public. So,
yeah. And there's no one on the meeting now that doesn't work for the department of Lands.
So that will satisfy that. So I'm coming to you and asking for a motion to approve the issue of this order, but it sounds like maybe to take into Lily's comments into consideration with a slight agenda that we'll change it to include a statement in there that these vendors have signed confidentiality agreements with the department, and we'll change it also just to note a reflection of, if approved, that it's already been approved by the Board of Livestock.
Because that protects us if they have a data breach in their system.
I mean, it's
to a
degree, yes.
Mr. Chairman, I move to adopt the draft animal health order number 25-01.
With Lily's comments.
With Lily's comment.
Thank you. I'll second it.
All right, discussion. Discussion. Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carried.
Thank you very much. And maybe now we've gotten this order process worked out, maybe we'll come to you in the future if we need to. So I think the next item is not an action item unless anyone feels compelled to make a motion on some topics. But I thought after we went through a couple of contested cases recently that it might be a good opportunity to just have a little bit of a broad overview training for you as board members to understand kind of like some of the legal things that are going on here and what your role is as the head of the department when it comes to issuing a final order in a contested case hearing. So,
yes, right.
Mr. Chair, shouldn't we have done that when everybody's here? Or?
Well, that would have been ideal, but it's on the agenda. We have the time. And it's unfortunate, and I guess Mike and I will encourage the board members that aren't here to go through it on their own and then come back with questions to Ms. Simon or Mike or myself, I guess, or whoever. But we will make sure that they are aware and should. And Mike has already talked to one of the board members that's not able to be here. He asked what was on here that he should be on. Make sure what time he needed to make sure if there was some action item. And Mike said this would be something that you should review. Cause they're,
You need to go. back
everything's
and watch.
recorded, so they can go back and listen to this on their own at any time. So,
And this is intended as a resource. So yeah, like as Mr. Chair said, it's recorded, it's available for them to watch. It's just to give you all some context. So, and hopefully if in the future a question comes up, like I said, it's here, it's public, it's recorded, so they can go back and look back at it. So that was my thought. So to just kind of jump in, I thought I would, oh yeah, I guess Mike, I'm gonna have to learn to tell you to advance. So I thought we would start with why we have contested case hearings. Let's start at the highest level. And really the best way to describe it is because of something called procedural due process that is in the federal constitution. It's also, I think the next slide is our state constitution. But essentially, anybody that studied constitutional law will understand that like the language of what's actually in the Constitution is very limited based, and then what the courts have decided it means is much, much, much broader. But procedural due process is there because the Constitution says no state shall deprive any person of life, liberty, or property without due process of law. In the context of the Department of Livestock, we're pretty much just dealing with property. We're not criminal law where someone's being deprived of their liberty by going to jail or anything like that. So we're mostly concerned with property and what due process we have to give before we deprive someone of that property. And so the state constitution also says it. It's just worded a little bit differently, but it's kind of the same. So at its core, procedural due process requires two things: notice and an opportunity to be heard. And the form that those can take vary on a number of factors, but you need to provide notice and an opportunity to be heard. And as we'll get more into contested case hearings under our state law, you'll see that like really those two things are the basis of all of it, is providing notice and an opportunity to be heard. So that's the one takeaway that you should take through all of this, because I do not expect you to be constitutional scholars after this. I'm just giving you a very high, broad overview of how this works. So Mike, you can go to the next one. So like I said, the form that the notice takes and the form that the opportunity to be heard takes can really vary. You can, in some situations, you have to provide the notice before the intended deprivation of property happens. Sometimes you can provide that notice at the same time. You can say, hey, I am depriving you of this. You are hereby notified you've been deprived of this property interest, versus, hey, you are notified that we intend to deprive you of this property interest if X, Y, and Z. And we'll get into when one happens over the other. Sometimes the opportunity to be heard can just be you get to submit a written statement or an argument. But sometimes the opportunity to be heard is there's got to be a hearing. And that hearing can look like, it can be formal, it can be informal. So there's a wide variety. Sometimes the law says you have to have a hearing. Sometimes the law says you just have to give them an opportunity to request a hearing. And like I said, sometimes the process is informal hearing, formal hearing, or going into the judicial branch, like through a court action. So what process is due it varies in every case. It's very fact specific. So but how you figure out what notice and what process you have to give depends on three factors: the nature of the property interest, the risk that you're going to make a mistake if you deprive them of that property interest, and in the interest of the government. And that sounds very loosey-goosey, but basically what it means is like the more serious your property interest is, then the more process that is due. You know, for example, this is kind of analogous to what we'll get into, but let's say you have a medical license from the Board of Medical Examiners. Like that's your livelihood, you know, and you've put in a lot of education and time and money, and you make a lot of money. So like that is a significant property interest in your medical license. And if it's taken away erroneously without due cause, you're going to suffer some really severe consequences, right? Not only you as the physician, you know, losing out on income, but all of your patients that you can no longer treat and all of that. And so that's a very high standard then. Like they're going to be entitled to probably the most process that they are entitled to before you can deprive someone of such a significant occupational license. But there are some situations where the government interest might rise to the level where you can take a more quick action. Whereas, you know, like if this doctor is committing egregious instances of malpractice, harming patients, you know, when the government interest is higher, then the process that you have to give goes down a little bit. It's not in our statutes, it's in their statutes, but like the Board of Medical Examiners has the opportunity to summarily suspend the license if certain situations happen. So they'll give notice and say, we're suspending your license. And then they have to give them a hearing very quickly after. There's all sorts of things, but this is how you make these determinations.
So an example that just comes to mind is Dr. Szymanski's statement that we could burn something. That's pretty final. I mean, that's hard to replace that property. So I would assume that there would be a little more.
And that's a good point too, because a lot of these statutes, like it came up in the context of, I want to say it's our grade A dairy licenses, where there's a statute that says, I think the department may issue a temporary restraining order, like restraining the operation of the dairy. And I thought, okay, I'm curious, like how old is this language? And so I dug into it, and it's like at least from the 1920s. And most of these United States Supreme Court cases that are dealing with procedural due process came about in the 60s and later. So I'm thinking like, yeah, our statutes say this, and this is what Mike was alluding to earlier. They say we can do that, but we actually can't do that because we have this constitutional restriction that the case law developed decades after these statutes were written. So you do have to consider that as well when you're reading some of the powers that we have. But that is a good example as well, because when there's an animal health emergency, an outbreak, then the government's interest is stronger in acting. And it also depends on like, well, what is the property? Is it fungible goods that can be easily replaced? Or is it something, you know, so then the property interest at stake is a little bit decreased, and the government interest is, so then you are able to take action without providing as much notice or as much opportunity for a hearing. So it's all very much a balancing factor. And you can see the next slide, you can see examples of what is required really varies depending on what's at issue. And if you can find it in our statutes. So the first one cited there is if before you cancel a livestock market certificate, the law says that it tells us what we have to do. There has to be a written complaint filed against the livestock market with the board, and then that complaint is set for a hearing before the board. So in this case, the statute tells us what process is due. Sometimes the statute might describe a process that doesn't meet due process, that doesn't meet constitutional due process, but sometimes it's going to tell you, it's going to set a higher standard than what the Constitution would. So this one tells us if before you cancel a livestock market certificate, you've got to give them notice through a written complaint, and you have to set a hearing. So that is what we would consider a pre-deprivation hearing. Before the cancellation takes effect, there has to be a hearing. Versus a situation maybe where you say, I'm suspending your license, and you get a hearing after. So that would be a post-deprivation hearing, which is considered like a lower level of due process than a pre-deprivation hearing. Suspension or revocation of a livestock dealer license. It also tells us what we have to do there. a hearing has to be held before. So in these situations, we know, and it tells us the deadlines too of what we have to do. In these situations, we know we have to do a pre-deprivation hearing because that's what the statute tells us. Next one, these are just all examples of various statutes in Title 81 that tell us what process is due statutorily. And, you know, it tells you how quickly you have to act. So this one, it says the department shall give the licensee a time limit of 10 days to request a hearing to show cause. So this is a situation where we only have to provide them an opportunity to request a hearing. You know, we don't have to give them an actual hearing. We just say, if you want one, you've got to request it within 10 days. And then if they request it, we have to hold it. But if they don't request it, we can revoke their license. You know, if they don't contest it, we can revoke their license without ever holding a hearing. Because
So, but in that, we have to wait the 10-day, according to the statute, we would still, there's still a time frame where no action.
correct. So the way, you know, and we'll get into it, but the way that it works typically, what I do, because I model it over after these professional, I model our licenses after professional licenses over at DLI. And they have very specific statutes that they have to follow. And theirs say, we'll send out a notice giving you an opportunity for a hearing and you get 20 days to request a hearing. So I kind of just go with that as a default. I figure if the legislature has decided that's sufficient time to request a hearing for professional licenses over at DLI, it should be sufficient time for professional licenses here to satisfy due process. But in this case, the legislature said, I'm going to shorten that time. They only have 10 days to request it. But I put this in here because this is kind of an example of the previous ones I showed you said you have to hold a hearing before you can pull the certificate or the license. This one says you just have to give them an opportunity to request a hearing. So it's an example of the different type of process that we have to give.
So, and in this one now, there's no time frame. If they request a hearing, there's no time frame that hearing has to.
We'll get into it because I haven't really gotten to the Montana Administrative Procedure Act and contested case hearings that kind of govern what happened once you're in the process. But you're right, there's no time frame specifically for this one that says you have to complete the hearing within X amount of days. But we do have some situations where we do have time limits on that. I could be wrong, but I believe the pasteurized milk ordinance, which we have adopted and incorporated for all of our grade A dairies and grade A dairy plants, like that document has some restrictions in there of, okay, if somebody requests a hearing, you've got to hold the hearing and complete it within X amount of days. So there are some situations where it will be laid out by law of how quickly the hearing has to happen, but not every type of license that we have comes with a time frame on how quickly you have to complete the process. These are just more examples. There's a statute about condemning a carcass. It talks about what you have to do and all of that. So they're just examples. And I included the next one you can get to because this is from the federal CFR. So this applies to our inspected meat establishments that have a random inspection. And because we have adopted and incorporated the federal standards there, because I'm sure, as you know, there are situations in an inspected plant. So these are meat products that they're eligible to go into retail, to be sold to the public. Unlike custom exempts, where the distribution is limited just to the owner of the animal, they're the only ones that can get the meat. Like meat that's coming out of an inspected facility has a much wider distribution, and therefore it comes with a greater public health risk, right? Because it's going, like people who are just going to the grocery store and buying this meat are not probably as sophisticated and or knowledgeable about where it's being processed as a custom exempt owner is, who chooses where they're taking it, and is the only one getting it back. So because of that, because the government interest is higher, right? We're dealing with foodborne illnesses, like people can die from meat-based foodborne illnesses. The government interest is much higher because the public health risk, if something goes wrong, is higher. So because of that, the law, the federal government has come up with the ability to suspend certain operations at an inspected plant that's short of a license revocation, right? We're not shutting them down. We're not taking their license away, but we're basically saying we can come in under certain situations and suspend your operations if there's been a violation. So that's a lower level of deprivation because we're not taking their license away. But it's also a higher level of government interest. So the process that we have to go through is reduced, if that makes sense. So this is an example of being able to take a withholding action or suspend an inspected plant without providing prior notice. So the federal government has said, if any of these things are going on, that is serious enough and it elevates the government's interest enough that you can do a deprivation without providing them prior notification, where you can say, hey, you're suspended effective immediately. And then the process that they get comes afterwards. So it's a post-deprivation process, which is allowable because of how serious the public health risk is. The next slide.
So is there protocol to exactly how that notice has to?
Yes. Yeah, there is a federal CFR that tells you what has to be in that notice.
And how it's delivered?
Yes.
I mean, today's world with email and
yeah,
texting and all that kind of stuff, I assume that that's not a proper notice yet.
Texting? Yeah, I mean, my understanding is that meat, milk, and egg inspection always confirms receipts, like that they make sure that they have confirmed receipt by the plant when they send a notice like this.
Yeah, it's usually through traced.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, but you also have, in those situations, we have inspectors that are in there on a regular basis too.
It's usually being communicated on thing.
Well,
and that's what would happen on this. If you're going to suspend, you're standing there when you can, without notice, we're suspending.
Exactly. Like if you're there, I believe humane handling
is B
on there.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. So if you're in there and an inspector sees a misdone or an egregious humane handling violation, it's without notice, without prior notice. It's like, hey, you're suspending. Your slaughters are suspended because of humane handling violations.
Misbranded product.
And then there's a sequence of what happens, and we'll get into it a little bit. But the next slide.
Well, before we go on, because I just want to, I know Williams, I remember back months ago, you had gotten some feedback about humane slaughter, and people like, well, why is it done this way? And just to go it, so what happens on scene, that's a great example. So the federal law that governs humane slaughter says that the federal law reads that you can have no misduns. It's like every animal must be rendered unconscious one shot. We know that's not possible. We have developed accepted a scientifically validated standard, I think, which came from Temple Grandin about what is that a lot of people use. But when that happens, exactly what she's talking about is like, that is immediate. It's, we see it and it's stop. Don't process anything more. You have to submit corrective actions. How are we going to correct this problem so it doesn't happen again? That could happen in a matter of hours.
Yep.
It could be days if the person sits on it and doesn't respond to it. But that's how and why that's happening. And that's where right here is where the authority for that immediate action of, okay, I've seen it. It's a violation. Stop. And that happens immediately, verbally on the scene.
But there also has
But
to
then
be some other documentation besides verbal.
Yes.
Yes.
It's written
Yeah.
down.
Then it gets, but that comes after.
Yeah.
So it's not like we say, well, we saw this and we're going to send you a letter and you keep doing what you're doing.
Next slide
Yeah.
covers that situation. So this next slide is also a regulation under the CFR, the federal regulation, where it basically says, okay, these are violations that you see them, but you have to give them prior written notice of before you suspend them or take a withholding action or whatever. So they're considered serious enough to warrant a suspension, but not so serious that you can impose the suspension without providing prior notice. So the law in this situation breaks down the violations into ones that are where the government interest is high enough to warrant immediate suspension versus not quite that high, but serious enough that you can take action. And one thing, I don't think I included that slide in there, but like the CFR also covers like okay, once you've suspended someone, what do you do? So now we're in the realm of post deprivation process. And so they have an opportunity to submit corrective action. And then we get to either accept that and hold the suspension in abeyance, or say, no, this is not good enough. We're not going to hold it in abeyance. And if we hold it in abeyance, then that's kind of the end of it, right? Because that's considered, I think the legal theory there is that, well, this isn't much of a deprivation. They get to continue operating, you know, so there's not much of a deprivation. So we're not providing them an opportunity for a hearing and all of that, because if we decide to hold it in abeyance, then they're kind of back to the status quo. They're just under a verification plan where we're continuing to monitor these types of violations. However, if they submit a corrective action plan and we come back and we say, no, this isn't sufficient, we are not going to hold this suspension in abeyance, then under the federal law, that triggers us to give them an opportunity for a hearing. That provides them with the option of going through a whole hearing process, because at that point, the deprivation is really serious. If you're not holding it in abeyance, they can't operate, and it's kind of indefinite until you do that. So the law says you can't do that without giving these people an opportunity for a hearing to really work it out. So these are just all examples of how due process plays out in regulatory government affairs. And so now we're kind of getting more into the contested case, but MAPA is a state statute, it's the Montana Administrative Procedure Act, that really addresses two main things. It does a lot of other things, but I'd say the biggest parts of MAPA is it sets forth the procedures for how agencies adopt rules and how they hold their contested case hearings. So we're not concerned about rules today. We're just concerned with contested case hearings. And so this state law tells us that whenever a proceeding before an agency to determine legal rights, duties, or privileges of a party is required by law to be made after opportunity for a hearing, then it's a contested case under MAPA, and you have to follow the MAPA contested case procedures. And so what's interesting is it just says required by law. So I showed you some examples of statutes where the statute itself says you have to hold a hearing first before you can do this. Before we cancel a livestock market certificate, we have to have a hearing. Before we suspend or revoke a livestock dealer license, we have to hold a hearing. So that's pretty clear that by law, it's required to be made after a hearing. So we know those have to be MAPA contested case hearings. But sometimes our statutes don't say that at all. Like our meat inspection licenses say nothing about a hearing. It just says the department can revoke, or actually I think it says shall revoke a meat establishment license if it's been determined that there's a violation of a rule or law by the board. It says nothing about a hearing. But because I've just gone through this very convoluted explanation of constitutional due process, law includes constitutional law and case law. So if the court law says you've got to give them an opportunity for a hearing before you do this, that's law, even if it's not written in the statute, that we have to take into account, and that makes it a contested case hearing, if that makes sense. So when I want to revoke a meat establishment license because they have violated some law, I have to follow the MAPA contested case procedures, because under constitutional due process, a occupational license is a property interest that that requires a pre-deprivation hearing. So that's why we do contested case hearings, because constitutional law says their interest in operating their business is so sufficient, is such a high threshold, and we think the risk of an erroneous deprivation is serious enough that we're not going to let the government come in and take it away before there's been an opportunity for a hearing.
So same question again then on timing. So would you consider this in that 10 to 20 day time frame that, I mean, there's got to be,
Yes.
if you're going to have this contested case, there's gotta be a time frame of getting stuff done.
Yes and no. So the 10 and 20-day time frame. So it has to do with the time between when the notice is sent and when they have to request a hearing. So in some situations, some statutes are going to say you have to hold a hearing full stop. It's not just an opportunity for a hearing, but you hold a hearing full stop. In those situations, we don't give them any time to request a hearing because a hearing has to happen by law. They don't have to request it, so we're going to set the hearing. So that 10 and 20-day time frame doesn't come into consideration in those situations. Where it comes into play is if we have a statute that doesn't tell us that we have to hold a hearing, or if it's a statute that tells us we just have to give them an opportunity to request a hearing. So that time frame deals with the time between when we give them the notice that we intend to take action against their license and when they have to request the hearing. Because
Well, I just looking at your bold print here on this, and it says required by law to be made after an opportunity for hearing.
Right.
So, I mean, that's pretty open-ended.
it is, and that is like MAPPA does not set a set time frame between when a hearing is requested and when the hearing must be completed. There is no set time frame that is set forth in MAPPA for that. And sometimes they drag on for a very long time because when you think about it, I keep analogizing to DLI, but they do the most contested case hearings, I think, probably because they have a huge array of professional licenses that are all subject to this. Sometimes those drag on for years because it's essentially a mini trial, especially if you're trying to take away, like I said, a physician's license. They're going to fight that tooth and nail, right? Because, like I said, they've gone to school for a minimum of 8 years to get their medical license, to get their medical degree, and then they've probably done 3 to 7 or 8 years of a residency, right? Like they are so invested in that. Most of them aren't giving it up without a fight. And you don't want to set a rigid time frame. I think the idea that probably behind the legislature is we're not going to set a time frame because these contested case hearings can run the gamut of what we did with the Dillon and Headwaters livestock markets, or taking away a medical license or a dental license or an engineering license, right? So some of them are simple, but some of them are going to be really complex and need more time.
Well, I'm thinking more along the line of a health issue, public health issue, rather than a licensing issue with a doctor or something. That the timing of something happening that could affect public health.
Yeah.
So I'm thinking a little more compressed time frame than.
But as far as time frames, MAPPA is going to fill in any gaps in the law. So if the regulations or the statutes don't set that time frame, then MAPPA doesn't fill that gap. But like I said, we do have some statutes that tell us you need to complete your hearing within X amount of time. And PMO is it's a short time frame because they're very concerned about health, especially if it's a sanitation issue at a dairy, a fluid dairy plant. They set those time frames short because they're get this resolved because, it is a public health issue. It's just MAPPA doesn't fill in the gaps and tell you how quickly you have to do it. It's, but you can still, and we'll get into it because you can still do that. The regulatory agency that's bringing a case that is subject to MAPPA's contested case proceedings can basically tell the hearing officer or whoever's presiding over the hearing, this is an urgent matter of public health and we need to do it on an expedited basis. There's still room to do that. It's just there's nothing in the law that really concrete tells you have to do it within a certain time frame.
But there's no restriction on the other side that says you have to give this other party
X amount of time. Not really. No, not really. There are time limits on when the final order must be entered, but that's a little bit different and we'll get to it later. But as far as going from notice to completing the hearing, MAPPA doesn't tell us that it has to happen within any amount of time, short or long. It's pretty open. And this next quote, I guess I put in here, we kind of already touched on it, but it says, like, so this is a quote from the Montana Supreme Court. It says, only under exigent circumstances where the government's interest requires immediate action may a post-deprivation rather than a pre-deprivation hearing satisfy due process. So I read that to basically mean I've got to give an opportunity for a hearing in every case. Like, we can't deprive before we give an opportunity for a hearing unless it's a matter where the government interest requires immediate action. That would be something like for example, if we found out that one of our dairies or one of our meat processing plants was doing something doing something so egregious that created a real public health issue, we would summarily suspend that license and then have expedited proceedings. We would tell them, stop operating now, and then we would hold a hearing very quickly. That is allowed, and MAPPA does allow you to summarily suspend a license in a situation where emergency action is required because the agency finds that public health, safety, or welfare is affected. So we don't do that very often. Like, there might be a situation where it occurs, but for example, the most recent contested case hearing that we've gone to final order on involved refusing to allow inspectors into the facility and some what I would characterize as somewhat minor sanitation violations. Those are sanitation violations that matter, but they were not of the level where we would have come in and said, we've got to shut you down right now and we'll deal with it later, right? So we didn't do a summary suspension for that license because we didn't think that, that's a high standard. We didn't think that there was enough evidence to show there was an imminent threat to public health and safety. So we just went through the regular process where they were able to continue operating until that final order was entered. So throughout the whole MAPPA process, they were still able to operate. So we actually don't deprive them of anything until that final order is entered.
And Lindsay, just for practicality, one of the things that I have figured out as we've navigated through these things through the years, and before Lindsay showed up, we didn't navigate through them well all the time. So proving her worth and giving her some recognition back to our earlier conversation about the value that she provides. But that's where I'm always sort of cautioning staff too, as we're executing on things that we need to do, to be very careful with the language that we use, because the example she just gave, and she talked about a lot of times when you hear the word suspension, people automatically go to suspending a license, when really what we're doing in many of those cases, and I'm thinking more in the meat and poultry world, is withholding inspection services. We haven't suspended their license. They're still licensed. We haven't taken that away from them, but we're withholding inspection services and putting the mark of inspection on something until the problem is solved. And that's a different withholding, but we sometimes use that interchangeably a lot. And that's what I think creates some confusion when somebody goes, well, and I've heard it around the board table where we'd even have board members be like, well, wait a minute, we suspended their license and it hasn't even come to the board yet. And you're like, no, we did not suspend a license. They are still licensed, but we withhold inspection services until, like on the humane slaughter, we're withholding inspection services until we get corrective action in place.
So we suspended their ability to perform.
Yeah, but they're still licensed. They didn't lose their license.
Yeah.
And sometimes what we're suspending or withholding inspection on is limited. Like sometimes we might say slaughter is suspended, but processing is not,
right?
Because the issue was a slaughter issue. So any carcasses that they have in their facility, like they can still continue to process those. Their workers can still come to work, earn a paycheck, all of that product goes out the door. So we're not shutting them down completely. It's just, and that's an example of when you look at, okay, what process do I have to give them? Well, you look at, well, what property interest is being affected here? It's not the entire business. It's just slaughter, and it's just inspected slaughter, maybe, you know, because sometimes we say you can continue with custom exempt operations while we're suspending inspection, but you can still accept animals and slaughter them and process them for custom exempt customers. So it varies.
But I just bring that up, maybe a little out of context, but it's also like, that's where we've not, and I'll just admit past errors where we've not always been very careful with our language when we talk about it. And that's created confusion. And so that's one of the reasons for this training is, so we're talking about contested case hearings, suspension of licenses. But sometimes we've been, and I'm just admitting a fault here, we've used some of this language interchangeably when it didn't really apply.
Yeah.
And so you hear somebody say, well, they suspended me, but it might be, no, we're withholding inspection on a very limited scope to get that corrected, and everything else is continuing. Right. And you still have a licensed business. Nobody's taking your license away. And that's why it has and in some cases for constituents who would say, well, why didn't this trigger a hearing? Well, because we didn't suspend your license, so it didn't trigger a hearing. And that falls under, and I don't know if Lindsay's going to address that some other time. I think you are aware of that. There's all kinds of other agency actions that are not contested case actions that have rights to appeal, right, to the board, operational type decisions. Yeah. And sometimes many of those things fall under that. They don't fall under a hearing. They fall under well, you can write an appeal letter to me or the board, and we'll look at that decision someone made and analyze whether we think they made the right decision or not. But it's not a contested case hearing.
Like a non-compliance report that will get issued at a facility. They have the right to appeal that, but there's no property interest that's being affected. They're not being told they can't operate. They're not being told they can't do something. So that doesn't trigger constitutional due process because they don't have a recognized property interest in not receiving a notice that you're, non-compliant. So those situations, we have an appeal right, but it doesn't implicate due process because we're not taking away any property interest of theirs.
Yes. And so sorry for butting in, but I was just like, I just feel like sometimes there's good to make those distinctions because these things all go down different paths, and figuring out what path they're going down is sometimes important because that's the purpose of the day. That's what determines how we handle a particular complaint or situation.
And I think the last sentence of this statute that I've got up on the screen now kind of addresses the chairman's questions about how quickly a hearing has to happen. So if you do a summary suspension, which is where you're giving notice and you're depriving them of their property interest before they have an opportunity for a hearing, then the law says these proceedings shall be promptly instituted and determined. So basically it says if you're going to go in and deprive them of their property interest before they have an opportunity for a hearing, you've got to give them a hearing, and it's got to be quickly done and quickly decided. You can't drag it out for months like you can a pre-deprivation hearing. Because remember, while we're going through the big long process of trying to revoke someone's license, if we haven't done it under a summary suspension, they can operate while these proceedings are happening. They haven't actually suffered a deprivation yet. That's why we call it a pre-deprivation process versus post-deprivation. So the reason why I think you can have a contested case hearing that lasts for a very long time is because usually it's going to be a pre-deprivation hearing where they haven't even lost anything yet. And so before I get to this, I don't have a slide for it, but MAPPA basically tells us we have to send them notice and we have to tell them what the issues are, the basis for the proposed government action. And we have to tell them, if there's a statute that says we have to have a hearing, then we've got to tell them where the hearing's going to be, when it's going to be, and all of their rights. If it's just an opportunity for a hearing, then we have to tell them you have the right to ask for a hearing. Here's how you ask for a hearing. Here's how much time you have to ask for a hearing. Here's what will happen if you don't request a hearing. All of those are required under MAPPA to be in the notice that we send. So one example, I think the first one I brought to you after I joined the department was Belgrade Custom Meats. They had a custom exempt license. So what we did is we followed MAPPA and we sent them a notice that said, we propose to revoke your license for noncompliance. You have the opportunity to contest this. If you send in a request for a hearing within 20 days, we will go down the hearing process, the contested case process. And it said, if you don't request a hearing, we will default you. And it will go to the board and they will enter a final order by default. And the reason we can do that is because MAPPA tells us that you can resolve a contested case proceeding through informal disposition. You don't have to go to a hearing, even if they request it. The parties can reach a stipulation and agree to it, or they can settle it, or consent order. The difference between a stipulation, agreed settlement, and consent order are kind of legalese. Like, frankly, I've never run into a situation since here where I would use any of those. But default we do use, right? If we send out that notice and say you have an opportunity for a hearing and they don't request it, then we default them. Or maybe if it's a situation where the law says you have to hold a hearing, we'll send out a notice and say, we're holding the hearing on this date. And if they don't show up to the hearing and don't participate, well, we would default them as well. We wouldn't have to hold the hearing. We could enter an order by default. So you don't always have to go through the hearing procedure. And a lot of times, again, at DLI, a lot of times, the difference between them and us, though, is their professional licensing statutes have this whole range of sanctions. It can be something like go to take a couple hours of continuing legal education. It can be you're going to be on probation for a year, or da 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 da. So a lot of times they use stipulation when the parties agree. Just say, okay, look, we'll just agree. This is the sanction that we're going to use. Like almost nobody stipulates to a revocation. Some people do, though. If they just want to give up their license, then they let them just stipulate to a revocation. And so you don't have to hold a hearing. It just goes before the board and they enter a final order of revocation because the licensee has stipulated in writing that they consent to that and agree to that. So that can happen sometimes too. And you can go to the next slide. And so once you're in the contested case proceeding, once the agency has issued the notice and said, this is what we're going to do, we're either giving you an opportunity or we're holding a hearing. There's two ways that you can have the hearing. It can be formal or it can be informal. And formal proceeding, I guess, I don't know why I put default proceedings in there. I'm not remembering. But basically a formal proceeding is like, you're going to have a live hearing in front of a hearing officer and the rules of evidence are going to apply. It's going to be like a mini court trial. But the parties can both agree that they want to use a more informal proceeding as well. Maybe they don't want to pay a lawyer to do a whole hearing, but they still want to come in and present evidence. Both parties can agree to an informal proceeding where you can, maybe one way you could do it is just instead of showing up for a live hearing, it's all just written argument that's presented. And the rules of evidence don't apply, but there are some constraints on what the hearing officer can consider. So you have a lot of options. I'll be honest, on the licensing cases, I consider those to be so serious, like when you're taking away someone's business license and putting them out of business, that I, as the department counsel, I'm not going to agree to an informal proceeding. I want a formal proceeding with a really well-developed record because it's a serious matter. And I would note that the law, MAPPA says that for any professional licenses over at DLI, they're not allowed to do informal proceedings. So I kind of follow that. You know, if a licensee came to me and said, hey, I want to do an informal proceeding, then I might consider it. But like, usually I'm not going to agree and I'm a party to it. And the rule says both parties in writing can agree. I just kind of feel like we're trying to take away somebody's license. We need to do it formally. But one thing to keep in mind, sometimes you'll have contested case hearings in front of an agency where the agency is really not the party. Sometimes it's two private parties fighting it out together. And so in that situation, the agency doesn't really have a stake in it. So if both of those parties say they want to do it informally, then the agency needs to do it informally. But we're always a party in our licensing revocation proceedings. And so I don't really use informal, and no one has ever like really come to me and pushed it and said, I really want you to give me an informal proceeding. So if you have, once you go to a hearing, there's two ways that it can happen, and we've kind of touched on this. MAPPA allows the agency, whoever is at the agency who's going to make the final decision, can preside over the hearing. And you guys did that with the Dillon livestock and the Headwaters livestock market. We elected not to assign a hearing examiner, and you guys heard the hearing, presided over the hearing. But for a lot of times, that's just not practical for an agency head to do, especially again, going back to like DLI, the number of licensing proceedings that they do. There's absolutely no way that Commissioner Swanson has the time. Well, she's not the head of the agency in that respect because the licensing boards are the head, but like one person cannot handle all of those. Like especially on those boards, like they're volunteer boards as well. You know, the Board of Medical Examiners has a bunch of physicians on it. They don't have the time to preside over every single licensing hearing that comes before their board. So they use hearing examiners. That is an allowed procedure under MAPPA, where you choose somebody else to preside over the hearing. They're either, we use hearing examiner and hearing officer pretty much interchangeably. And the law says you have to choose your hearing examiner with due regard to the expertise required for the particular matter. So, sometimes like the Board of Environmental Review is doing very scientific and in-depth contested cases. They should pick a hearing examiner who has some kind of, substantive knowledge of the subject matter at issue. The law also says that it must be from a state agency. So we can't just like hire a private person to be our hearing examiner, theoretically. But when there is a difference. When you use a hearing examiner, they do not issue the final order. All they do is issue what's called a proposed decision. So they make findings of fact, they make conclusions of law because they preside over the hearing, but that's not effective until it is adopted by the head of the agency. And since the Board of Livestock is the head of the Department of Livestock, we come to you to issue those final orders. Other agencies that have a director head might come to their director to issue that final order. You can, so why it's on here as a potential action item, which this can be a subject for another day. You could, as a board, decide that you want to designate your final agency action authority to somebody else. Like you could say, I'm going to designate it to the executive officer, and he gets to hear all cases and issue the final decision. Or you could say it's going to be the bureau chief. So if it's a brands issue, it'll be Jay Bodner. If it's an animal health issue, it'll be Tawny Szymanski. You could do that if you wanted to, but in the absence of any formal motion and designation, we come to you as the agency head to issue the final agency action. So that's the two ways a contested case hearing can happen. You either use a hearing examiner or you use the agency head to preside over it. And some agencies do so many of these that they have their own offices that they employ their own hearings officers. So DPHHS has their own, they call it the Office of Administrative Hearings. DLI has it, they also call it the Office of Administrative Hearings. Revenue calls it the Office of Dispute Resolution. DNRC has their own Office of Administrative Hearings. So agencies that do a lot of contested case hearings employ their own hearings officers to do this. But we don't do enough of them, and it would not be financially prudent for us to hire our own. So that's a big overview. So I thought, let's run through the basic procedure. Yeah.
So if you were to assign it to, say, Tawny or a thing, could it still be an appeal to the board or to Mike and then to the board again? I mean, because you're looking at, I'm looking at the steps that.
No, because under MAPPA, once the final agency action is entered, then the aggrieved party has a right to petition for judicial review in the court system. So the final agency action is the end of the administrative agency process, and anything after that is going to be in the judicial branch.
So as long as they're designated as a hearing officer, and so whoever would be that
The
hearing.
designation matters less than it being the final agency action. So it's just who, once there is a final agency action, there's no more recourse in the agency because it's final. It's like who issues the final agency action may vary depending on what you want and what you designate. But once it's final, it's done. Yeah.
But the final agency action is not necessarily the final action because they can petition for judicial review. Yeah.
Right. Correct. Yeah. The legal term is final agency action because it's like you're done with the agency. Everything else, if you want to continue to challenge it, has to be in the court system.
Lindsay and I was about the only time that we feel like the designated individual, and that would probably be case by case on certain types of actions, was if we had some sort of very short timeline.
Right.
Like if there was a thing that said this has to be decided in 48 hours, the likelihood of getting a quorum of the board together in 48 hours to hold a hearing.
Well,
You know,
you have to notice that you're doing it. too.
right. Yeah, you may
have 40 hours
right.
limit on
Right.
that.
And so you may not, that may be a case where in that type of a case, you would want to say, if we had that time frame or timeline, the board might choose, I'm not saying they would have to, but the board might choose, hey, for that type of action, we're going to designate that because there's no way we could meet our obligation through board action because the timeline's too short.
I will say that without a compelling reason for you to designate it to someone else, I like it being the board.
That's our
doing the
preference.
final order primarily because you're not department employees, you're not here on a daily basis, and you are factually usually removed from the case. And we like that. We want to keep you as objective and out of the loop as possible until it comes to you for a decision. It could get messy, like, sometimes when there's usually a large amount of lead up that precedes us even deciding we want to initiate a contested case. Like, we're not just willy-nilly deciding we want to revoke someone's license. We're only reaching that decision after probably months and months and months and months of dealing with them that usually Dr. Szymanski is looped into, Jay Bodner it would be looped into, and Mike is looped into. So it's hard to keep those people totally out of the loop when we have issues with somebody that we regulate. And so in my personal opinion is it's better if it's you that issues the final agency action because you're usually not intimately involved in those things.
The thing I'd say, and I don't know if I see in your other slides here, but I think the elephant that sits in the corner of the room on contested case hearings with a board like this is just the understanding that our constituents have, right? They're used to dealing with their stakeholder organizations or maybe the legislature, which operates under different rules and procedures. And so it's hard for constituents to understand, oh, I've got a contested case going in front of the Board of Livestock. I know Alan. Let me call Alan and tell him what I think. And that puts you guys sometimes in a bad position because we said we want to keep you objective. But in those cases, when we're talking about contested case hearings, it's incumbent upon all of you to remember, I'm sorry, I'm going to be sitting in judgment on that. I can't talk to you about that. I can talk to you about the weather. I can talk to you about the cattle market, but I can't talk to you about that. And that is sort of off-putting. And I say it's the elephant in the room. It's off-putting to our constituents because they want to think about it like, and I'll use this example, like being the Stockgrowers Board or the Farm Bureau Board. And it's like, no, you're my representative. I call you. It's like, but no, I'm actually sitting in judgment. I can't talk to you about this.
Which was sort of trying to happen with the Headwaters.
Yeah. No, that's exactly right.
And that's the thing I think puts you guys in a difficult position, but that's also why we want to do these trainings and try to arm you with, look, here's what my role in this is. I can't discuss this with you. That would be inappropriate. And we know that there's some people who won't take that for an answer. I just know some of the people we deal with, but it's just important that you keep that in mind on like a contested case hearing and kind of keep in your mind in contested cases, that's a little bit different of a role than your role that you serve of being representative of a certain part of the industry on the board, right? It's and how you keep those things separate is important.
And-
But it is the elephant in the corner of
And
the
we
room.
call that ex parte communications.
Yes.
That's communication that's happening outside of the formal process. And there is a statute in MAPPA that explicitly says that's a no-no. Like you should, if you're part of the body that's going to issue a decision or make findings of fact and conclusions of law, you should not be communicating with any party or representative that is part of those proceedings. And that is there to preserve fundamental fairness. And, you know, it's not part of procedural due process, but it's part of substantive due process is fundamental fairness. Like you want it to be fair. But another reason why it's important is because like when I was saying to Alan, like the next step is going to the court to contest it if they don't like the decision. But the court is going to be looking only at the record that was built at the agency through the process. Anything else is not going to be looked at, and they do that for a reason because they don't want the courts second guessing the agency. They're not going to let somebody come into court and say, well, they didn't agree with me for all of these reasons, and the court's going to say, but none of these reasons were raised before the agency. Like I'm not even going to pay any attention to them. The courts constrain themselves to what's presented on the record in the contested case hearing. And ex parte communications are not usually on the record. And that's why they are prohibited, because you want to make sure the decision is made on open facts and everybody understands what the factual basis that the decision is being made is based off of. And having side conversations that are not fleshed out through this whole process is not going to satisfy due process. It's not fair for there to be side communications that affect a decision. And honestly, if there are side communications that were not part of the record, I do think a court on review, if they found out about it, could say, well, I'm gonna axe this agency decision because it wasn't procedurally correct because you allowed for all these side communications. So we're trying to preserve fundamental fairness, but we're also trying to preserve the integrity of the process so that we don't spend all this time and energy getting to a final order that's then going to be just, knocked out by a court because we didn't follow the right procedure.
So the one that I think of, and you brought up a market situation. So we have these requirements with markets that if they're changing ownership or, so a new owner, it requires, some documentation on their part. It requires a public hearing. It requires all these things that are actually in the statutes around that. And I think the challenge for you guys is that as a board is that there are many people, and this is just me and my knowledge of our constituents. There's many people who would have, let's say, and I'm going to use, everybody loves Gene Curry, but let's say Gene Curry is going to buy a market and he's applied and he's put all of his stuff in. We've scheduled a hearing, but there's people out there who just have an animus about Gene Curry for one reason or another. And they're more than willing to call people who will be making the decision on whether we grant that to say, and this may not be in the contest, but it's just in the realm of good ethics for the board, that they'll want to call and say, these are all the reasons I think Gene Curry should not be allowed to own a livestock market. Well, the answer would be, that's a decision that's going to be in front of us. We're holding a public hearing. That's where you would come and make your comments as a member of the public. But folks don't want to show up and say what they want to say about Gene with everybody listening and on a record and documented. And that's the challenge of, you just say, well, nope, you've got to, I can't consider those points. You've got to come say those in that public hearing so they're part of the record. So that later on, if the decision is challenged, I would say, there are times that you may look at decisions that are made, maybe not just by this agency, but other government agencies. You probably all had that experience where you look at it and you go, I'm reading the record, but I have no idea how they came to the decision. There's nothing in the record that would tell me what was the evidence to deny or grant, or where was there any evidence of that. And those are things that I will say as a layman, look at that, I go, well, I would bet there was some communication somewhere that people formed opinions before they ever got to the meeting. And you've probably all seen that happen on various things over time. So anyway, I'm sorry, I'm hijacking Lindsay again, but I think these are just for the board, and these are all good points about, I do recognize the pressure that you're under, and some of this information is hopefully helpful to arm you with, I'm not trying to be resistant to you. I'm not trying to push you away or say that your opinion doesn't matter. I'm telling you there's a process for how your opinion gets in the process, and this is not that.
Yeah.
This is not how it happens.
So this slide is just kind of the basic procedure of what happens. So the first step is like, who are the parties? Like I said, sometimes like the one that we did with Headwaters and Dillon, like the agency, we weren't a party to that. We were the presiding agency and making the decision, but we weren't a party. So when I was drafting the notice for that, I said, well, Dillon asked for it and Headwaters objected. So I'm going to say Dillon and Headwaters are the two parties. So, but sometimes it's the department is the party and the licensee is the party, and those are the parties. Then I have to decide, okay, do I have to hold a hearing or do I just have to give an opportunity for a hearing? Because that's going to affect how I draft my notice. When and where should the hearing be held? Will a hearing officer be used, or are we going to, hold it in front of the board? So I make all those decisions, and then I draft the notice that goes out. And I have to include in that notice a short and plain statement of the matters asserted. And this is really that second element of due process, which is the risk of erroneous deprivation. You've got to put the party on notice of why you are proposing to do what you're doing so that they have a full and fair opportunity to come in with evidence and refute it. So you have to tell them, you don't have to like lay out every single detail out, but you have to give them as much notice as possible so they know that if they request a hearing, what they have to contest, what they're going to refute. So we can't send out a notice to someone and say, well, we're proposing to revoke your license. If you want to have a hearing, request a hearing within 20 days, period. That would be an insufficient notice. We have to tell them, we are proposing to revoke your license because on this day, our inspector went and found this. On this day, our inspector went and found this. And we have to give them enough information so that they know what a hearing is going to be about and they know what they need to contest. Otherwise.
So, and then along that same line, then we're constrained to stay within those parameters at that hearing also.
Yeah. I mean, I don't think it's like totally black and white. There are some things that are going to be like, there's a lot of case law. It's kind of similar to when someone files a lawsuit. There is a requirement that what you put in your lawsuit is sufficient to put the other party on notice, and the courts are pretty lenient because we are what is called a notice pleading state, where it's like, you just have to put them on notice that this transaction is what you are suing about. And so it's kind of similar to that. I try to put in as much information as I can because why not? I think it's fair. We're a public agency. We're providing public service. We shouldn't be hiding anything. But if there's one little fact that is discovered later, as long as it's within the realm of what was in the notice, you can add in new things. Does that make sense? Mm-hmm. Like it's got to be sufficient enough, but it doesn't have to lay out every single fact that you intend to prove. And so after that notice goes out, if it's one where a hearing, we only have to give an opportunity. If they request a hearing, then what we usually do is we go and get a hearing officer. So if they say, I want a hearing, then I go and I find someone who's willing to be the hearing officer. And then they issue a scheduling order and we all get together and we all meet and we say, okay, how much time do we need to get this all done? So Jean, this is kind of where your question of what's the time restraints come in is usually at this scheduling conference. You say, hey, I think I can get it done by X amount of time. For me, when I'm prosecuting a license revocation, the biggest component for that of how much time I need has to do with how much discovery do I want to do. Because when you're in a formal contested case hearing, we get to do discovery, which is like requests for admission, interrogatories, requests for production, depositions. Those are all procedures in the court system for how parties get information for a lawsuit. And so that's another reason why my notice doesn't have to be like locked down, because I tell them, hey, this is the issue I have. And then I get to dig deeper through the discovery process, but they get to dig deeper too. They get to come back and say, well, give me every document that you have that you're going to use against me at my contested case hearing. And we have to provide them to that. And there are time restrictions for discovery. Usually, like say, for example, if I send out requests for admission, they have 30 days to respond. You know, and I usually like to do 2 rounds of discovery because, you know, you send out one, you get your responses back, and there might be something you want to follow up on, so you do another round. And so that's at least 60 days, right? Because you send them out and then they have 30 days to respond. So that's what I use when I'm deciding when do I want to set the hearing, is how much discovery do I want to do? How much time is it going to take me to complete that? And then I work backwards from there. So we set a hearing date, then we engage in discovery, and then we do the hearing. And if we use a hearing officer, the hearing officer is going to issue either a proposed decision, or if we use you guys, then you're going to issue the final decision. And what happens after that depends on whether you use a hearing officer or not. If you use the hearing officer, then we enter into a new stage of proceedings before you, the board. And MAPPA says that after a proposed decision is filed, both parties have an opportunity to object to the findings of fact and conclusions of law that are made by the hearing officer through a process known as exceptions. So they get to come to the agency head and file exceptions that are basically asking the agency head to not go with what the hearing officer did. They'll say, hey, reject that finding or modify that finding, reject that conclusion, modify that conclusion, it was wrong. And then the agency head, which is you in our case, will listen to the exceptions. Usually there's an oral argument if either party requests it, and then you issue the final agency action. None of that happens if you are presiding over the hearing. That process is just skipped over if you're presiding over the hearing. So there's no right to exceptions when the body that is presiding over the hearing is going to be the one to issue the final agency action. Does that make sense? It's just kind of like this built-in appeal process in the MAPPA contested case when you use a hearing officer. And I think it's good sometimes because most hearing officers are not going to have intimate knowledge of the livestock industry. So sometimes you want that built-in procedure to let them flush it all out, let them make the findings of fact. But if they get something totally wrong, there's still a built-in review before you, the board, before it becomes effective and final. But probably the most important thing for you to know is that when you as the board are reviewing a proposed decision that comes before you, MAPPA restricts what you can do. You have your hands tied to some extent. Now you can adopt the proposed decision in its entirety and just say, nope, we think everything's good. That is the simplest way to do it. And that is what you did with both the ABARS processing case and the Highline packing case. You just accepted the proposed decision with no modifications whatsoever. Or you can modify the conclusions of law, or you can reject the conclusions of law. Like you can say, nope, they got that totally wrong, I'm gonna reject it. Or you can say, that's kind of right, but it needs a little tweaking, I'm gonna modify it. You have a lot of freedom in modifying or rejecting conclusions of law. But conclusions of law are different than findings of fact. And sometimes it's hard to tell the difference, but your hands are very tied when it comes to reviewing findings of fact. If you want to modify a finding of fact, you can only do that if you decide that the hearing officer's finding was not based on competent, substantial evidence, or that the whole proceeding did not comply with the essential requirements of law. And that's the same for rejecting it. So that basically what that means is you've got to give a lot of deference to the findings of fact that the hearing officer makes, unless it's just totally out of the blue, not based at all on competent, substantial evidence. And that's a difficult concept for, I think, a lay board to understand. Like, that's something that judges deal with very frequently, but this is probably the most difficult part of your job as reviewing a proposed decision is, if you wanted to modify or reject it, you'd really need to get into the nitty gritty and look at the evidence. You should review the entire administrative record. If there's a transcript of the hearing, you should look at that. So that can be tough if you decide that you want to modify or reject a finding of fact. So the next one is, this is the only solid time frame that is built into MAPPA. And it says a final decision must be issued within 90 days after a contested case is considered to be submitted for a final decision, unless there's good reason to extend it. So the Montana Supreme Court has basically interpreted that to mean that when, like for you, for example, when you meet and the parties to a contested case issue, make oral arguments to you, and then you guys, then that's when that 90 days starts. Or maybe they don't make oral arguments, but they all submit briefs, and then you all get together as a quorum at your next meeting, and it's on the agenda. That's the trigger for the 90 days for you, is when you all get together to consider it. That's when it's considered submitted for a final decision. And since you're not just one person, you're a body, I think we're safe on relying on, like, a board meeting is always going to be the trigger for that 90 days of when you get together to do that. So, and usually, as you know, if I'm prosecuting it, you have your own separate counsel for that. So that is something that your own separate counsel should be aware of and cognizant of and watching when you're getting close to that 90 days. And it's a little unclear in the law, like what happens if you miss it, but I don't want to find out. And so after the final order, then the aggrieved party has 30 days from the entry of the order to file a petition for judicial review in a district court. And so, like I talked about earlier, what the district court can review is limited by statute. But the law says venue's either going to be here in Lewis and Clark County, because it's probably going to be against the department, or it's going to be the county where the petitioning party resides, or the county where the permitted or licensed activity would take place. So it could be the time limit for ABARS processing to file a petition for judicial review has passed, but if they would have had the option to file it in Scobie, which is Daniels County, I think. Is that correct? Yeah. So they would have had the option to file for petition for judicial review in Daniels County if they wanted to. I would say Dillon, if they had wanted to file a petition for judicial review on their market issue, it would have been Beaver County, since that is the county where the permitted activity is taking place.
Questionable for the Down County, I mean, it's all kind of murky on that.
Yeah. So I included this in here just so you guys have a sense of what a big deal contested case hearings are, and why I am maybe a little rigid in my in my refusal to resolve it through informal proceedings. We've had a couple of cases. Well, let me just say that. So for example, because it's over and done and the period for judicial review has passed, but in ABARS, they wanted to voluntarily relinquish their license after we had the proposed decision, after we had filed exceptions and all of that. And I guess technically maybe I had the ability to say sure, but I wasn't willing to do that because by that time we had spent a lot of money in trying to revoke their license, because they contested it at every stage until the very end when it was pretty clear they weren't going to win. And then they wanted to just, well, we're voluntarily relinquishing it, and they wanted to prevent the entry of a final order. I wasn't willing to do it because, as you can see, we had spent thousands of dollars to get to that point. And I kind of felt like at that point, I want a legal document explaining why we've done what we did and why we spent so much money. And we don't, I can tell you, I personally, as a member of a licensed occupation, I do not take a revocation proceeding lightly at all, because I understand what it means. Like if somebody wanted to revoke my law license, what that would mean for me. Like it's a big deal. We don't start these proceedings unless we think it's necessary to do. So I just want to convey that to you as the board. That's why if something's coming to you, like you can take that as a sign that all efforts to resolve it prior to that have failed. Or, you know, I've spent $8,000 trying to get here, and then you want to just give up and quit without having a final document on the record. And I'm like, no, I'm not going to do that. So, there is a reason why I am a bit of a hold a hard line on that. Also because these hearings require our staff members to take time off of work and show up and participate and all of that. Like it's a drain on us, and we don't do it unless we think it's really important. So that's kind of the overview of a contested case hearing. I hope it was helpful in some regard, and you can have some understanding of why things happen the way that they do.
Thank you. And William has had a very good point at the start of this, that it would have been very nice to have the complete board, and that just gives me, after listening, I was going to strongly encourage them to listen, and I think now we just, pardon?
Listen to the recording.
Yes, because that, reading this and listening to the discussion is quite a bit different.
Yeah.
Well, I'm like, I've got notes in it now.
Yeah.
And another thing too, that, you know, under the law, it's not just revoking a license that triggers the requirement for a contested case hearing. Like if somebody applies for a license and we deny it, we also have to give them an opportunity for a hearing. So,
and that's like the example I gave earlier of someone trying to establish a new market or gain ownership of a market. They're trying to gain the license.
Right. But even if there was no separate statute that says you have to hold a hearing
We
when
still
someone
would.
applies, we'd still have to, well, it depends. Like if they apply and everything looks great, then we just issue them the license and we don't get into this world. But if we want to deny them a license or refuse to renew their license, that is effectively a denial. If you refuse to renew someone's license, you have to give them an opportunity for a hearing. And we ran into this with a livestock dealer who had a criminal conviction that we thought implicated the statute that said you can't renew, like when there's been an instance of X, Y, and Z. So we had to issue them a notice that said, hey, we're going to refuse to renew your license. It turns out that they never submitted a renewal application, so it became moot, but we had to send the same notice that we send when we try to revoke someone's license if we're going to refuse to renew it. So, yeah.
Any other questions for? Well, thank you. Some of this information would have been very helpful prior to
A couple months ago,
yeah. I think I would ask the expert, but I think we got through that very well.
Yes, I think because it's over and done with, I guess I can safely say now, my only concern with the handling of ABARS, and it turned out to not come to fruition and not be a problem. But when I was on vacation, for example, and I was not here when it first came before you for consideration, it was my understanding that the decision was made to let them have a chance at another inspection. And I'll just be frank with you, that raised my hackles up because I thought, well, if we find new violations at this inspection, I have to start the process over again. Like I have to give them a notice and put them on notice that new violations have happened and we're going to revoke their license on those new violations. As it turned out, it was the same issues that were at issue in our initial notice. So that didn't come to fruition. But that was a concern because due process requires me to give them an opportunity to contest any violations. And so that late in the process, if we had found new violations that we wanted to revoke them based off of, I would have had to given them a chance to hold a new hearing on that. So that's what gave me heartburn about that situation. And I don't hold that against anyone because you had not been given this training and like, you're not lawyers, you're not thinking about that.
Mhm.
I'll be frank. I think the counsel that we retained to advise you should have clocked that and should have brought it up, but it didn't happen.
I remember prompting several times, like, please tell us
Yeah.
what we're doing wrong, but it didn't happen. And I'm not the attorney. I was so I couldn't, I was like, but I kind of sensed it and I was like, well, I think so what are we supposed to do? I don't know if you remember, I asked that like several times and it never.
You really tried. You're getting a little heated.
I know.
You're really trying to.
I listened and I called Mr. Chairman asking specifically, are there any timelines to be concerned with? And I heard no mention of the 90 days from the time it was submitted. That gave me a little heartburn as well. So, like I said, I'm not holding it against you. I think that was the responsibility of your counsel to bring that up, but like that is a concern. You know, once we're that far in the process, we are constrained to what was heard at the hearing, and anything new that comes in raises due process concerns for me. And I don't want on judicial review someone to say, well, hey, they revoked me on these new violations that we never had a hearing on, because a court would have said, this is no good. Go back, try again.
Well,
Mr. Chair, sorry. So in that instance, like, what should she have said? Any new violations found? Like how? Because I just feel like both times the attorneys we had were just like so quiet.
Yeah.
And so I was like scared to even ask like a direct question like that. Like, what happens if they find new violations? Like, should she have said?
Yes.
We would have to start back at 0.
Yes.
Okay.
I mean, if I had been your counsel, that's what I would have said.
Okay.
I would have said, I have concerns about giving them an opportunity for a new inspection because any new violations that are found that were not part of that initial notice are not, like, they haven't had due process. They
Okay.
haven't had an opportunity to contest.
Mm-hmm.
And, like I said, like I don't feel like that ended up being the case. I don't feel like we ended up with new violations that were the subject of the final order, because your final order just adopted the March 2025 proposed decision. But if you had wanted to issue a final order that said, well, also this inspection in June or July had da-da-da-da, I think that would have been subject to being overturned by a judge.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I just thinking back, not having the council sitting
Oh, I can tell you, we made some mistakes.
because body language
I know.
is huge, and
It's tough.
having them on Zoom in a little. I mean,
Oh, I thought you were talking about the fact that how many of these that I go through and we didn't even have legal counsel like advising us from day one on stuff. And I know I mean, that's the value of the position. And I thank this board for letting us get that reestablished in the department. And I'm thankful that it's Miss Simon who ended up being the person sitting in the chair, because it's paid for itself, if nothing else, and just avoidance of additional cost.
Yeah.
I mean, and you can see why I don't want a final order that's going to be subject to be overturned when we spend $8,000 trying to get it. And then to basically, if we're told go back and try again, like that's just a huge waste of time and money. So it's not just protecting the intent. We want to do it right and we want to do it fair from the very beginning, but we also just want to avoid having to redo it because of a needless mistake.
Mm-hmm.
live and learn.
Okay, thank you.
Thank
Thank
you.
you.
Glad you're a lawyer, and I'm not.
Okay, Brian, you stand between this crowd and lunch.
I was gonna say, do you need caffeine or
Yeah,
the legalese?
yeah, and maybe shut the door so the aroma doesn't keep drifting in.
We'll get back on. We'll take a shorter lunch and get back on track here, bro.
Did I take a break?
Oh,
All my time?
Oh, yeah, you did, but it wasn't because of you.
No.
I
it was
didn't.
Mike,
Yeah, I didn't help you.
I think if we did go back and listen to the
Okay.
recording, you probably were okay.
Yeah, no, I've just found some opportunities for some lessons that I know are hard. I know it, and I would say before we go to Brian, I just know for you guys who are in this position, serving on this board and being a part of the industry, and that's why I say this, because I recognize it is so tough to try to keep those things separate, and people push you, and I recognize that. So we want to give you tools, right?
No, it was. There you go. Time well spent.
Mr.
Brian?
Chair,
Yeah.
members of the board, Brian Simonson, your Chief Financial Officer, here to give you your budget report for the period. Basically, we just have our 3 standard reports this time, nothing special on my agenda. So we're going to go to tab 2, page 1. Mike's got it up there, the multicolored state special revenue report. I'd say a couple things first. There's about 2 to 3 months of revenue here. I think the theme you're going to hear through much of my report is going to, be talking about how we're kind of early in the stages, and that, timing of when things were paid or recorded last year versus this year is going to make up a lot of what you're going to see as far as the volatility of some of these numbers. So just don't be very alarmed for them. I look at the numbers and I see a lot of positivity in them. In fact, I hardly see any negativity in them. So it's a good report. I told you last time we were here that we had to do some work on the budget revenue. That's column E, the far right column. Evan got that done. And so there's quite a bit of inflationary adjustments in there. I do want to call attention because of the dollar value change, and then the opportunity to just reinforce what we're doing with per capita fee. I want to call your attention to row 13, per capita fee, that $5.68 million budget number. That's up a little over $1 million from what it was reported last month, and reflects accurately where we are as far as the budget that's in the system. And then you can see the bottom number there in the green. If you add up all the things that fall into the per capita fee, is now 6.6. And I just want to give a little bit of education here, because if we turn the page and we look at, I want you to look at row 30, per capita fee. This is on the blue, right? Mm-hmm. This is our budgeted funds. This page here really represents House Bill 2 for the most part. So this is our ongoing operations for running the department as it pertains to per capita fee. So if we look at the budget number there, it says 5.9 million. I'll round up. Well, 5.9 million doesn't really equate to 6.6, right? So it gets confusing as to what's missing in that number. So I just want to add to that 5.6 what other things are in this book that account for per capita fee and how much per capita fee we're spending annually. So with that number there, then you get you need to add the $575,000 that we pay to Wildlife Services for coyote aerial hunting. You need to add the $400,000.
So you're talking about on this page, the 5 point.
Well, what I'm just trying to do is tell you how much because you might look at the blue sheet and say, I'm sorry, 5.9. We're only spending 5.9 million and we're bringing in 6.6. We're growing it. Mm-hmm. Well, why the hell did you ask for more per capita fee if we're growing it, right? So that's why I want to no, we're not growing it. We're not growing it. So just and most of what I'm going to talk about here now is on that other brown sheet that is relatively new to the program, which is the statutory appropriations, the budget amendments, and how. I'm on page 13. I don't really want to stay on this page. We could stay on this.
Well, so if you're gonna jump around, Brian, you got to give us time enough to find. You got tabs on yours, we know.
Page 13 on the bottom of it. In the branch. Yep.
So on the bottom of it, the line. I mean, what,
Okay, yeah, we're gonna
Yeah.
be in, column B, and we're gonna go down, to the bottom half of the page and just look at the budgeted funds that are there, so we can see what the budgets of those funds are. So to that 5.9 on the blue sheet, we would add the 5.7 or the 575,000 in column or row 27. We would add now I'm on row 31, we'd add the House Bill 10 number of 395,000, so 400,000. And then for the last one we'd add the next row down, per capita fee, one time only. This 863,000 is what we approved for the lab for casework and some other things that weren't budget, that we didn't meet the budget. The contract came in over the amount, and so we had to make up the difference.
Yeah.
So it was about $1 million. So we're planning on spending that 863,000 also. So let me see if that's everything. I think it is. So all of that.
so
adds
now
up-
all of a sudden our numbers did a little bit of a flop there.
So all of those add up to 7,638,000. So essentially, we plan on spending 1 million more than what we're actually going to bring in this year. And we kind of knew that, and most of that's driven by the lab and House Bill 10. Those aren't things that are going to repeat themselves,
Or
right?
yeah, there's one time. Yeah.
So the 6 million that is in House Bill 2, that is the real number to kind of, the 6 million plus the predator control, the wildlife services dollars. We add those two together, and we're pretty much at our budget number that we're projecting to spend, or in the revenue that we're projecting to bring in. So, but we're going to lose $1 million. This
The
year.
cash
Well,
out of our
We're gonna
out of our balance sheet.
Yes, there you go. We're gonna spend into our cash balance, which is healthy. But where we're coming off good though on the lab side is that when Brian and I first put together a financial plan in 2021 for the lab, we were planning to give about $5 to $6 million that fund balance to the legislature to help us build a building. And so if we come out of it only spending 863,000 of our per capita, we actually did a lot better than we initially planned 5 years ago. So
Yes, and I think that with the COVID and all of that, good things happen, and the cost of materials and all that, and bad things happen. So that we ended up smelling like roses, but the rest of the state, having a hard time for sure, I think. But I had the opportunity there. I want to be like, I don't want people to think we're packing away $1 million of excess revenue based on this.
and ask for an increase at the same time.
Yes.
Okay.
Some legislatures do
Yeah.
that, on the
All right.
federal level, I should say.
I'll be quicker now. I'm going to go down column D and just highlight a couple things here. Market inspection fees in the brands, the blue area is the only number that really jumps out at you. The 40,000 ahead of this time last year. That number is really a reflection of last year's timing of when we recorded deposits in the system. So Evan said in our monthly, we get together and we go through these numbers with Jay in this section. And,
So we won't get dinged by our auditors quite as much next time?
this is not about anything that the brands folks are doing
Yeah.
as far as deposits. This is just how internally.
This is how it
the
is, how it ended
paperwork
up.
Yeah.
It's done. Yeah, the deposits have to be done when they have to be done physically. So we'll see that number come back because both Jay and Evan, are saying that the markets pretty much look like this time last year, and so they'll meet each other here in the next couple of months for sure. Just going down the sheet, per capita fee, I just would mention, you can see there on row 13 that we're only 5,000 down, and really we've only collected 55,000 for the year. And I think I heard Mike say earlier, we'll really see that number leap up, after the first of the year when we start collecting per capita fee. Right now, the number really reflects what the Department of Revenue is bringing in offset, right? So you filed for your home rebate of $400, and if you didn't pay your per capita fee, that might be coming to us. So that's how that goes.
Be interesting how many of those really get nailed on that.
I bet.
Well, we get I mean, you can see that's mostly offset. That's mostly.
I had somebody last month call me for livestock loss board. In your letter, I was getting $2,000. I only got 500. Like, oh, I can't figure out what the heck that is. It took a little bit of digging to find out. Oh, well, the other $500 or $1,500 went for offset, and so it kind of came back our way. It's weird.
Yeah, it may not even been on per capita. It was some other.
It could have been
some other tax they had not paid.
Yeah, for sure. I'm sorry. We need to get through this.
This takes it out.
I made the mistake of
Well,
looking
that-
at one, so.
The system takes the money out.
Yeah.
Yeah, when you fail to pay your per capita fee or fail to report that you don't have any livestock, there's a couple situations where you end up with a bill. That then goes to the Department of Revenue's collection side of the house. And then that's what offset essentially refers to, is those collection efforts to bring that money, your tax dollars, to fulfill those bills.
So any rebates that you would apply for or be theoretically in line to
Income
get.
tax return.
Yeah, if you overpaid and and you should get a rebate back but if you didn't pay something else, they got that locked in.
Figured out.
Yeah.
It's one of the benefits of having all this, housed over at the Department of Revenue as far as the fee collection goes.
All of a sudden you had a better memory then, huh?
Well, I told them what I thought they were going to get. I didn't know what they were not paying. I'll just go down. Not much here left. Milk inspection. You can see that number is positive, and it shouldn't be. We collected 2 extra payments compared to this time last year, so that number will go negative as expected. Egg revenue that's traditionally what that looks like. And then the lab diagnostic. The diagnostic lab fees, row 21, that actually is a really good number compared to what it was last month when we reported. So they brought in about 30,000 more in revenue. And it isn't so much a function that the lab had more businesses. Again, we're kind of catching up this year with the bills and that. So it could still fluctuate some, but the lab's reporting some good business. So we're going to stay optimistic on that one. Okay.
So when did some of those fee increases kick in? Over
1 October is when I think the
so that isn't showing up yet.
Yeah. But yeah,
Is that correct, Lindsay? On the lab fee rule when it goes effective?
It should be effective on November 7th.
November 7th. So we'll start seeing that after November 7th.
Yeah. So December would be January.
I don't think Greg knew that was the date. They told me October 1st.
Yeah.
Well, there was a snafu in the timing of Secretary of State's.
I got it submitted at the one round of publication later than what we initially thought it was.
Yeah.
Mr. Chair, that is my state special revenue report. I'm going to move on to page 2 if there's no questions. Okay. Page 2 here, and a lot about anything else I report on here is going to be driven by the personnel number there. Essentially, we've had an extra pay period compared to this time last year. So I don't know exactly. I think we're at like 7 pay periods, and last time we were at 6 pay periods. So that on the blue sheets, an extra pay period tends to drive your number up, your expectation up higher, because you're not taking it out as fast as you should. And on the brown sheets, it shows you're spending way more than you did the last time too. So I think it kind of works together negatively in both instances. But furthermore, that total personnel cost of $400,000. I mean, that is about what a pay period. One pay period is probably $425,000. So that is in this mix. Also in this mix is we have the 4 new FTE from meat poultry inspection. I believe the first hire on there came in September. There's going to be another hire that's going to come here in the next month or so, and then the last 2 could be a little bit more TBD as far as out there. So that's leading to a positive projection also. Just going down that column F, then a few of those bigger numbers. The 204,000 for contracts. A lot of that's testing with the DSA federal umbrella. Tawny says that that's going to catch up. That we're really kind of right where we or better than we were last year on that. And then the other half of that, or some portion of that, is from the egg inspection plant, and that's always kind of historically in that number. So that number will come down, you know, 100,000 at least when testing catches up. Let's see here, rent. That 142,000. That's another kind of historical CSD, centralized services, my division. We just have rent has inflationary gone up, and we're not spending that as much as we were before. Tawny isn't doing she had a West Yellowstone. She had a
Duck Creek facility.
Right. I think that, and now we're out of that. So that saved us quite a bit of money also. And so as we're saving money, our authority really isn't changing. So that's kind of what's happened over history.
And
we've gotten more.
And I don't think, are we leasing anything on the north side for Bison anymore?
I don't think we are. And if we are, it's gotta be.
Because we had some leases, but we lost them when the landowners traded them for Forest Service elsewhere. And so so I don't think we have any leases there anymore.
Let's see, 55,000 for repair and maintenance. One of the functions, just so we're kind of aware here, the budget numbers for each of these, especially in the operations side, the budget numbers here can fluctuate, and the only number that can't fluctuate is the total operations number, the 5.8 million. But and so Evan, creates these numbers based off of what we spent last year, or in a kind of a weighted average of the last 2 years. So we had a lot more vehicles last year that had to get new lights and sirens and all other stuff. And so I think that number is artificially a little negative there, but I think that'll correct itself as we move through the year, or it'll stay, in that kind of direction. But it's artificial. Let's see. I'll go down to the budgeted funds. So row 27, you can see there we got 365,000. We're projecting over authority in general fund. 82 of that is in the livestock loss because we didn't have compared to this time last year. DSA, like I said, with the testing, that's that number is about 135,000 to the good there. And then milk, because we got the influx of the 150,000 of general fund in the milk inspection fees. That's a little bit more than what we really are projecting needing. We were projecting about 90,000 being in the hole as far as if we're just relying on the fees. So half of what we got pretty much is going to show up here in a positive for a bit. We'll catch up to it eventually. Per capita fee.
Well, we're going to do some additional hiring there and some other stuff that'll catch some things up.
And we've lost 2 more dairies this fiscal year already. So, and Big Creek is kind of a larger dairy, so that'll have some effect on our revenue stream coming in too for milk inspection. The 262,000 for per capita fee, we talked about that a bit, but that's in CSD, animal health and brands, kind of split up there. Just some we're just doing well in those areas, so that's good. Maybe vacancies has something to do with it there. And then lastly, the only other number that looks big to me is the diagnostic lab fees of 104,000 less than what we budgeted. So that's always kind of the case with supplies, especially this time of year, because we buy a lot of CWD and brucellosis testing supplies, and then go through the whole hunting testing season.
Bottom line, Brian is projecting he's going to deliver you $726,000 of expenses under authority this year. He's going to go ahead and take it.
I've been here 6 years, and that it seems like this time of year that's always the number. It's somewhere right, somewhere between 500 and 1 million at this time of year. So all looks normal to me. I'm gonna move on to page 12. I don't have a lot to say, on this one. You can see here, if you were to like, I'm in salaries, row 1, if you were to compare that, column D, to column C, you can see that 300,000, or the number here is 228,000. You got to drop all the way down to total personnel to get to your 300,000 number. That number actually, got worse by nearly 400,000, which again relates to that pay period. On top of that, Evan's got a note down here at the very bottom. The termination payouts last year were 66,000 more than they were this year. So that's also driving that number in a certain direction. Let's see, number 2, supplies, 124,000 over last year. That's a matter of the lab. Supplies are expensive, and I think they got some contracts done, a little bit faster than they did this time last year. So there'll be some catch up in the 25 numbers as we go through the year. Let's see, rent, negative 50,000, or we're 50,000 to the good. I think that's a motor pool bill. That's what I believe we discussed. Yes, and so we're a little bit behind this year compared to last year on that bill, so that'll correct itself. Other expenses, 44,000 less this year than last year. That's indirects. Again, we're just a little short. You can see we're going to collect that money, and so that number is going to correct itself also. Claims, row 21, depredation remediation. That's the Livestock Loss Board. So we've spent 54,000 more this year than last year. I would say that's a good thing from the standpoint of claims coming in and the funds that we have available to allocate to that. So we're gonna
good thing on your side. That means we're
call it a good
losing
thing.
more.
Well, maybe if I wasn't intimate with that program, I think it's a bad thing, but I think that's getting money into ranchers' hands for their losses. So I'm good with it. No, I think that's all. I'm not going to discuss the budgeted funds because they're all tied up mainly in personnel costs. So those things are, again, we'll be moving up and down in the next couple reports. And our confidence is good. Everything looks good. We don't see anything that's, like we're not looking at meat and poultry inspection this year. It's really having a personnel financial problem, especially with the new FTEs included. So, and that's traditionally been our hot spot for this time of year, what we're worrying about for the end of the year. So the budget numbers look good. That's my report, Mr. Chair.
All right. Well, any questions? Thank you. You were ready for lunch also, weren't you?
That's right. I'm trying to do good.
And I see Dr. Judah is not here for lunch. He's online instead of joining us.
Yeah. Well, we don't know. He might be joining us later. He might just be on while he's driving. I don't know. I don't think he's coming. I don't think he's coming today.
He didn't have any action.
With that, we are going to break for lunch.
Yep, that's next. And we're due to start back. If you want to start back on time at 12:45, take a 30-minute lunch.
Yeah. That work for you?
And that should go quick because I haven't seen Dalen, and I doubt we'll see him on today. So, when we start back in, we'll be making hay.
Okay, all right. Let's see. With that, we're gonna adjourn for lunch. Reconvene at 12:45.
All right, you're coming off mute, getting the
Pardon?
He was in Tawny's office last week.
getting the video on,
All right.
getting our recording going again, and you're ready, Mr. Chair.
All right, I'm gonna call this meeting back to order, and our next order of business is Mr. Tidwell, and I understand he's online, so Dalen, would you like to
There he comes.
address us there? I see you. See you.
I'll pin him so you got his face big on your screen.
Oh, there you go.
Okay.
Sorry, you missed a good lunch.
I'm sure.
Uh-oh, you're
I did.
muted.
Well, thank you. It's good to see everybody.
Oh,
For the
you're
record,
not hearing you.
You're muted.
He's off mute though.
Oh,
He just-
There he is. See what it says.
Try it
how
again.
about that? Is that any better?
No, something's wrong. You got him muted?
I don't know. I don't have him muted. It shows
It
him.
was good.
I can hear Dalen just fine in here.
Make sure I'll check. Hold on a second. Hey, try again there, Dalen.
Okay.
It was on our end. It was our user error, not yours.
All right. I was about ready to reprogram the computer here. All right. Good. So you got me. Thank you. And yeah, good to see everybody. For the record, Dalen Tidwell, State Director for USDA Wildlife Services. Mr. Chair, members of the board, I just I'll do my best to kind of put all these details into a concise manner. We're kind of in a unique times, I guess, is the best words I can use. Coming off of a difficult year that we've had so far, and then to be stuck in the middle of a government shutdown is kind of created some complexities that I probably won't be able to, a mess that I can't really explain it all here now, but we are able to keep the service going. I mean, that's at the end of the day, that was my goal. I was able to get our field employee staff in an exempt status. Simply put, we're able to pay them with our cooperative dollars to keep the service flowing and running, and to not interrupt the investigative reports and the call and the need for the emergency response in any of these depredation issues. So the complicated part is from there up, the system is kind of at a grinding halt right now. We've got furloughed employees. Most of our office, the staff, well, three of us are all furloughed and then accepted on call. Basically, I have the ability to call them in to work without pay to get those necessary functions taken care of. Payroll, those, trying to get some bills out and just what we can to keep the support for the staff going. The frustrating part is from us up, it kind of hits some walls of other furloughed employees that are making processes pretty hard. So with that, I'll just kind of describe. We got most of the team is on the exempt. The non-lethal initiative team, they are actually 100% federally funded, and so they are sitting on furlough. And with a positive note overall, though, with this year being what it is, we were able to fill all but one of our vacant positions. And I've kind of been keeping you updated as we go along with that. But right now, the only one that's still open is Glendive area. We had some applicants. We had a real good applicant that actually ended up withdrawing kind of last minute, had some life challenges, family issues and such, and timing wasn't right. So we're going to have to re-announce that one. But otherwise, we're almost made whole on the vacancies. So we'll continue to provide that service on the ground. Another struggle right now, we're and the timing was terrible for this, is we are transitioning from our MIS system over to OARS, OARS. It's simply a modernized version of our data tracking system of where we enter in all our work tasks and it collects. I mean, it's that whole management information system. It's that whole output of how we keep track of all the work we do. And that was supposed to be switched over right at the beginning of the year. Shutdown issues, the whole thing has been delayed. We had to turn MIS back on again to try to keep up with the data collection as it is. So that's kind of a bit of a struggle. But otherwise, I guess without the woe is me situation, we're taking care of business. We've got troops on the ground taking care of what needs to be done, and so we'll make it happen. For way of update, helicopters are in real good shape right now. We're basically doing our standard 100-hour and 300-hour type maintenance. I am looking into next full year of future planning for 95 Tango. There's a turbine that's needing to be overhauled, and I'm understanding they're about 7 to 9 months out after you send them off. So I certainly am not going to be sitting on the ground for 7 to 9 months. We're going to get ahead of that. It's got about 400 hours left on the existing turbine, so it'll get us probably through the end of this next full year, and then we'll be ahead of it to get the other one sent off prior to that. So in terms of IR numbers, I told you I'd get some year-end fiscal year numbers. That was another one I had to kind of pull in some extra help staff to compile all our reporting right at the end of the fiscal year. But I will throw some numbers at you if you guys are interested. That way we can I don't know if you want to so much follow trends as much as just understanding the great work that's being done and kind of put it in some numbers for you. Let's see, Wolf IRs total 82 IRs, and that's trending pretty normal. Last year was 80. Year before was only 58, and then 88 the years before. So right in that 80 to 90 is pretty standard. So 82 total. That represents 42 calves that were confirmed or paid, confirmed or probable. 9 cattle, 7 lambs, 13 sheep, 8 guard dogs, and 1 livestock dog. We, in response and to these and the concerns, the claim, the problems, trying to stop the problem simply, we removed 39 wolves, collared 5, and then surveyed 75 more. Black bear investigative reports are 22. Last year was 25. They've been as high as 45 in years past, but 22 this year. Represents by 3 calves, 2 goats, it's 1 sheep, 1 lamb, 1 llama, and 1 piglet. And we also had a human health and safety investigation as part of that. And we removed 4 black bears. Grizzly bear investigations is 133 this year. Again, pretty standard. We've been as low as 112 a couple of years ago, but as high as 181. Last year is 149, so 133 this year is pretty standard. 86 calves, 15 cattle, 1 lamb, 3 sheep, and 10 swine. Total of piglets and adult swines, 10 of them. And we removed three grizzly bears. That's 1 collared one, and then transferred custody of 5 others.
So when you say transferred custody, what do you let somebody else take care of them then? Is that-
Yes, it's typically Montana Fish, Wildlife, and Parks, and or U.S. Fish and Wildlife, and it's under their authorization, as we've talked before. The U.S. Fish and Wildlife authorizes our work that we do. And then in response to that, they either give us the guidance or direction to either remove the bear or transfer custody, which gives them the option to either move the bear as fit needed, as they see fit, and or euthanize the bear. That's kind of their decision at that point. And so when we transfer custody, it's no longer um, our determination as much as giving them that option, and we consider that as an action on our part is the transfer of custody. Mountain Lions, 27, kind of a lower this year. In fact, it's the lowest it's been in the last 5 years. We've had a high of 53, and normally it's like 47 or 49, and this year is only 27 investigations total. 13 goats, 2 domestic dogs in this case. I assume we probably didn't act on those because of the domestic situation versus the live. We do defend or protect the livestock guarding dogs. Um, and then 15 lambs, and we removed six mountain lion. Coyotes were kind of a banner year, actually. We broke some records again this year with 11,501 coyotes removed. I can break that down a little bit just for your information. Between the aerial operations was 8,430. Firearms was 1,505. Neck snares 1,385. Traps, foothold traps is 179, and then 2 on M44s. And as you know, M44s were uh, put on hold for a while, but now have been reinstated. So we're just now getting back to using them as appropriately. Now, with those numbers, you got to ask what's going on there, and the big blaring um, change is the addition of Blaine and Phillips County. For instance, having a specialist up there now in Blaine, there's 1,636 coyotes just in Blaine County, up on the High Line there. So
So he was needed.
it was needed. It was needed, no doubt. And so that adds to the record numbers. More boots on the ground and more flights in the air taking care of business. So that unless anybody's got some real quick questions on numbers, I'll move on. Any further questions?
I don't have yes, William.
Mr. Chair, there's a question for you, Dylan. So when you said you hand over custody from a grizzly bear to the Quick and Game, so 9 out of 10 times, what happens with it?
In general terms, most of them are euthanized that I know or I hear about. It's still again their decision. It kind of depends, sows or cubs or kind of the unique circumstance of what needs to be done. But that's
It doesn't seem like there's very many of them to get relocated. You just don't
yes,
hear that.
that's correct.
Legislation where the notification requirements for the counties, or just finally figured out that it doesn't do any good.
That's a very good statement. Very, very, very clear. Good. So feral swine, you're probably going to get an update here. It looks like on the agenda in full detail, but I'll just kind of throw our portion of that in. We were able to participate, grab the Squeal on Pig group are awesome. We all came together good, and communication was great. We were able to go get 3 of our corral traps, 2 of the camera triggers units, which is the remote triggering through we can actually monitor through technology with the cameras, and then release the drop gate at the right time when we can identify as many of the sounder in the group, being in the trap. So all that was able to be acquired and put in place. We've got a specialist there right in Blaine County that jumped over there into Phillips County, took care of business, feeding, getting them baited in, setting up traps, working great with the local brands folks. You know, just kind of making it all happen as needed. This is a great exercise to kind of get, you know, what we've always presented as being an option, and you know, making sure we've had all the pieces were in place. Again, the government shutdown threw a wrench in that. I didn't have the direct appropriated funding. A few phone calls and some good description of what the circumstances are. I was able to get the National Feral Swine Program to release some of their national emergency response funds to be able to fund our actions out there on the ground using an exempt employee. Yeah, so I think it was great. With first go around of loading, we had 3 or 4 staff up there, and just working side by side with everybody there. And hopefully we can get that whole situation cleaned up here pretty soon. Obviously, the as we can kind of clean out and see what's wild and available out there, we're going to have to kind of get more strategic in how to trap them and get them caught. And then, of course, as we've talked before, we'll follow up with aerial operations as needed. But we'll continue to hopefully clean that whole situation. Yeah, that's it, and I'm sure you'll get finer details on the overall project. But our participation was great. We appreciate everybody's work together on making that happen. I think that's kind of on my list. Would certainly open it for any questions and use my time.
So is there any hot spots for wolves or grizzlies? You know, in our case, we came up with 2 calves that escaped, but apparently just barely. One had a pretty good sized chunk missing out of his shoulders and a couple of holes on the other side. And another one just had the bite marks. One was torn open, but I don't know. And then, of course, we don't have them all gathered yet, so that's up along the park. You know, we're just east of Glacier Park there on the reservation. So,
yeah, I don't get the play-by-play necessarily. I do get to see the IRs as they come through, and for signature and such. But it seems to me fairly predictable, where along the front, and then later in we're talking grizzly bears, and then later in the summer and fall down towards the Gravelies and Madison area. And the wolves, we kind of had a flare up around Lincoln area, and then again down in the Gravelies and down in Beaverhead County, we had quite a bit of a challenge this year, as far as like more numbers than other places. But yeah, that's what I can share for that.
So are you still able to keep a colored one in most of the packs, so you can kind of monitor where they're at, or?
So ultimately, that's the goal. I think in fact, it may even, as it's written, a law that there should be a collar in each of the known packs. That's a responsibility that Fish, Wildlife, and Parks is making efforts all the time to do that, and we participate and obviously help opportunistically to get collars out to keep somewhat of a monitoring, but it also helps of the overall population estimates and keeping track of the different packs. Even when they're not getting into trouble, it's good to have that information and data all the time. So yes, we do participate in that collaring effort.
William.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I had a question. You said you had 2 calves that were injured by grizzly bears. So obviously these calves don't have a value in the market, not a full value if they're injured. And can you get depredation money out of those? Are they considered dead then? How?
Mike says no.
No. They gotta be dead.
Well, don't shoot.
Actually, they were in that one, it was plumb full of maggots, and I mean, it was not pretty at all, but the steer was still in good shape. It was amazing how good a shape both of them. They looked, I mean, they weren't as fat as some of them, but they were in surprisingly good shape. They were pretty athletic, I guess. I don't know. How
And
they,
Brian can probably speak, but the law is pretty clear on it being a confirmed kill to qualify for livestock loss funds. We don't have people who participate in livestock indemnity because we have a livestock loss program in Montana. And Dalen might know about that. You may not, but the USDA livestock indemnity program, if you are going through the federal side, would they pay for injuries, or is it only kills if you're eligible for payment there? I don't know. I've never looked into it because we don't use it, but
No, with the state having their own compensation program, I think the indemnity, the federal level defers to the state.
right. But
Yeah.
I didn't know if the states that don't have a program, if USDA pays for injuries. I don't know if they pay for injuries or only pay on kills also when they do have people who use that program. And I don't know, I'll look that up. I'll have an answer next meeting. I'll see if the federal indemnity program, but I mean, I say that because we have a state level program. That's where you would have to get your compensation from versus the federal program. That's what folks use in states that don't have a livestock loss program like we have.
okay. Anything else? Well, Dan, I hope that here within the next few days you're back on duty with full pay and back pay and all of that going on, because it's just always unknown for a person in your position. I'm sure what tomorrow brings even.
Thank you. Yeah, it makes it very complicated, no doubt. But yep, we're hanging in there and taking care of business.
Okay. Any other questions for Dan? Well, thank you for taking the time to get on with us, and you missed a good lunch, so you'll have to show up next time.
Thank you much. Yep. Take care, everybody.
Okay. So you're gonna give the livestock loss?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I can jump on.
I thought maybe our new employee was gonna jump right in and.
So October 21st was Leslie Doley's first day as livestock loss board.
Just
program
for the recording.
Oh, yes, Brian Simonson, your deputy executive officer, Department of Livestock. Yeah, Leslie, we had a good competition, a lot of applicants for the position, several internal applicants for the position, and Leslie came out on top with her experience with the department, being a rancher, member of wool growers, all kinds of stuff. I'm pretty lucky to get her. I'm thankful for her life situations aligning with what we are looking for in a part-time position. So that worked out really well. I will apologize. I probably could have got her teed up to do this, but I thought the first week I'd cut her some slack. The reports in there, I don't think there's anything that's out of the ordinary. I would say we have just about the same amount of reported confirmed or probable kills as this time last year, but we're about 30% more as far as payouts go. So we're gonna, and I think we talked about that a little bit earlier, that we're paying out more than we did this time last year. We still have a long ways to go before we reach 450,000, which is our budget for losses. And you can see that right now. What does that say? 225. I can't remember. Yeah, 225. There you go. And I think if you are selling any cattle in the market, I think you can understand where those increased costs are coming from. So I'm happy to have turned it over, and we're progressing. Leslie's getting ready to get the grant process going and get grant notices out there for applications, and that'll be Livestock Loss Board's next kind of evolution coming up. Say in December, will be hopefully end of December. I would think would be the time frame where we'd be looking to get those applicants, back. So the Livestock Loss Board could look at January, early February on awarding grants for next year.
And I think we talked the other day, there's 300 and some odd $1,000 of money they would have available for this grant cycle. And it's built up and backed up a little bit, and it's time to get that money out to people doing stuff. Livestock Loss Board's been really good about, wanting to get proactive and approving, getting out there. So this summer we gave out $216,000 to 13 different projects. So hopefully we'll get some more folks. So if you're part of, you as an individual or an organization, grazing district, whatever, folks need some exclusion fencing, fladry, range riders, we're looking for people to give money to. So, and part of the reason of trying to get the time frame the way it is so we can get money out before the grazing season, if possible, to, so like this last round of grant funding kind of came, was paying people in arrears for things they had done, just trying to get out ahead at the time they're actually deciding if they're going to hire range riders and do those types of activities. So, yeah, that's a big deal, getting claims up, but also getting that grant money out and trying to do some good things.
Program's going strong.
So I think I talked to you, but I just keep looking at if we continue to have enough funding, I think that Montana should look into the what do you call it? Multipliers that Wyoming has, or other states around, because we all know that you don't find the loss that you have. You hope you find a little bit of the loss, but in our case, in the last 3 years, I know we've lost half a dozen, and we have found zero. I mean, we just, up in that country, you just can't, unless you were riding every day, maybe you'd find them, but if you're not riding every day, you just don't find anything.
Mr. Chair, another effort that Livestock Loss Board is about to undertake here would be the development of rules. That the Livestock Loss Board only has statutes at this point. They don't have any rules. We're dipping our toe in that in a couple areas, but in that, I think in that effort, we'll definitely explore because the legislature two times ago gave us authority to do a multiplier, but you'd have to set that up and rule exactly how you're doing it. So that conversation will be had, whether or not it's feasible or not, or with the funding that we have, depending on if there's been no analysis on that so to date so far. Yeah.
So I assume that our legal counsel is available for the Livestock Loss Board because of the associated agencies.
The Department of Livestock personnel just about outnumber the number of board members on the Livestock Loss Board in the meeting usually. So yeah, we're all there.
It's a team effort. Yes.
It's a good thing.
Well, I'm just thinking about the rulemaking. If you're going to make rules, you got to make.
Oh yeah.
You do it.
Yeah, Lindsay's been engaged with them. Lindsay was working with them on their public participation rules and other things.
And they were very amenable. Yeah. Yes, that word.
Yeah, they liked having the help. Yes.
Well, and it's in the past there's a time or two that they could have used some help that they didn't have. It sounds to me like, but that's all right. We live and learn, like I said. Any other questions for? So. Now what are you gonna do with all your extra time?
No, I think you're right on time, aren't you?
No, I mean you. Now that one of your duties is lifted.
I think I've had our internal controls as a project for a few years now. So now I'll freed up some time.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So Miss Love is up next. She thought she was gonna be able to take this meeting off. But then I said, well, we
Was
might.
that her I saw walking down the hallway with a boot on?
Yeah.
I was back, signing from the back, and I thought it looked like it probably was you, but you were turned almost to the end of the hall, but I did see a boot almost to your knee. Is that correct?
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Alicia Love, I'm the new Milk and Egg Inspection Bureau Chief. Mr. Chairman, unfortunately, I got myself a bit of tendonitis, so decided that the design on our legs is not as sturdy as it ought to be, but I get to keep the leg, so we're good. This afternoon, I was asked by Mr. Honeycutt to speak just a little bit on the failed check rating that occurred in September within my dairy program. I guess I can give kind of an overview, and if there's some specific questions, I'm happy to talk about it. So our check rating resulted in a non-passing score. I had a really, really good talk.
Can you just give a little bit of a background for us non-dairy?
Yes.
There's a couple that probably understand, but and Alan probably does, but I guess
It's only because I get educated.
Alan got it.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. So a check rating is done by FDA. It's technically not an audit, but it is an audit of sorts that FDA does. And it's making sure that milk that is leaving the state is compliant with the regulations in the PMO, the Pasteurized Milk Ordinance. The FDA is unique in that they actually do have a grading system. There's a scoring system. I'll be very honest, I got educated on how those scores are calculated after this event. So there's percentages, there's weight assigned to violations, and then that weight is magnified by how much the facility makes. So a really large farm has more weight than a really small farm. And so all that gets calculated. And we unfortunately had what I would call some heavy hitter violations. So protection of water supply contamination was one that we saw a multitude of times. And then good contact surface violations was another really big one that just, you get enough of those and you really don't need too many other violations to not pass. So I had a very, very good conversation with our FDA person. The good news is that my staff knew these were violations. They've been documenting these violations, and we had sent previously some individual letters to certain establishments saying, hey, these are repeat issues. We got to start looking at this. So her recommendation to us was to just take a little bit more of an enforcement approach with these facilities that are not correcting these really big debit items. And so we slowly started to implement that. What gives me hope is that the industry has been very, very responsive to this. We did send out a letter kind of letting folks know what the situation was, what the big issues are. To the best of my knowledge, that letter has been received pretty well. And we have a representative from DFA that's actually in Montana this week, going to farms with my sanitarians, saying, hey, this is a big deal, kind of showing some alliance there between DFA and my folks. So we had a rating 1 week ago with Lynn Godfrey, who's been doing our state ratings since Rosemary retired. And the score this time was much, much higher than it was the last time that he visited. So if that's any indication of a positive trend, I think that's a good one.
So what are the consequences of this?
Horrible. You have no idea.
And is it individual dairies that face consequences, or is it the whole industry, or?
It would
State?
implode Montana's dairy industry. If we failed again, we would not ship. Sorry to hop in.
No,
but it's
Well-
a huge deal.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, Ms. Anderson said it eloquently. I think that pretty well summarizes it, yeah.
Okay, because my cows, the calves do just fine, so milking them.
So, Mr. Chairman, I really appreciate that industry has been as responsive as they have been. I appreciate that our private sector partners have been as responsive as they have been. With the federal government being shut down, I cannot reach my milk specialist. I still have some lingering questions about the recheck. I can't answer those questions because she is not available at this time. I know she said she'd be returning within 60 days. With the government shutdown occurring, I don't know what this looks like. Theoretically, she should be out about the week of November 17th by my math. I don't know what this is going to look like. So I guess I'll conclude with, and then I can take any questions, is I appreciate the industry being responsive, and I appreciate my sanitarians for being accurate in their reporting. I think it'd be a really different situation if she was out here and my staff are like, oh, I didn't know that was a problem. I didn't know they couldn't do that. So I'm really glad that isn't what we found. And I think with Mr. Godfrey's visit a couple of weeks ago or last week, I don't know why I keep wanting to think it was 2 weeks ago. His visit last week really gives me some hope that we can get this turned around and we're going to have a great recheck and all is going to be well.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a question. I feel like the letter took a very long time to get out, and I'm like thankful that I caught it in the update and like followed up and called Callie and got MMPA on board, because that letter took a long time. And if she truly was coming out November 17th, I don't know that the problem dairies would have had the time to like fix some of the big item problems. And then in that line, like, how can we improve communication? And then DFA contacted me, Brian, I think is his name, that's coming out, and he's like the BTU specialist guy visiting. He's gonna try to visit every farm, go through his BTU checklist so that everyone is like super prepared. But he didn't even know who to contact. So I just like don't know how we can improve that communication and like lean up. Like, that's a huge resource for us as farmers to be able to access like a BTU guy that can come in and be like, okay, she is not going to like that and she is not going to like that. Like, how can we improve that communication going forward? Because that was just like a little terrifying. Thankfully, everyone knew even before the letter came out from the department that they had to like get on board, start fixing some stuff. Like, I just feel like that was a delay. And thankfully the government is shut down and we probably have a little bit of extra time to fix some big items.
Absolutely. Mr. Chairman, Ms. Anderson, I do recognize the letter did take some amount of time. There were some other emerging dairy issues that kind of took high priority and it got shoved to the back burner a little bit. Not a good excuse. Just sometimes there's just only so many plates you can spin in the air at one time. I did relay to my two sanitarians that, you know, are part of this rating. They did a really good job following up with their farms right after Joey's visit and said, hey, these are the items, these are the big things. So I think the directly impacted plants got notification before the statewide industry got notified. And so by the time the letter came out, they were aware of what specifically was happening at their farm that needed to be addressed. So I agree with you though. You know, going forward, I think having a sanitarian supervisor who can help triage some of this will be really helpful.
Okay.
I did have a very good conversation with Brian as well about just Montana's relationship with DFA, and you know, he kind of acknowledged as well that, you know, maybe we should have had this meet and greet before this moment. I really appreciate that he made the commitment to come to Montana and kind of show that support to us. I think, you know, going forward, I have I have some other contacts and other programs where we just do like a quarterly check-in meeting. And I think that once we're kind of through this, I would like to propose something similar where even if it's just a 15-minute, like, hey, how's Montana doing? Or, hey, what are some industry trends that you're hearing about that you think I should know? Just making it a habit to have that connection going forward would be really helpful for everyone.
Yeah, definitely. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, Ms. Anderson, I would take a little bit more heat off of Alicia for the letter. I think it's the first time that we've had to draft such a document, and I put her through a couple of revisions just to make sure that it was a coherent product that folks could follow. So there was some inevitable delays there.
But to me, the statement that the critical people that needed to be contacted immediately to fix the problem were contacted quite soon, apparently. So that, that has to give you a little.
Oh, definitely.
comfort.
But I guess my other concern is with the check rating coming back, she's not necessarily going to visit the exact same farms.
Right.
If I have that understanding correct, she could visit anybody else too.
Mr. Chairman, Ms. Anderson, I'm not sure that is one of my lingering questions since I haven't been through this before. This particular area is a little bit interesting because there's a lot of mixed species farms out there, and with HPAI, she is directed not to go to those.
Okay.
And so the pool to choose from is not large.
Right.
So get some chicken.
Yeah,
I know. Patrick is in face.
Big deal.
Please don't do that.
Oh, no, that's good. Good information, and it is serious. That's the, reading through the agenda, I had no idea how serious this was without any background.
And I won't make Alicia say this, but to me, it strikes a similar chord and tone that I lived through in 2017 with a negative audit of our meat and poultry inspection program and some resets that had to happen, which we are still working through to this day, and receiving some resistance. So one, a commendation to the dairy industry, DFA. I'm sure you had a lot to do with this. DFA, Callie Wicks needs to be called out for special commendation. It is the model of how we want to work with industry through these types of things. But there is a long tail that I would want to prepare the dairy industry for on the back end of this, as the instruction I haven't had a chance to talk to Alicia about directly, but the instructions with Tawny was that this is a shared failure. And so we have to take accountability for what we had not done well and work with the industry to get it solved versus focus on, okay, industry, you got a problem, you must solve it. We were part of why that problem existed. But once we get through that initial phase of we're in this together, once everybody knows, I think a bit of a sea change, if not a complete sea change, that folks have to be prepared for is that, and if I'm speaking wrong, please correct me, but it seems like the history of that program had been very good with inspectors in the past documenting non-compliance, documenting issues, telling you have it, but not really following through on enforcement. So it just didn't register with people. And so one of the things we may have to bring forth, and Ms. Simon and I from the legal standpoint have talked about this a little bit more about, right now we don't want to be too onerous with how we take action because we know we share in the problem. But once we get through that phase and get the reset and hopefully get a good check rating, enforcement's going to have to be part of the equation. And that does mean more notices, maybe more, what's it called? In the dairy world, it's called delisting. Am I correct about that? Not a suspension, but a delisting of, well, we've given you, just like you've seen in the meat world, where we've given you this notice we've documented this issue this many times and that triggers this action. And that action may mean that you as an individual are not moving milk until we get through that. And I think the back end of that's going to be for folk. Hopefully, I think that's why I'm very appreciative of how the dairy industry has stepped up. But we could see more at this board table of people, like, well, no one's ever done this to me before. And the answer, just like it's been in meat, which is, well, they should have been, we should have been, and now we are. And this is where we are. And this is what we got to do to keep this industry going and to keep commerce flowing. We have to deal with those situations, and take enforcement action where it is warranted, not over enforcement. We know that, well, I've said this, I think at this table before, my staff's heard me say it lots, where I say only two ways to motivate people, and that's the light of the fire and the heat of the fire. And I'm thankful that the dairy industry is seeing the light of the fire, but sometimes some people only get motivated by the heat of the fire. You actually have to take a consequence. And I do think that's going to be something that's going to be new to the dairy industry once we reach that stage of it, after we're out of this initial triage, getting back on track, that people might see consequences or enforcement consequences and actions that the dairy industry has not seen before. But I will say, inspectors were doing a good job documenting things. We just weren't carrying through the enforcement, I think, to get necessary changes to take place either. But as I said, I want to be very clear about that. That's on us. That's on the department. And
so we do have the avenue to enforce.
We do have the avenues. We just haven't always executed on them. Especially at the dairy level, I think. And so, that anytime you're doing something to somebody, like if you had to pull the delisting card, that is not something we have done to any dairy in the state of Montana, to my knowledge, ever. And so that would be one of those times where that'll be a whole brand new world to anyone who finds himself in that sort of enforcement consequence. And I'm sure it'll come to this table. That's my.
Yeah. But I'm just, so I'm just trying to wrap my head around the delisting. So where is that in? Let's look at like the meat processor, and he's warned that he has a plan. He's not following it or whatever. So, there's stages to this. So this delisting, what stages?
And I don't know, Miss Simon's back there. I don't know how much she's writing, but I do know she's done some research. There are federal statutes that cover that. If you pull that card, what has to happen and what the due process and those types of actions are.
Yeah, I haven't looked into it specifically, but my understanding is it's not even a dairy licensing issue. It's just an interstate milk shipment issue. So it's not, the delisting process is not applicable to meat processors or anything else. It's kind of a unique procedural situation.
But that's what I think, geez, but it has a procedure that.
Well, that's what. Yeah, I'm just trying to wrap my brain around what would happen. So if Lily's sitting here, she's a dairy. If her farm got delisted, what does that mean? Does that mean she cannot ship milk?
Yes.
So.
And then she has the right to request a hearing.
Or was there something prior to her getting? What are the warnings prior to this action?
So, Mr. Chairman, I'll start, and Ms. Anderson, if there's something I missed, you can fill in my gaps. So, what should happen is that we would go out and do our normal inspection. They would find violations. The facility would receive their score. They would know how they scored, and they would know what their debits were. And then we would say we will be back within X amount of time, depending on what the violation is. And at that time, at the reinspection, if they fail their inspection again, or they have repeat serious violations, then they would get notification from our office that we are intending to delist them, and they have X amount of time to request the hearing. Another option that they would have is to correct those items before the delisting becomes effective and communicate to the sanitarian that they want a reinspection of those items. That would be another avenue that they would have.
And to talk in Miss Simon's language from earlier today, it is a pre-deprivation, or is it a post-deprivation hearing?
I don't know. I have not
Yeah, we'll have to look
looked
into it.
The delisting procedure.
Really,
Just thinking, Mr. Chair, just a few more comments. I really think the dairy industry is aware that problems are not being fixed, but I think I was just in Great Falls with we had our DFA meeting, and so I was with everybody and we were all talking about our inspections. And I think the education key going forward is going to be key, because even personally for our farm on our inspection sheets, we'll get 100, but there's a couple comments about what needs to be fixed, and then it's never brought up again. So I'm like, okay, did I somehow fix it magically and I didn't know, or was it not heavily rated? And so I think the education part is going to be critical going forward, because a lot of us just are well, is that a big deal? It was only mentioned once a year ago and it hasn't been brought up since. So
Mr. Chairman, Ms. Anderson, this is something that has been talked about a bit with my staff. I did get to accompany Joey on some of her visit. And I just noticed some differences in kind of how that went compared to other audit processes that I've been involved in. And so I did have some questions to my staff about hey, I noticed that we didn't talk to anyone while we were here. Is that normal? And kind of some of the communication I had back was yeah, we'll let them know. Obviously we don't schedule. We know that we're not supposed to do that, but we might call them when we're 10 minutes out and say, hey, we're going to be on site in 10 minutes. Do you want to accompany us? And the feedback I've gotten is that usually they'll say, no, we're not going to do that. So I want to be very clear. I don't want to blame the industry here, but I want to find some creative solutions on how to open up opportunities to ask more questions. I think I can pretty confidently say that if you reach out to any of my 3 sanitarians, they are responsive. They will answer your questions. If they don't have an answer, we meet twice a month. I have weekly one-on-ones with my staff. If they are trying to get information, we have lots of avenues to collaborate and try to help people. I think in some ways it comes down to we don't know what we don't know. So if I leave an inspection form or I email you an inspection form, you say you don't want to join me at the farm, you don't tell me you have any questions, I'm going to generically assume that you're good and that you understand what we're doing. I think all of my staff are very, very willing to talk to industry, to answer questions, to help with whatever they need. But if they don't know that need is there, or there doesn't appear to be interest from the industry to see what we're looking at when we're there, it's hard for us to know what isn't known.
but by the same token, if there's a violation of practices, there has to be a notification somehow and then follow up, which, apparently was where the breakdown is on our part. The breakdown on the other part, they probably saw that notification and didn't correct the action, but we didn't follow up to make sure they corrected the action. So it's kind of a two-sided situation.
Mr. Chairman, I do agree with that. So I think, once we're kind of through this initial getting it all figured out, I've already talked with my staff that notification to me when there's repeat issues needs to change. I get copies of all of our inspections. I'm not going to remember what you inspected 6 months ago. I don't have that level of detail. So when there is a repeat violation and our office staff is sending out that notification letter, I think more discussion needs to happen at my level, so I kind of know where we're going. So I think there's room for improvement. As I've talked with Olivia about this at length, it's kind of, I feel like I'm 3 years ago in my MEAT program. We've identified an issue, we've identified our ownership in the issues, and now we work to make the road forward so that we have a good collaborative working program with the dairy industry that protects public health.
I look forward to the next meeting and an update.
Yes. Yeah, and that's why, and I say, Ms. Love thought that, but I was like, I think we need to put this on the agenda, and at least, and I do think as we go through the process, we need to be providing updates on progress and timelines and keep it sort of front and center for a while. Just because it does remind me of something I've lived through before, you know, and it'll be a bit of a change, and we'll all have to learn how to live in that change, and it'll change our staff's accountability to our industry. It'll change the industry's accountability to us, and I guess when I say that, there's shared accountability to make the whole thing work.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Honeycutt, my goal is to get through that without any losses to the state.
There you go.
So so apparently your meat side of the program, either you haven't had time to focus on it or it's running like clockwork.
Mr. Chairman, I'm not about to jinx myself by
Yeah.
saying
Let's move on.
but
It's not on the agenda. So,
No.
you know,
no, in all seriousness, I was actually looking at some statistics yesterday. Our percentage of enforcement is actually down compared to where it usually is this time of year. NRs are up, staff retention is up. I won't say my meat program is a sparkling gem of what it should be, but it's progressing in a really good direction. And I think with the legislative support and being able to expand some of these positions, I think we're going to continue to move in a good direction.
Well, and on his dashboard, it shows that the slaughter in Montana was up from last year.
Yeah, it's
the
right
year
on
that's
pace.
ahead of behind is 2022 when things were just absolutely off scale. So what you're accountable for is increasing. So I guess
Yeah.
that's.
Mr. Chairman, I think that's correct. We do still have, you know, new program interest. So I think if the industry wanted to grow, it certainly could grow here. And I think our program is in a really good place to be responsive to that when that happens.
Well, my son just told me that our custom guy needs someone he's getting calls for people wanting to purchase tabs, poles, and he can't meet the demand. So he's wanting more feeding capacity in our area. And so that's, I think, you know, people are looking at the $10 steak in the showcase at the store or $20 steak or whatever and thinking that maybe there's a better way. People were.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, a lot of the inspected plants that you deal with, and they're scheduling slaughter dates out for cows that aren't born yet. So there definitely is. I mean, I'm not a business person. I wouldn't bet money on my statements, but from what I see where I sit, it seems like the program certainly could grow.
All right. Thank you. Anybody else have any questions for Ms. Long? Thank you.
We're seeing you next month.
Well, she deserves it.
Yeah.
Right, Mansky.
Good afternoon, board. Tanya Szymanski, state veterinarian. I'll do the first half of the animal health bureau update and then we get to Dr. Kalazak for the disease update. The first one, kind of the lead in was mentioned this morning. We had a pretty heavy lift this fall as far as known herd work with three large brucellosis affected herds that we needed to get through testing on. And those inevitably end up running somewhat concurrently. In addition, we were dealing with avian influenza, the equine infectious anemia outbreak, and then the feral swine situation that I'll talk about a little bit more here in a minute. And with the federal shutdown, we knew that we were going to be really tight on staffing. So both Idaho and Wyoming offered up veterinary capacity to help us get through that herd testing. And we could not have done the first week without them. They were absolutely essential. They covered 2 of the herds for us. So just a lot of appreciation for those folks coming up, and would like to be able to return the favor should Idaho or Wyoming or even one of the Dakotas find themselves in a situation where they're not able to complete some of their necessary program work because of the federal shutdown and staffing challenges at USDA. So it's a request for kind of a standing approval to maybe ship one of our veterinarians out of state to help an adjacent state if needed, as a kind of pay back the favor.
I guess the comment, Mike and I talked a little bit about that last night, and the comment I had is, I think it's a very good request, and I would support it. The only question I have is maybe, do we want, and this is up to the board, but do we want to put kind of a cap on this? Because, today we have good intentions of just a day or 2, but, it could turn into a 2-week or 3-week situation somewhere down the line. If you have this agreement in place, do we want some kind of a cap on how much liability the department would have on fees, salary, and whatever?
And Mr. Chair, certainly I recognize that it's the board's decision. Both 2 Idaho veterinarians came up for a full week. And so I would say probably a 1 week, 1 week out would be a good kind of limitation. It would allow some travel time, several days in the field, and to make the travel worthwhile, and then return back to Montana where we're not paying, hotel expenditures per diem over the weekend when work may not be happening out of state.
Okay. I guess we need a motion if we're gonna have any discussion, move forward on the request.
I'll make a motion to approve the standing approval with the 1 week. 1 week limit.
1 week, 1 person, is that kind of what we're talking about?
A week per person. Yeah. Yeah.
All right. Okay, discussion. Mr. Fiscal Conservative.
I don't have a problem with it, because they help us. I mean, it's like, this makes more sense than about half the other stuff.
Yeah, and part of the reason for it being standing, I'll jump in and say, is because when and if we're needed, it'll be emergent. It won't be like something we can wait 6 weeks for a meeting or something.
No, it's not. That's why you need it.
But with very narrow quorum,
because
we have to make sure that we're all on board. I'm gonna make sure that we're all on board before I ask the vote.
If not, Tony will just bring it back next time.
Try again.
I'd rather not. That's not a good way to do business. But I agree. I think it's a good idea, and we can reciprocate. Working together is always beneficial in everybody's party, all parties are involved. So, all right. Any other discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye. Sorry.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carried.
Excellent. Thank you, board.
Do I need to say unanimous?
Well,
Because
we don't know.
Well,
Unanimous of those here.
Yeah.
And then,
That's it. That's
Mr.
enough.
Chair, I was gonna give maybe a second half of the update on the Phillips County feral swine response before I turn it over to Dr.
Okay.
Pelzak.
Yep. So you just want to
I'm
jump.
just gonna give you a picture tour of what we've been doing. If you're interested in seeing it.
Yeah, let me
You have that video that you showed me last night. It was a pretty cool video. That
I want to share it just so the world can see it. But Tony may not want the world to see it.
But no, I have no problem.
Right, so there we go.
I just tried to be strategic. And then if you want to, I think if you put it in presentation mode, it'll be a little larger. So this is the trap that Dalen was referring to. On the left is the trap without the gate in place. They set it up initially in that fashion just to get the animals kind of familiar with it. And then the one on the right is actually a video. I don't know if you can click on it or not.
On this one.
Yeah, and get that one to play. But that's the gate in place, and then they deploy it from a cell phone, and so it should deploy here. That's the deploying of the gate.
I don't. Yeah. I'm wondering how I get.
The corral is actually pretty substantially. I would say it's pretty sturdy. There's T-posts that are set in the ground around there, and then it's affixed to the T-post so that they can't kind of move the gate as they get going. So the trap was initially set without the gate. They added the gate, and then they've been feeding the animals in there. Kind of once the initial trap went up. And if you want to go to the next slide.
Oh, now I see like what I'm seeing on my screen is not what you're seeing up there because that's why I was clicking around here. But, all right, let's go next slide. There we go.
So this is the first trap deployment. It happened I don't know, 4 or 5 days after the gate was added to the trap. These pigs certainly are showing some characteristics of feral behavior and kind of appearance of feral swine, but they also show some characteristics of still being domestic swine. And so when food was put out for them, they happily kind of came to the grain bin. When we were there loading these animals out, we were using feed to put it in the back of the trailer to kind of lure some of them into the trailer instead of try to push them all. And if you set the bag down, the animals on the outside were very interested in the feed. So they're very food motivated.
Pretty domestic. Yeah.
They're still, fairly domestic.
So how long has this been going on? These
Mr. Chair, members of the board, the first, I don't have a calendar here with me. The first, the trap was set up around the 10th, 11th, 12th of October. The first deployment of the trap happened on, let's see, I think the trap was set up on the 13th. And the first deployment of the trap actually ended up being on Thursday. We thought we would go further into the next week. So the first deployment was on the 16th.
So now that's good discussion, but I'm thinking more, you say that these swine, swine are already exhibiting.
Years.
So they've been
on
their own
uncontained for years. And then over the last 10 months due to a death in the family, I think that has worsened.
Yeah, that was kind of my question.
Sorry,
so it's been years that they've been kind of run open range or whatever you want to say type of situation. William,
So that's a question, Mr. Chair. So once the trap's been set the first time, are the ones that aren't in there coming back the second time?
They are. They when we were loading out, the pigs were, they're still coming in, kind of nosing at the fence, looking at the feed on the inside.
I think you say one right over here doing that.
Yeah, as soon as we emptied it out and they went back to feeding, they're coming back in again, and they're getting close to 30 animals in the trap a second time. So we loaded these out. None of us were quite accurate on how many pigs fit on a trailer in our assessment. Additionally, they don't handle like domestic pigs, so sometimes there was a little bit of a rodeo component to it as far as getting them pushed forward in the trailer and doors closed behind them.
A bunch of them on the outside where you're standing.
Yep. So, like Dalen said, it was a really great kind of collaboration between multiple agencies, Fish, Wildlife and Parks, Wildlife Services, and then Department of Livestock. Jay Bodner went up.
Yeah, he got himself in the picture.
And Mike Himmelspach went up. Brand inspectors. That is our new wildlife biologist that's employed by Wildlife Services there in the picture as well. So just a really good collaboration to get these animals loaded safely. All of the animals arrived at their destination in good condition and no injuries reported. So it took us a couple hours to figure it out. We weren't able to load everything out in the 3 trailers that we had. They were delivered to Producer Partnership on Thursday night, and then one more load was run on Friday. It sounds like every time we load a trailer, we get a little bit more efficient at it. So Like Dalen said, it's been a great exercise for us learning kind of what our capabilities are and what a response might look like. Cannot say enough thanks to producer partnership for their willingness and flexibility to accept these animals and process them instead of them going into a landfill. So that I think has been a really strong victory.
It's a lot of meat.
It's a lot of meat,
Matt figured between 8,000.
14,000 pounds worth of pork.
14,000 pounds.
Going to the food banks.
So the one standing outside, were you able to get those on
Yeah,
that
we
day,
get
or
to
were they just?
We did not try to get any additional animals. We filled all the trailers with the first trapping. And so the trap was emptied on Friday and they've begun feeding animals again. And we're waiting for the word from Matt at Producer Partnership to say that he wants more pigs from us. And they'll deploy the trap again. So they expect that they should be able to get close to like 25 to 30 with the next deployment. And that should get better than 90%, well better than 90% of that population of pigs out. And then from there, we might try maybe an additional round of baiting and trapping and move kind of into the surveillance component that Dalen talked about.
Were there any snotty boars in there?
There was one really big boar that we did not get loaded the first day. I have a really funny picture of him laying there watching us that we did not get loaded. And we didn't know that they were going to get him loaded the next day. And he went in with no issue. There was one boar that after we loaded, you can see the trailers backed up to each other. We had one trailer that had 3 compartments in it, and that seemed to be the most efficient to load into. So we ran all of the pigs out of the 3 compartment trailer into another one, and then continued to use the 3 compartment trailer as the primary. We had a boar that went down in the trailer that we didn't think was going to get back up, and we knew that boars may not be useful as far as the meat was concerned once it got to Producer Partnership, and so that animal was euthanized.
And I see Jay's there again. He's holding a real hard line.
Yeah.
Other duties as assigned.
Everybody gets that category in their job description. So yeah, no, it's been good. And then there was nobody from Fish, Wildlife, and Parks present on this day, but Fish, Wildlife, and Parks has been a really great asset as far as their presence out on the ground. And so this was a pig sighting. And if you look at the markings on some of the pigs in the first pictures, and then you look at this little bugger out there on the landscape, you could believe that that one certainly goes with our group. And so we thought we had a straggler 11 miles upriver from where this premises is located in Phillips County, which just meant that our surveillance needed to extend out further. The biologist from Fish, Wildlife, and Parks, I believe, kept going back to that area. And one day he saw the little piglet behind a fence, and so stopped and chatted with them. And actually, it was an owned animal that had escaped.
Oh,
so not related to our group, but great surveillance and just really great collaboration. The wildlife biologist from Wildlife Services took samples from that boar that we euthanized. And I believe that if there are other animals on site that we euthanize, there's an old sow that's really thin that we don't plan to load and transport. She'll be sampled to do some disease surveillance. Because Producer Partnership is a federally inspected plant, there will also be some disease surveillance that'll occur there. So I think that are these truly feral swine? No. Are they on their way to becoming feral swine? Yes. And like Dalen said, it was just a really great exercise for all of us to work through on how we would handle this. So appreciation to the landowner they've been great to work with through the land and animal owner, and then Producer Partnership as well.
And the good thing is with utilizing Producer Partnership and the meat donation, that does mean there is something of value that goes back to the owner of these, because they do get to claim that as a donation.
Yeah,
and
that's
get some tax
Yeah.
implications of that. And
Let someone go it.
I think it's a win-win for.
Yeah.
Well, it was good for the department too. I mean, really.
Yeah, no, and
It's hit the news pretty big time.
Yeah.
Producer Partnership agreed to take animals even that may not be fit for slaughter and human consumption. They have a compost pile there that they are composting those animals in. So it's been good on so many different levels. So I would just call it a success for sure.
Well, the PR that the department, producer partners, everybody's getting, but also it brings a focus so that people understand, that this wasn't an invasion of feral swine from Saskatchewan, for one thing, and that we can handle, if we do get feral swine, that the department can handle it. So, I'm sure that there's a lot of people that will be sleep a little easier at night over.
Absolutely. Yeah, no, and I know that one of the things that Mike has, believe I've heard Mike say in this room before, is concern about whether we need traps here in Montana specifically. And these traps that you see in that picture were stationed in North Dakota. That's where they reside. We were able to get somebody over there and back with them, in 24 to 48 hours after the decision was made.
And Dalen's out there still on. I'm assuming he might still be listening to us. So kudos to Dalen and his team for getting that done, even in the midst. But that's what Dalen was selling a little short. The first conversation we ever had, that, Wildlife Services has traps, but it's not really cooperative agreement work. Can they go get them? And I don't know what wheels he greased or how he told the story, but Wildlife Services being able to get turned on, get those traps from North Dakota here, get them here in a timely fashion. So that's a lot of credit to Wildlife Services on getting that done. And to finish off Tani's point, yes, I've had a lot of pressure from certain groups about the need for us in preparedness, and I've even had people willing to give me money to do it, that we need to go buy a bunch of traps that'll sit in a warehouse somewhere that probably won't be used very often. And I'd always assured people that when the time came and the need came, we could get the resources we needed, and Dalen came through. And so kudos to them. And I think it proved that, yes, we don't need to have a bunch of traps sitting around in a warehouse somewhere. Our team, all partners together, can pull together the resources and get them on the landscape and get the job done. And I think this, as Dalen said, it's a good live fire exercise. Might be a little different if we're dealing with pigs scattered across the landscape further, but it's a good live fire exercise.
Yeah.
And I don't know, Dalen's still out there. He's off mute. Dalen, you got anything you want to add?
Yeah, I was just going to quickly, we will keep those 3 quail traps here in Montana. They've allowed us to do that.
Oh, wonderful.
Great. Well, so Wildlife Services can have traps. They can have them sitting in a warehouse. No, I'm just.
Well, thank you, Dan.
Excellent. Thank you, board. I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Kalibak.
All right, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, I have 2 fairly quick updates to finish the animal health portion of the agenda. The first on highly pathogenic avian influenza. Since the last meeting when we talked about our first detection for this season, we have had 7 additional detections, none in commercial flocks. They've all been backyard birds. So spanning the state from Valley County, Beaverhead, Broadwater, 2 in Cascade, Park, and Yellowstone. So we know wild birds are still spreading this virus. It's still very active in the state. Our initial commercial flock, we have just released their quarantine. They finished all their cleaning and disinfection with negative environmental samples, and so they are cleared from us. Any questions on highly pathogenic avian influenza before I go to brucellosis? Okay. Like Dr. Szymanski mentioned, it has been a busy fall testing season. Of our 3 affected herds that we went into the season with, Beaverhead County, they have completed their whole herd test with no additional positive animals identified. We have released their quarantine for brucellosis. Since the initial animal was a bull, we did not identify any positive cows in that herd, and so they have been released from quarantine. Madison County affected herd has completed their annual herd test with no positive animals identified. So we are still talking about what that means for that herd and what we want to see going forward. And then Gallatin County, the affected herd, is still currently testing. Dr. Kelsey Martin, our new program veterinarian, was able to start early for us to test last week and this week down there. And so that testing should be wrapped up the end of this week. The other sort of unrelated to the quarantines update, we became aware recently of some animals that got hung up trying to go to California, because California is a state that still has import requirements on cattle originating from a designated surveillance area. And so Dr. Szymanski has been working with California to educate them on our program and advocate for the strength of our program and trying to get them to remove that their specific import requirement, so that, you know, we make sure that cattle meet our state requirements before they leave, and other states don't need to impose additional restrictions. And that is all of it. Unless
So how's that going?
Mr. Chair, members of the board, it's the conversation that I had with California was very productive. It was a really great reminder of how much we live in our own world of brucellosis and what our comfort level is. They were not aware that Greater Yellowstone area states can use a different test protocol. So we start with the FPA and then we go to the BAPA. Everybody else in the world thinks that you just start with the BAPA and go to the FPA. And so there was a lot of education that was needed. I think that the education was worthwhile. It is in rule, so it would be maybe a little bit more substantial change, and it means that their industry gets a say in it. The California industry typically is relatively risk adverse. They have stopped brucellosis vaccinating in their beef industry, and so they're very hesitant to assume anything that they look like maybe a risk of introduction. So I'm cautiously optimistic, but have to provide them with some additional material. And at the upcoming meeting in Denver this weekend that we're attending, I plan on sitting down with them and hoping to have additional conversation.
So what are the restrictions? Do they not allow import of sexually intact females?
no. So Mr. Chairman, the California requirement is that cattle originating in a designated surveillance area have a negative test within 30 days prior to import. The herd that got caught up, that test was more than 30 days old, but because we consider the risk period for brucellosis and we will allow a test for greater than 30 days during the low risk period, we would have said that their test was still good. It just, California has that 30-day limit without taking into account the time of year.
Well, when you start bending the rules, where do you stop? Okay. Oh, and the other question I had, one of the herds, are we confident that we see all the animals in these whole herd tests?
Mr. Chairman, the Beaverhead County herd, because this was their first whole herd test, yes, we did everything 12 months of age, 6 months of age, 12 months of age, 12 months of age and older, sexually intact. So we did everything eligible in their herd. Our long-term herds in Madison and Gallatin County, we have narrowed down what comes through the chute for testing every year to the breeding animals that are staying in the herd. And so those would not be considered necessarily whole herd tests. And so that's some of the discussion about Madison County, is because there were animals over 12 months of age that are not being bred and are being finished for slaughter, that they were not included in this year's
Isn't
test.
there some bulls that are kind of adverse to coming through?
Mr. Chair, members of the board, so so for beef herds, for traditionally managed beef herds, most of the time to achieve quarantine release, those herds have to go through multiple whole herd tests. And before we release them from quarantine, we will do some inventory reconciliation to make sure that there wasn't, 500 on the first test and 220 on the second. So we do some reconciliation to make sure that we get most of those animals. For our bison herds, we do not see all of the bulls every year. Some of those animals, just the danger of bringing them in is greater than the benefit of getting them tested. And we've accepted that because of the ongoing exposure to brucellosis. Most of these operations are continuing to, are planning on working under kind of a long-term quarantine protocol. However, when they hunt bulls out, they collect samples on them and get them tested. So eventually those older herd bulls get hunted out and we do get a sample on them. Fortunately, bulls are so low risk. So this Beaverhead County herd, it was a single bull that came up positive and that we cultured out of. That animal had never been in with the cows this year. And they turn out after the risk period starts. So he would have likely been exposed this spring. The last time he would have been with their cows would have been last summer outside of the risk period. So we felt very confident that the cow herd was low risk. Because it's a DSA herd, we didn't feel the need to do an inventory. At some point, you just have to trust a producer when they say, this is my whole herd, and run it through. And because they're subject to DSA regulations, once we let them go, like there's checks and balances are in place, I guess.
I guess my question, I was trying to be a little bit maybe too coy, but I was thinking about the bison.
Sure.
The bison herds and the fact that, you know, it's been going on but you know, you alluded to negative tests on everything that you tested, and how are you going to handle that? And so I just, I guess, you know, we don't need to have nitty-gritty details of how that herd is handled, but I guess it's pretty common knowledge that it's been under quarantine for quite a while.
Yeah.
Will continue, I assume.
Yes.
Mr. Chair, I was just gonna make a comment before animal health exits the stage, unless anybody else has any other questions, that Dr. Szymanski's buried the lead that she has full staff on veterinarians for the first time since 2022, maybe early 2022, maybe even 2021, if you take out medical leaves and other things that took place. So
if you take out medical leaves, it might go back to 2018.
yeah, and so we're very happy to have, and Dr. Peterson stepped in too, and Dr. Martin's not here; she's out working somewhere. But very happy to have all these people on. I don't want to jinx it, but it's been a long time since all those positions were filled. And so, like you asked Brian earlier, what he's going to do, you can now ask Dr. Szymanski, what are you going to do now that you've got all your people in place?
William.
I have a question. Sure, it doesn't pertain to what's recorded here. So I had a few producers approach me yesterday that are currently building these pasture chicken barns about premises ID. So and one producer said he was trying to get a premises ID, and he was curious what the criteria is, how far barns have to be apart to get a second and a third premises ID, or how does that work?
I think they caught me yesterday at the opening, and I chatted with them, but just briefly, USDA has put out some recent guidance on separate epi units when it comes to HPAI detections, and they are no longer requiring that you have multiple pins for barns on the same premises. So we are not issuing new pins for each of these new barns. I believe that it's 150 feet. Was the minimum of what needed to be as far as space, which everybody that I spoke to yesterday, it sounds like they were well over that distance in between the buildings. The key for considering them separate epi units for a HPAI investigation is going to be biosecurity plans that we can go through and look at and say, yes, there is nothing shared between these facilities that would suggest that there's a risk of the other bird barn breaking.
So it doesn't matter if you have one premises, two or three, as long as you have a good biosecurity plan.
Biosecurity, yep.
Other questions? So, you're, that it?
That's it. Got
Well,
Jay.
thank you.
The guy between you and going home. Brian was between you and lunch. Jay is between you and going home.
Keep it short. 10 minutes. 10 minutes. Semi timer.
I guess first thing I have, and maybe we're gonna do it anyway, is whatever update you have on Les, because Les is a former Mike, Les
Yeah.
Graham, and he passed away earlier this week,
Yeah, I'm familiar with that, Mr. Chairman.
or last week, actually.
Yeah, last week, yeah. Yeah, for the record, Jay Bonner, Brands Division Administrator. I was just notified of his passing. I haven't seen any date for any kind of funeral services yet, so certainly Les Graham. I've worked with him, which I think probably everybody in the room has worked with him for many years, and did tremendous work with livestock auction markets, and was a big part of the Department of Livestock, and so
In the whole industry.
in the whole industry, yeah.
So, would it be appropriate for this department to do some kind of a memorial or something?
I think it would be, yes, I think it'd be appropriate. We have to figure out what, or maybe something that we send to the family or something. To see what, if anything, they're going to do. While I got the floor, I'll add that, I didn't get a chance to work directly with Les, but Les was a great mentor when I first started in this role in 2016, and we were trying to plot a course for rehabbing the image of the department, and Les was very helpful in that, and also very supportive in that for me, as maybe what some would call an unconventional hire, coming into this role, being where I'm from in the world, and so on and so
I
forth.
remember that day.
But yeah, actually there was a lot of commonalities. I'd been an ag educator. Les was also an ag educator. He'd been at Miles City Community College back in the day before he came to department. But just mentioning, yeah, he served here with the department from 1974 to 1992. Started as a brands administrator, and not only was he an executive officer, he was the first executive officer, because people who don't know the history of the department, you used to have the state veterinarian and the brands administrator reported to the board independently of each other. And somewhere in the 80s, I think they decided they needed an executive officer that reported to the board. And Les was the first person to step in and serve that role. So he was the first true executive officer as the position exists today. So I think we're all very thankful for his service to the industry. And then, of course, he went on to do the ag safety program, represent the Montana livestock markets for many, many years. Livestock, I think I don't know if he was the livestock ambassador, consultant, what his title was, but he had some role with Farm Bureau for livestock, Montana Farm Bureau, for a long, long time. So he was up here at the legislature. So yeah, just a very key person that we'll miss. And I do think because of that service I just mentioned, not just to the industry, but directly to the department, it would be incumbent upon us to do something once we can figure out what the right thing to do is, what we think the right thing for the family to do to recognize that.
So, just so we're clear, are we comfortable with Mike taking care of some kind of a recognition of his service? Okay.
I'll get you the information.
Okay, all right. And then, as long as I'm on that before you start, so seems to be a kind of a tough year for cattle buyers. Of course, Blake Newfer died sorting cattle, or right in the process. And just last week, Steve Rayworth's, he's a Superior rep, was taking cattle over, I believe, in Ronan, sorted the calves, went to his pickup to compile the numbers and get the producers a check, and he never came back. And so I guess I have two questions. Blake was an owner of the yards, correct? Was he a partner, or
Yeah.
Ramsey?
So, Mr. Chairman, that is a corporation.
Okay, so
Owns that. And so Ms. Simon and I did review kind of how things were registered through the Secretary of State, through our livestock auction market, through their business. Just the passing of an individual and a corporation does not cease the corporation to exist. So they do have living heirs that are registered on that corporation. So we have the business manager did reach out to us. We provided a little bit of detail to that individual that from our view, everything is in order for that business to continue, and then recommended them to, that it's probably appropriate for them to get their own legal advice so that they, as they proceed moving forward, if they are going to make any kind of changes with that business.
And all right, and then on Steve, where he was a rep for Superior, and I don't know whether he had his own license or not. I understand that his son is filling in, and some people don't want his son to fill in, so Superior is sending out someone else to represent Superior and take the cattle. So how are we involved in that? Is there anything that we need to be aware of?
So Mr. Chairman, Superior is the licensed dealer, and then they have agents under them, and then there is a long list of those. And I don't know if his son was a registered agent or not. I'd have to look at that. Just because it's family doesn't mean you can't fulfill that role as a registered agent unless Superior was to come to us. We add that individual as an agent onto their license.
So it's behooving to Superior to make sure that they have a licensed agent representing them in these. Well, it's a personality deal, but his son can rub some people the wrong way. And so I just would worry a little bit if he's not a registered agent, where does that leave us? Or does that still Superior is the one that's on the hook?
Yeah. Once again, Mr. Chairman, that is Superior's responsibility to make sure that anybody that they're having to do business on their behalf has to be registered. Okay. And so, we're certainly willing, if anybody contacts us, we'll certainly be prompt in our approach to that to make sure, given that we know the time of year and a lot of cattle are moving, and we'll be very prompt into, adding agents if the need be or whatever it might take to make sure that everybody's compliant. But yes, that's their responsibility.
Yeah, and I would advise those who are asking those questions that they should contact Superior. That's who they should be registering those.
Nobody asked me. I just knowing that we have to have, someone has to have a license to be a cattle buyer and receive cattle, and what's that? And Steve maybe had his own license. I don't know, but I know he was a Superior rep. So anyway, that's fine.
Sure.
Thank you.
Yeah. Mr. Chairman, did you want you and I visit a little bit about local inspectors?
I guess that's a good time I had. So you want me to open up then? Sure. I had a call, and it's no secret. It's Lee Cornwell called me, and apparently up in the Glasgow area, they don't have an overabundance of local inspectors. He didn't share.
They do or they don't?
They don't.
They do not.
Okay.
They do not.
Nobody else does either.
I know, I'm like, wait, they have.
They do not. He indicated that they're having a hard time keeping local inspectors, and his solution that he proposed to me, and said, well, he said he's going to go to the stock growers and present it at stock growers and see if he can get any traction, but was to raise the brand inspection fee to $2. And he says, not only would that draw more local inspectors, but he said, look what it'd do for the department, how much more money it would bring in the department. And I said, well, I guess
It wouldn't bring any because it's the local inspectors keep the fees.
No, but if it's a $2
Oh.
brand inspection fee, we get $4 for every animal goes through the yards.
Yeah. but
He
that's-
wasn't
yeah.
proposing it just
Right,
for the
right,
locals.
right. Gotcha.
He was
Gotcha.
proposing it as a general fee increase from $1 to $2 for brand inspection. And of course, I spent a lot of money on inspection up in our country already. Lee has his calves inspected, and whenever cows go to town, he has to pay the inspection when he goes through the ring. But other than that, I don't think he ever pays an inspection on an animal. We pay between $3 and $5 a head every year inspection.
Depends what you're moving.
Yeah, because we're moving back and forth across county lines with everything. And so to me, it's a little bigger deal than someone. But anyway, that was a call I had, and he said he was going to take it to stock growers. So it's just on your radar that it seemed he thought he was here when we raised it to $1, but I don't believe he was quite on the board at that time. But Lee is a past board member also.
Yes.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, maybe just to tackle on the local inspector side of things. I mean, there are no overabundance of local inspectors, I don't think, anywhere in the state. We're always looking for the next individual that can fill that role. I've had some conversation with a legislator about looking at maybe working with some of the younger FFA kids, and is there an opportunity there? And Mike actually started some of that conversation long before me even, so.
I'm assuming it's the same person, but Eric Tillman and I have had that conversation many times, and we actually started a conversation that COVID kind of killed. And we never got back to, I know Ethan Wolf or myself, or maybe it was as far back as when Leslie Doley was the branch administrator. We actually went to a state ag teachers conference and talked about putting together a curriculum, and we would do some things with the kids to teach them about reading brands and the regulations. And then we would actually provide them a credential through the department, which teachers are always looking for a credential they can give their kids for going through their program that would mean something to us. If they showed up to apply for a job at the market, that would put them at the head of the line that they had done that. But also we'd hope it would get some of them, once they got old enough to go into being local inspectors. And the other thing we were trying to do is maybe incentivize that some of the ag teachers who need a little extra money, because they always need a little extra money, they could, they might see the light and say, well, I'd like to be a local inspector too. Now that I'm teaching my kids how to do it, and so maybe that would draw out a few more people and also help as a recruitment effort for future employees to the department as well. And it would help the ag ed sector because they're looking for professional credentials. That's a big thing they're measured on now in those programs that their kids can get. And it's really hard in ag to have a credential that an 18-year-old kid can get. You can't become a certified crop advisor when you're 17. You can't, but that would be, so there's a lot of things there that we, just to give more context to that, but we really had a robust conversation going, and then COVID happened, and then we just never got back to it. And we need to get back to that conversation with OPI and when the ag ed folks, so.
And I think the gals at Colmey's have a good idea getting all.
They're the veterinarians, or
Yeah.
new veterinarians come in. She got the books and got going on it, and she came right to health, right to brand inspection,
It's all in one.
And that really worked. I mean, talk about speed things up, boy.
Yeah.
Because she's looking at all the cattle going by, she's reading the brands. She doesn't have to go walk in the pen.
Yeah.
Well, and she's actually, on the health side, she is actually looking at each animal.
Yeah.
As opposed to a lot of the healths are kind of.
Yeah, exactly.
Or the other way around.
Yeah.
I didn't realize she was doing that. We were shipping, and I'm going, where's the brand inspector? She said, I already did it. I thought you were that. I'm both. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I started writing checks to her and stuff.
Well, we all know that every area, well, most of the brand inspectors have quite a bit of gray around their ears. And, they're retiring fairly rapidly, and maybe some of them should. But
Already died.
But I used to
Yeah, he was getting what he should have.
feel. Sorry, Jay.
But he was.
I mentioned,
Shop for you.
This one, well, yeah, we can just pull in your yard and check.
Yeah,
do
there you
paperwork
go.
on his horse.
Yeah.
we have brand inspectors that I've seen that are really good. They can read a left rib brand from the right side.
That's really good.
That's
That's
pretty
a skill to
talented.
keep.
Yeah.
That's what Taylor used to do. Redfield, if you don't brand some of these, I'm gonna charge you double because I gotta run them through the other way too.
So, well, it's the same old story. We got to figure out some way to either recruit more or incentivize the job.
Yeah, I mean, certainly I think there are, rural Montana, we're all familiar with it. Everybody's busier and,
There's less people.
there's less people. And so it is a challenge. I don't think it's insurmountable by any means because I think we're in our neighborhoods and there are folks that, you think might fit that bill. Make sure you ask them. And, cause there's some opportunity there. Certainly things are pretty busy in the fall and there's an opportunity to put some inspection fees, make it worth your while. And it is a little bit slower other times of the year, but, we value very much the importance of a good local inspector because they do the bulk of our inspections out here in the state of Montana.
I'll put out there for those who are listening, something that I recently learned about that I'd never thought about as a possibility. But if there are people who are saying they're willing to pay more for their inspections to get an inspector, I talked with a producer who I won't name just to keep their anonymity, but they run a fairly good sized sale each year. And one of the things that they do, which I would not, our state employee inspectors, if they're listening, sorry, brands folks, you can't take advantage of this, but for our local inspectors, there's nothing that prohibits paying a gratuity, which is essentially plussing up the money. And they said they don't seem to have a problem getting a local inspector because people know they're going to get the inspection fees. Plus they're going to get a pretty sizable gratuity for being there all day working that sale. So there's things that individuals can also do on their own that might make their shipping or their sale or whatever more enticing to people.
Well, and Lee, the other thing he did mention to me was, they can charge mileage.
Yes.
But he said a lot of them are neighbors, sons of neighbors, and they come over. They just don't charge mileage because it's just,
Well, for me to take one of my market animals to the butcher, I gotta get it inspected. I gotta go find one, and it's a pain in the butt. So if he shows up, I give him more than $1.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
I'll give him $10 or whatever, even if I'm driving by his house.
But on the same token, when we ship, they come up there and inspect 300 head.
Well, that's different.
In an hour and a half or 2 hours. That's not too bad.
No, but I'm just saying, because a lot of the time they're doing one animal here, one animal there.
Yeah.
And that's.
No, that's right.
And a lot of people, I think, will only give them the $1 in their mileage or whatever. I'm going, no, you just took the guy away from his work. And so you make it worth their while.
There should be a local inspector etiquette. You should make a book.
In my spare
Little
time.
flyers to hand out. Tip them.
All right, well,
All right.
that's something that can come up.
Redfield set the stage very well for my first
Okay.
item. So I wanted to talk just a little bit about the online market consignment permit. So those are online. They are $0 to get those. We have received a number of phone calls along with others in the board about confusion about a market consignment permit versus a transportation permit. There are folks out there that would like to get a transportation permit to get their animals slaughtered. That is not available online and probably most likely won't be online because that animal needs to be inspected. And so we tried to clear up some of the confusion on our website, which we have now done. The market consignment permit itself, there does need to be some additional revisions to that language, but state IT is the one that actually has to do that. Our website, we can do that. So if you go on there today, it talks about specifically the market consignment permit versus the transportation permit and the differences between them.
I'm gonna pull that up real quick.
Yeah.
That's what I was doing.
This is just a picture of our revision, so there's a lot of red here, so this is the black is what we started with, and the red were our additions, so.
Is it under inspection requirements or which one do I check? Or just
Market. It is, yeah, inspection requirements, like.
Okay.
And right there, yeah.
Okay.
So we just had market consignment permits on there, and we've added transportation permits. Ms. Simon was gracious enough to walk through and write some language up as we kind of walk through the process. And so we tried to make it very clear, one, that animal has to be inspected, and if it's not gonna get inspected, either a slaughter facility or a shipping point, then you have to get an inspection before you can take it.
Yeah, one of the challenges, as Jay and I talked about it, and as you piece together the long history of everything we've done, the concept of transportation permits, if you had so, okay, let's look at Idaho as an example. If we were like Idaho has no state meat inspection program. So they have very few meat processors to start with. And most all of them are larger USDA inspected facilities. There's enough work at that facility to just park a brand inspector there all the time. And Idaho, they have people who are assigned to CUNA. That's their job. They work for the department. They're the brand inspector at CUNA. There's enough work, just like there's enough work at BLS to justify that we have staff there doing what we do all the time. Montana is different with a couple of hundred very, very small establishments, many of them custom exempt, spread out across the whole state. And I just to give context with transportation permits is, will the inspection take place? And we've done a lot of work and effort with, and you, when Mr. Fettis was here at a previous meeting, talking about how do we get our meat folks like educated that there should be a brand inspection coming in, or if you're going to do that for them, you should arrange for a brand inspector to be there to receive those animals, or do that if they're within the county, because even then if they're changing ownership, there should be an inspection. County line is an inspection, but if they're going to change ownership, there's got to be an inspection as well, even if it's within the county. And our challenge would be is we probably would have a lot of animals get processed without inspection, would be my concern. On just having a transportation permit the same way we do market consignment permits, because we know on the market consignment permits, there's no way around it. One of our employees is standing there waiting for you. And so that's not what we have at all the small establishments. So, but I also understand the concern. You got one cull animal you're trying to run in, and you can't find an inspector to get it from Park County to Gallatin County. I understand the stress of that too. So there's probably still some more thought to be given to that whole concept.
Well, on outside of the books, the one book we talked about it on outside in the black of the books, like that changed to you. Just wanted to ship it together, I had looking at that, and she goes, "Well, it says right here." I said, "No, you can't do it that way." Because it says market, you can send the slaughter on the market. It says it on the outside of the book.
Oh, yes, yes, that will probably be changed too. And as I looked at, Mr. Chairman and Mr. Redfield, as I looked through this page, there was a couple other things that I thought we were pretty up to date, but we did make a few more other changes on there too, because there was references to some of the statutes that were quite current. So it was a good revisit of that and some revisions to that. So hopefully that provides some clarity for folks when they.
It reminds me, I'll invoke Miss Nina Bacchus here at the board table today. At one time when she talked about a sheep permit, and she was really confused because she was going to, I think it was to Bob's Valley Market or somewhere out here outside of Helena, get a sheep permit, and she was really confused by what was on there. And we figured out that when I investigated it, that was before Jay's time, I found out that sheep permit book was from like 1977. that's how many sheet permits they had issued over time. They still had the same book. They had not filled it up yet. So you can bet there was probably some old references on those sheet permits that were not like added, because they had never, in all those years, they had never gone through a whole book yet to get a new one. Because I think probably the only person who ever got a sheet permit there was Matt Box.
So, just unclear on travel papers for trucks. So you got 10 loads of calves coming out of a yard. They all go into the same feedlot, and there's one inspection. Will a photo of that inspection suffice for that for each truck then?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, and if that is one of our state inspectors, they can ride a convoy to permit.
Well, they have convoys, yeah, but sometimes those guys run out of convoy slips, especially this time of year up in our country. Some of those inspectors just run out of convoy slips. Well, I think that a picture of that original inspection will suffice.
Yep, that is correct, Mr. Chairman, and that's the goal really of that, is because we can still verify that that inspection is correct, and so we, try to ease commerce a bit, make it a little bit more modernized. That fits that role very just perfectly.
Well, it actually has more information. A picture of the original inspection has way more information than the convoy.
Yeah.
Convoy just has a number and a name.
Right, but that fits. Take a picture.
Okay, that's what I've been telling people, but I thought, oh man, start talking about this stuff. Am I really? I don't want to.
Is the chairman of the board doing wrong?
Yeah.
Yeah, just quickly, I got a couple other things I just wanted to touch on. So our ServiceNow upgrades, we're including our horse inspections into that program. So previously, all those inspections were going into Port Supplies. We're migrating all that information. We just did have kind of a final demo today. We're going to should be able to test it either later this afternoon or first thing tomorrow morning. And we're pretty comfortable of the direction of that. We'll be able to, if everything goes well on the testing side of things, we'll be able to implement that into ServiceNow on November 6th. So that's a Thursday. It is kind of two components, because this system will, when it's fully built out, will automatically go into ServiceNow. That information then gets sent to print mail. So for the state print mail, so for the lifetime horses, that information, as it gets sent to there, they'll send that those ID cards out, those lifetime cards out to the producers without us really having to touch anything. Now, they are making some changes to their system where they're going to verify addresses to make sure that they are correct, and that is going to take some time. So we'll still be able to get our part of the system done, implemented, and we will be able to utilize it in ServiceNow. But the verification, once that gets built out, then we'll be able to automatically send that to state print and mail. That will take probably a couple of months out. So it's kind of a soft launch for us, which actually works well. We still get the cards out. It's just a little bit of more manual work, but when that does get finalized, it will be a pretty seamless system. So we're looking forward to that. Just other quickly, talked a little bit about audits or audits. We do audit all of our state staff, and then all of our local inspectors. I think at the last meeting, I talked about District 14, so that's the Great Falls area. District 15, that's kind of up there in the Kalispell area. Those two new individuals that we have in place. They are working on these audits. Actually, it is a very good job for a new employee, because you get an opportunity to get out there and meet every one of your local inspectors. So they're off and running and doing well. We gave them 45 days. That ends here at the end of the month. We are starting to get those in, so we'll hopefully be all caught up and ready to roll. I did also mention our assignment of inspector books, so we'll be tracking every inspector book and in every inspection in those books in ServiceNow. That is operational at this point, but we're making some fine tuning changes to that, and just trying to preempt things so that if we do make a mistake where we put a wrong number in, we can go back and fix that, and is a pretty easy part of the system to make those corrections. Or if you put the wrong kind of book in, I put a cattle inspection, but I'm in a horse inspection, we can fix those and it recalibrates the system and everything works pretty well. So those are the changes they just made. They showed us those changes today also. So that will go, if testing goes well, that will go in part of the November 6th migration. So we're kind of on a big push to get that done because ServiceNow in general, they go through a couple of big changes, version changes. So we're trying to get ahead of that before that happens here in the first part of November. So, and that probably into November before you can actually do anything. So we're trying to get out ahead of that. I think we'll do well and pretty confident that that will all get accomplished. Mr. Honeycutt mentioned a little bit about legislature today. I have kind of started tackling some of the things that I've been looking at, I guess, just on a red tape review. I've got about 7 or 8 pieces of legislation that I have some versions of some changes. Nothing significantly dramatic that are changes, but more modernization, more update type stuff. My folks, I've sent it out to some of my staff just to kind of get their initial review, and then when the time comes, I'll be bringing that forward to the board so you can have that for your consideration when we move forward. So just kind of trying to get ahead of the curve a little bit. And then just lastly, I just wanted to talk, mention, I've been mentioning a little bit in the updates about the Missoula feral horses, and that has been getting quite a bit of publicity as of late. These horses, everything that we can kind of agree upon, I think, or people have decided on, these horses have been around since the 1950s, 60s. Kind of origin was kind of some rodeo stock that I think ran a lot in that kind of Missoula country and down toward Lolo. Some didn't get quite gathered up, and then as that population kind of has expanded, it's really hard to say how many of those horses are. I know that outside of the kind of the town horses, one of our investigators, he did count farther down on a more of a conservation type ranch. He counted 42 down there. Those horses don't typically come into town, and I think they're a little bit more remote.
Yeah,
so
I've got up there to give people a heads up where we're really dealing with the issue where it's coming forward is this Miller Creek drainage area here. You can see as I go in on that, that is becoming a pretty urbanized area. Where we're seeing it, I think there's a Walmart up here, right, Jay, somewhere.
Right on that.
Yeah, that they've gotten that right here. They've gotten this far into town. And if I zoom out, you can see that's sort of the southwest corner of Missoula there, where we're dealing with that. And as Jay said,
where the horses, and just kind of circle where the horses are ranging.
Yeah,
up
right,
in that
right.
drainage.
Yeah, so right here's where the problem is where we're seeing them intermix with people. There's probably more up this direction that have not come down into town, but they're there. So it's a pretty high profile area, and and that's, as Jay said, with people running into them with vehicles and
get smacked with
cars, and them being in yards and
there's been 2 horse collisions this year that I'm aware of. One, of course, got a broken leg. That horse was euthanized. The other one survived. And then I think there was one that I've heard of. I've never confirmed it there, but he talks about it, of a younger individual that got kicked by a horse that I'm not sure what exactly happened there, but got kicked. So,
and just for the board, just walking through, I've talked to a county commissioner there. Jay's talked to her as well quite a bit about it, who feels like something needs to be done. And as you know, it's been an issue because you have folks who want something to be done about the horses. You have another large group that like the horses being there and would like to see them have some protection. And one of the things that I've walked through was trying to find any other definition for those horses other than abandoned, and we have not. We can't consider them as strays because we kind of know where they came from. No, they don't have an owner, but we know there's not an owner. Likewise, there is animals running at large in municipalities. There are laws concerning that. However, that all goes back to citing an owner. There are no owners for these horses. There's no way you can fold them under. So the abandoned horse statutes in Title 81 seem to be the only way we can define them. And why this falls on the shoulders of the county commission is that what's required is the county commission must receive a petition from at least 5 reputable landowners, taxpayers in the area requesting a roundup. If the commission decides to move forward to roundup, the commission, it's incumbent upon them to appoint a roundup commissioner to establish the parameters, the location, all of the details about it. The petitioners are the ones who are responsible for the cost of the roundup. So that gets a little dicey. And then of course, the horses have to be, there's laws around how the horses have to be handled after that and offered for sale and things of that nature. There is no, even though it's in Title 81, Ms. Simon's done some good work. There's really no direct tie of the department. Although we've expressed that if they chose to move forward, we would like to offer them the assistance that we can because we have experience and know-how and resources to deal with these types of things. However, if that happened, we'd probably have to enter into some sort of agreement between us and between Missoula County to sort of establish our role there. So that's so if any complaints come to you, we've had lots of calls in the office, and I'm sure we've been disappointed many people when we've said there's not anything we can proactively do here. The county commission, it's in their court. They have to decide what action they want to take. And that's kind of where things are right now. So sorry to hijack a little bit, but I wanted to
thank you.
wonder, because I'm the one who asked for this to be on the agenda, because I kind of wanted to publicly kind of put that out there just because we continue to receive lots of calls, both from people who are wanting us to go do something about the horses and people who are seeking our advice on how to protect the horses. We're getting it from both sides.
And just a few clarifications that I make when I receive phone calls. I mean, that these horses are not protected under the Wild Horse and Burro Act. That is a federal act. That is BLM horses. These horses do not fall into that classification. So there are no protections federally. Yeah. In addition to that, Mr. Honeycutt mentioned that I did reach out to, we mentioned the county commissioners. I've talked with the sheriff in the county. Let him know how we view these horses. There is one a state legislator there that is kind of getting involved. So I've reached out to her to provide her with kind of the statutes of this is what we consider these horses and this is how we view things. So we've been pretty clear in our message to all the phone calls that we've reached or that we get, and we get a lot of them. And so we've been very clear, I think, in our message of this is how we view things. So
the county commissioners could take the responsibility off of the petitioner if they wanted to.
The law is pretty clear that all costs, it says it directly in statute, all costs must be paid by the petitioners.
But they could raise money or something.
They could raise money. And I think the concept of that is that once you sell the horses, those proceeds go back to offset. But I think we're all realistic about what that's going to yield, and the cost will probably very quickly outstrip what you would get in return once the horses are sold.
Yeah, just visiting with probably the county commissioner, I think the most action that they would be wanting to really take is there's, a small band of kind of mares and foals that are really living in town. And then I think a stud or two, and then there's a little bachelor stud. I think that is the group that probably would be most susceptible to a roundup because they really do just live pretty much full time in town. And if you want to engage in Facebook, there is thousands and thousands of videos of them and people feeding them and people.
Okay, now you're curious.
So
Gonna screw up your
just-
algorithms.
I
know. Wild horses in Missoula, they're not wild, they are feral horses, and I do correct people, that's how we view them, as feral horses, so.
Oh my gosh, they really are like already.
So I had a question, Mr. Chair.
Yes.
So once the petitioners find out that if they want to remove, they have to pay for it, so that they change their mind and what was the conversation doing that?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Clan Saucer, I don't know that, so that has just become kind of, we've mentioned that to the county commissioners. And then there was an article in the paper that ran in a lot of the lead newspapers. And it talked specifically about the statute and the requirements that, you know, it takes a petitioner to do that. And then the petitioners are legally, the cost would fall on them. So since that just happened here within the last few days, week, I haven't had any calls on it, so I think the word's probably just getting out that if I am going to petition, I may be held responsible for the cost of that. So.
Just some wealthy person over there, they need to come in and
Well,
eat their flowers.
this neighborhood looks really nice. They're on this very manicured
Yeah,
lawn in this photo.
yeah, if they get on the wrong,
Looks like someone paid money for that grass.
I can say that the horses are
Oh,
not
yeah.
carved into
Yeah.
death. They are.
No, they do not look stuffed at all. They
And
look
they're
like they're doing
So pretty big stout horses.
I
There.
showed
Yeah,
up,
they look like birds.
showed up my trailer and my rope and my good horse. I could load my trailer and leave, nobody be alive.
You couldn't tell anybody, and that's nobody got authority.
See, nobody had authority, that's what I'm trying to say.
Yeah.
Wow.
So, but there's no established owner, so.
But yeah, Mr. Chairman, this is what I viewed, and I had a discussion with an individual that if you were to round these horses up, put them in your pasture, your corral, and call us, we'd probably make you open the gate, turn them back out, because they're not in the street.
Yeah, we
and
know,
that.
yeah, we could,
Oh.
because we know,
No owner.
yeah. Right.
There's no owner.
Well, you just said all this on public meeting. So if
Well,
any of
but-
those horses go missing,
Yeah.
we're all coming to your house.
So I ain't going up there.
But-
I ain't going up there.
But to Mr. Riffill's question, I think there is intent that the law has distinguished between horses running at large, stray horses, and abandoned horses. So I'm going with legislative intent that they meant to deal with this type of situation separately because they created legislation just for this, and we will follow that legislation.
For abandoned.
I say that to the former legislator.
You might have to pass it on to another legislature. Let's say they already dealt with this.
It's just to me, it's gonna be a wreck.
Oh, it is.
It's gonna be a wreck
No matter
one
which
way or
way.
another.
I mean, there's two sides that
Oh,
are
yeah.
probably quite a ways apart on their views of what should be done with these horses.
Well, try to take care of a deer in hell.
Yeah.
That's no small matter either.
No, this would be much worse.
I do have some pretty nice bucks that like my front yard.
So given the potential for publicity, we thought it was wise to
Something quiet.
maybe give a thorough background on discussion on this. We don't know where, what action, if any, will be taken. We won't be taking any action unless we're requested to by the county commission. So,
That might be a topic of discussion over at Farm Bureau because it's in Missoula.
Yeah.
So, yeah, Mr. Chairman, that's all I had. I went past my 10 minutes. Apologize for that.
That's because you have such interesting stuff to talk about.
Go rope and put your brand on.
Yeah.
I think Jay is saved by the fact that there's only one member of the public with us.
Yeah.
And she's sitting right back there.
Would you care to address the board?
We don't have anyone online, Mr. Chair, for
All
public
right,
comment. that I
so
see,
I
so.
guess, I don't know whether that's good or bad, but it is. All right, so we come to this next item that apparently we weren't very successful at last meeting, and the people that weren't there last meeting aren't there today, so we're kind of at the same crossroads. And so what do we,
November is
Yes, November's a wreck, and then The coming in, I'll give from a staff side here is that it appears, and I'm looking to make sure I don't have any outages from any of our staff, is that your choice is whether you want to meet the week, because the week before stock growers or the week after stock growers. Because I know
I will be around the week before.
So when stock growers?
The 10th.
The 10th, yeah, so the week of so the week of the 8th, so the week of the 15th.
Yes, we're looking at the 15th. There is an interim budget committee meeting on the 17th, but don't let that, if I have to go over there, I would go. I wouldn't be over there more than 20 minutes, and Brian or somebody could sit in this chair and do what I do very easily. They don't want to do it, but they can do it.
So are we talking November or December?
December.
Yeah, December. Yeah,
and I wouldn't go later in December because then we're getting into everybody's holidays. Schedules. Yeah.
Or Wednesday good? Is this a Wednesday? The 17th?
I do not see anybody being out on the 17th. As I said, the only thing that I have tentatively on there right now is that's the day of an interim budget committee meeting over there. But again, that would be something could run over there, do it and run back. So it's not an all day thing. I just have it blocked all day. So I didn't accidentally schedule myself to be out of town or something on that day.
So what about the 25th? Anything going on 25th?
What age are your kids, William? Are your grandkids yet? No.
No.
No. You never know.
My grandparents-in-law are now currently great grandparents.
Great.
Mm-hmm.
They started young.
We're just great. We took 2 greats to the football game a week ago Saturday. And we thought we were gonna have 3, but it turned out the 2-year-old didn't go with us for a year and a half, whatever he is.
But they have what? 25 great grandkids? I don't even know. There's a lot of kids.
Yeah.
So I don't know.
We're back on the 17th. 17th, Mike, even though it's your
it'll work. It'll work good.
Well, do we want to make it the 18th or?
No, 17th or that'd be good. The later we go in the week, it sometimes gets dicier for people.
Okay.
I turned 50 the weekend before that, so we can celebrate that.
Fun.
Yeah, he turns 50, and our youngest son turns 50 Christmas Day.
It's nice to be 50 again, huh?
Yeah. Well, I feel like 50 some days.
Me too.
Sometimes I act like 50, but so did Alan. You see where it got him? All right. So the 18th.
17th.
17th, yes. Okay, 17th, Wednesday the 17th of December, and the 3 that aren't here,
They gonna just
we'll notify them along with their duties that they have before that. So, okay. Anything else that needs to come before this board? All right. Hearing nothing, meeting adjourned. Thank you, all.